Chapter 9:18. Then why are you not willing to give up on this stone? If the Imperial army arrives, the Burning Sun Hall will definitely be destroyed. The lady in red reminded him. I will not give up. The man with sword-like eyebrows replied. Both parties were in a stalemate. After hearing this, everyone present felt a sense of pressure. It was a good way to enter the secret realm. Although there were men and women, old and young, and even supreme sacred beasts who could stay in a sealed place for hundreds of years. However, the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was unwilling to give up on this stone. If the Imperial army arrived, the Burning Sun Hall would definitely be destroyed. Master, the Burning Sun Hall master frowned and looked at the young man with sword-like eyebrows. Don't worry, I have already opened up a new secret realm. This secret realm has 2 entrances. If the Imperial army arrives, we will enter and destroy this entrance. The young man with sword-like eyebrows was not worried at all. What? When the others heard this, they were shocked. No wonder the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was so calm. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out. Junior sister, please go back. The young man with sword-like eyebrows said to the lady in red. However, at this moment, suddenly, a deafening sound entered everyone's ears. When they listened carefully, it sounded like the roar of a giant beast. It's the Imperial Dragon. The young man with sword-like eyebrows and the lady in red's faces changed. They had heard this sound once before. Quick, let everyone enter the secret realm entrance under my secret cultivation room. The young man with sword-like eyebrows hurriedly ordered. The news should have only reached the Imperial family after 3 days. The young man with sword-like eyebrows did not expect them to arrive so quickly. When the young man with sword-like eyebrows finished speaking, a huge figure descended from the sky. It was a brown giant dragon that was at least a few thousand meters long. It was extremely huge and there were various strange patterns on its body. Immediately after, people jumped down from the dragon's back one by one. The Imperial army had finally arrived. Burning Sun Hall, how dare you hide a sword-shaped stone? I will give you 10 breaths to hand it over to me. Otherwise, I will exterminate your entire sect. A rough-looking man rushed over, followed by 2 people wearing the Imperial family's uniform. 3 Ninth Supreme Being Peak Supreme Beings. The young man's expression changed. He was in trouble now. At this moment, the Burning Sun Hall master had already started to evacuate the disciples. However, how could 10 breaths of time be enough? Although there were only 1,000 soldiers from the Imperial family, all of them were elites of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist realm and above. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were still 3 Ninth Tribulation Supremacies from the royal family and more than 29 Tribulation Supremacies. This wasn't something that the Burning Sun Hall could deal with. It seems like you don't want to hand it over. All soldiers, listen up, break the formation. The boorish man shouted when he saw the Burning Sun Hall evacuating its disciples. In an instant, countless attacks were launched at the grand array of the Burning Sun Hall. Rumble. A series of deafening explosions rang out. Women of the Jianghu Palace, back off from me. Otherwise I'll kill all of you as well. The boorish man shouted at the Jianghu Palace as he attacked. At this moment, Absolute Jianghu Palace was in a dilemma. The lady in red obviously wanted to help the young man, but the young man's intentions had been seen through. The Imperial family army had already started to attack. Once the formation was broken, the Burning Sun Hall would be in danger. Ancestral Master, what should we do? The palace master of the Jianghu Palace asked with a frown. Let's retreat first. The lady in red said softly. In fact, she still wanted to help the Burning Sun Hall. Although the enmity between the Jianghu Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had been accumulating for hundreds of years, it was actually caused by some disciples 100 years ago. At first, the Jianghu Palace accidentally killed a disciple of the Burning Sun Hall, so the conflict arose. However, the lady in red hadn't appeared to resolve it in the past 100 years. Only by continuing to fight could she ensure that her senior brother wouldn't forget about her. Immediately, the Jianghu Palace's team retreated a long distance. This time, the Jianghu Palace had also brought many experts. Other than the lady in red, the palace master of the Jianghu Palace, and the great elder, there were also 4 Ninth Tribulation Supremacies. If they joined forces with the Burning Sun Hall, they wouldn't be afraid of the Imperial army. However, behind the Imperial army was the entire Imperial family. Once they made a move, they would be challenging the authority of the Imperial family. At that time, the entire Jianghu Palace would be dragged into the water and fall into a state of eternal damnation. Rumble. The entire Imperial army was attacking the protective mountain array. Fortunately, there were experts in the Burning Sun Hall controlling the array. Otherwise, after a few rounds of attacks, the protective mountain array would have been broken. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The Imperial army was attacking, while the Burning Sun Hall was defending. Yi Xian, who was in the Burning Sun Hall, was already burning with fighting spirit. However, he hoped that the Burning Sun Hall could successfully retreat. As long as all of them entered the secret realm and destroyed the entrance, they would be safe. Although he didn't know where the other entrance to the secret realm was, judging from the expression of the young man with the sword eyebrows, the other entrance wouldn't be easily found by the Imperial family. Perhaps it was in another sacred dynasty. However, looking at the current situation, there didn't seem to be enough time. I didn't expect the Imperial army to arrive so quickly. What a blunder. The young man with the sword eyebrows' eyes flickered. He guessed that the Imperial army must have rushed through the secret realm, which was why they arrived so quickly. If he knew that this would happen, he would have already given the order to retreat. Lin Zhantian, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the sword-shaped stone and I'll guarantee the safety of the Burning Sun Hall. The rough man shouted. Lin Zhantian was the name of the Burning Sun Hall's founder. Scram. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhantian roared. He estimated the strength of the protective mountain array and said, Elders, prepare for battle. The elders of the Burning Sun Hall had already taken out their weapons. There were more than 40 elders in the Burning Sun Hall. They were all at least 8 Tribulation Supremes. Founder, we can also fight. One of the disciples shouted. The inner disciples of the Burning Sun Hall were almost all 7th Tribulation Supremes. There were also quite a few 8th Tribulation Supremes. They could fight against the experts of the Imperial family. We are willing to live and die with the Burning Sun Hall. Yes, live and die together. A group of disciples and deacons shouted one after another. Many of them grew up in the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun Hall was their home. Now that their home was about to be destroyed, they naturally had to stand up and stop it. All right. The young man with the sword eyebrows shouted. At the same time, he glanced at the Burning Sun Hall master beside him. Master, the sword-shaped stone has been taken away by junior brother. The Burning Sun Hall master said. His junior brother was the vice hall master of the Burning Sun Hall. Chapter 9:19. The Inferno Sun Hall master nodded. He was already prepared to fight to the death. However, he was still very nervous. After all, the royal army actually sent out 3 9th-stage supreme martial artists. On their side, there was only 1 9th-stage supreme martial artist and him, a 9th-stage supreme martial artist. If they fought, they would not have the upper hand. However, if the Jianghu Palace could help, the outcome would be different. The people of the Jianghu Palace were good at illusions and mental attacks. They could also control flying swords. Their team battle ability was very strong. If they could get their help, they would definitely win this battle. Boom. 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 The strength of the protective array weakened bit by bit. In the Inferno Sun Hall, Yi Xian had already secretly taken out the supreme spiritual treasure, Shadowless Sword. He could not provoke the 3 9th-stage supreme martial artists, but he could find trouble with the others. With my current realm, bloodline, and Shadowless Sword, killing a 9th-stage supreme martial artist is not a problem. Loloa's strength is not bad either. If other people are at it, it's not impossible. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, the 3 9th-stage supreme martial artists were troublesome. He hoped that Lin Zhantian, as the founder of the sect, could hold them back. Luoluo, don't be too far away from me later. Try to charm as much as you can. If you encounter danger, call me immediately. Yi Xian reminded in his mind. Okay. Luoluo nodded. Luoluo had merged with the charm fusion crystal previously, and her charm ability had greatly increased. With her 8th-stage supreme martial artist realm, as long as it was not a 9th tribulation supreme martial artist, she would have no problem. At this moment, rumble. A loud sound was heard, and the protective array was finally broken. Kill. Lin Zhantian shouted as he led the charge towards the Imperial army. Lin Zhantian, you are seeking your own death. The rough man shouted and led the experts under his command. However, he still formed a team and bypassed Lin Zhantian, directly entering the Inferno Sun Hall to find the entrance to the secret realm. Don't let them in. The Inferno Sun Hall master shouted and led a few people to kill, preparing to intercept this team that wanted to sneak into the secret realm. A great battle began. This was not the first time that Yi Xian had participated in such a large-scale battle. Previously, in the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty Sky Prison, he had weaved through tens of thousands of soldiers. However, he didn't dare to wander around here. After all, he hadn't gone to the flowing gold waterfall to strengthen his sovereign golden body yet. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian summoned his doppelganger. He summoned 6 flying swords and attacked the Extreme King army. At the same time he kept swinging his shadowless swords to attack the 8 Tribulation elites. The two sides had already clashed head-on. Brat, your aptitude is not bad. Go to hell. A peak-level supreme martial artist from the royal family headed straight for Yi Xian. Humph. Yi Xian snorted coldly and glared at him, casting a burning eye. Luo Luo, who was following behind Yi Xian, took this opportunity to use her charm. Lolua's eyes turned pink. Not only that, but that 8th supreme martial artist was also the same. The charm was a success. After the charm was successful, this 8th supreme martial artist took off his interspatial ring and threw it at Yi Xian. Then he turned around and attacked his own people. Bam. A mid-level supreme martial artist's head was cut off before he could react. What are you doing? His actions immediately attracted the attention of others. However, some sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that something was amiss. There's someone from the Foxy clan. Be careful of her charm. Someone warned. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a whistling wind. Boom. An explosion suddenly sounded in the air. This talkative consecrator's head was directly smashed by Lolua's fallen star whip. Humph, who asked you to be a busybody? Luoluo snorted unhappily. Those from the Yin Palace cultivated spiritual techniques and had high spiritual resistance. However, the imperial family, like those from the Burning Sun Palace, still cultivated their sovereign golden body. Therefore, Yi Xian and Lolua's cooperation was flawless. One weakened spiritual power while the other charmed. They were simply invincible. However, the charm could only easily charm those below the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist level. It was not a problem for 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Therefore Yi Xian and Luo Luo gave up. Luo Luo, let's go find the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo in her mind. Okay. Hearing this, Luo Luo giggled and followed. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could clearly sense that there were more than 29 Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists in the imperial family. As long as he killed these people, the pressure on the Burning Sun Palace would be reduced. At this time, the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist targeted by Yi Xian was fighting with an early-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist elder from the Burning Sun Palace. Yi Xian killed more than 10 people along the way. When he got close, he directly slashed with his sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. With the shadowless sword in hand, his attack power was definitely not something an ordinary 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist could block. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. Rip. This beam of sword light directly split the opponent's body into 2 halves. What? The elder from the Burning Sun Palace was shocked. An opponent who was on par with him was actually killed in a second? He turned to look and found that the killer was only a mid-stage 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, Yi Xian. Before he could react, Luo Luo hooked the Fallen Star Whip and directly threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Very good. Next. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Even if it was not all of a 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist's wealth, it was comparable to that of 10 peak 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Before the elder could react, Yi Xian went to find the next target. Yi Xian's original body and Luo Luo worked together, while his doppelganger was killing the 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. His original body's cultivation was still increasing. He was destined to shine in this battle. However, he was still unable to control this battle. Yi Xian once again killed a 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, then turned to scan with the Eye of Revelation. Lin Zhantian was already fighting with the burly man. The former was fighting 1 against 3, but Lin Zhantian's opponents were the imperial family's high officials. 1 against 2 was already his limit. In a 1 against 3 situation he did not have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, his golden body was strong, otherwise he would have been defeated. Ancestral Master can't hold on for long. I must weaken the opponent's strength as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, at this moment, whoosh, 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 a series of air-piercing sounds were heard. Flying swords swept into the crowd and attacked the imperial family's experts. What? The imperial family's experts turned to look and saw the people from the Yin Palace flying towards them. Old women, you dare? The burly man shouted. Chapter 920. The Absolute Yin Palace finally made a move. Although the Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had a grudge against each other, the lady in red would not ignore Lin Zhantian. You old woman, today I will uproot both of your sects. The rough man turned around and attacked the lady in red. With 1 less opponent, Lin Zhantian's pressure was reduced by half. Now he was not afraid of the other party. With the addition of the Absolute Yin Palace, the situation was reversed. The pressure on the experts of the Burning Sun Hall was reduced by a lot. However, there were casualties at the start of the battle, and the experts of the Burning Sun Hall fell one after another. Don't let others take it, Yi Xin reminded in his mind. To him these were all experience points. Moreover, they were fighting in the air, so his 7 agility advancements were not effective. Otherwise his killing speed would at least double. Yes. Luo Luo nodded. She waved the Fallen Star whip in her hand. Every time it hit someone, it would destroy their sovereign golden body. If the whip hit the head, unless it was a 9th tribulation supremacy, they would definitely die. However, there were not many people who used the whip. Moreover, Luo Luo was from the Fox Charm clan, so naturally, there were people who wanted to attack her. That is a supreme spiritual treasure? A mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy noticed Luo Luo and immediately rushed over. Supreme spiritual treasure. There was actually a supreme spiritual treasure. This was a huge gain. One had to know that in the entire royal sacred dynasty, there was only one supreme spiritual treasure. Luo Luo, you are being targeted. Yi Xin felt the aura approaching Luo Luo. Come, young master, let's kill him. Luo Luo did not care at all. All right. Yi Xin smiled devilishly. His original body and clone approached at the same time. 3 attacks from 3 directions. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Nirvana. Demon Fox Flash. 3 flashes of light rushed towards the mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy. What? He was startled. The speed scared him. Just as he was about to escape, his escape route was blocked. Psst, psst. 2 crisp sounds rang out. He dodged one Nirvana Rend, but the other Nirvana Rend and Demon Fox flashed past him. His entire body was instantly cut into 3 pieces. At the same time, his universe ring was hooked by Luo Luo's Fallen Star whip and fell into Yi Xian's hand. This person probably didn't expect to die here. He must have brought quite a lot of things with him. Luo 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 O O O Luo Luo O O O Luo Luo O O O O O Luo O O Luo O O O Luo O Luo Luo. If Yi Xian killed the remaining 5, he would definitely be able to make another breakthrough. Luo 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 O Oi Xian immediately called for Luo Luo, and together with his doppelganger, they rushed towards the nearest 9th tribulation supreme martial artist. Whether it was Yi Xian himself, his doppelganger, or Luo Luo, all of them had the ability to easily kill an early-stage 9th supreme martial artist. If the 3 of them joined forces, even a mid-stage 9th supreme martial artist would have to temporarily avoid them. They killed their way over and killed many people along the way. The Eye of Nirvana consumed too much of his life force. After the previous lesson, Yi Xian didn't dare to casually use his life force to replenish his eye power. Yi Xian and Luo Luo teamed up and targeted another mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family. At this moment, this expert from the royal family was fighting with the first elder of the Burning Sun Hall. The latter was being beaten back repeatedly. Fortunately, there was still a 9th tribulation supreme venerable from the Yin Palace helping. Otherwise, the Burning Sun Hall Grand Elder would have died long ago. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian immediately joined the battle and launched an attack at the mid-stage supreme martial artist. 2 streaks of cold light pierced through the air, giving the other party a fright. What a powerful attack. This mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family was shocked because the attack launched by Yi Xian's original body was even more powerful than his. Yi Xian's original body wielding the shadowless sword and infusing it with 90% sword intent was enough to break through the opponent's golden sovereign body and even kill him instantly. The mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family slashed with his sword with all his might and defeated the attack of Yi Xian's original body. However, the moment he made his move, swish, bam! Suddenly, a long silver whip hit his arm. After an explosion, his arm was blown into 2 pieces. Luo Luo, who was wielding the Fallen Star whip, wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's clone. However, there was still a gap between her and Yi Xian's original body. Nevertheless, it was enough to threaten the opponent. The imperial family consecrator was shocked when his sword-wielding arm was blown off. His golden sovereign body was extremely powerful, but it was actually blown apart by a mid-stage supreme martial artist little girl. How was this possible? 95% whip intent or a sovereign spiritual treasure. He instantly reacted. In the next moment he took out another high-grade sovereign divine weapon and charged towards Luo Luo. Luo Luo chuckled. Her laughter was very innocent. In the next moment she turned into a ray of light again. The imperial family consecrator was shocked once again. Just as he was about to make a move, The ray of light swept past him and his head was instantly thrown into the air. Demonic Fox Flash. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but say in his heart, Luo Luo seems to have used this demonic fox flash for a long time. It shouldn't be a sovereign martial art. It should at least be a transcendent martial art on the same level as a sovereign spiritual treasure. Or perhaps, it should be a divine ability. The current him was no longer the inexperienced brat who had just stepped out into the world. The realm above the sovereign stage was called the three minor disasters of the sovereign stage. They were the human body disaster, true energy disaster, and spirit disaster. These three were just minor disasters. After the spirit disaster there was a great disaster. This great disaster was a shackle, similar to the sovereign tribulation. After the great disaster the realm was called the manifestation realm. As for the divine ability, it was the name of the manifestation realm, just like the sovereign martial arts of the sovereign stage. After witnessing Luo Luo's strength, Yi Xian guessed that the bloodline in Luo Luo's body was very powerful. It might even surpass the three minor disasters of the sovereign stage. It was at least at the manifestation realm. In fact, Yi Xian could give Luo Luo a bloodline seed such as the sword god bloodline. However, Luo Luo had a mysterious bloodline that could mutate the beast god bloodline. Therefore Yi Xian couldn't be sure. What if Luo Luo consumed the sword god bloodline and concealed the mysterious bloodline? Or perhaps, the sword god bloodline would be concealed by the mysterious bloodline and wouldn't have any effect. If that was the case, Yi Xian would have wasted a bloodline seed. Most importantly, Luo Luo didn't want it. Therefore Yi Xian couldn't force her. After the death of the 9th stage sovereign consecrator, Yi Xian obtained his universe ring and his cultivation improved. Chapter 921. At this moment, 2 of the 5 mid-stage supreme beings had already fallen. Not only that, Yi Xian and his doppelganger had also recovered quite a bit of their eye power. Immediately they went to find their third target. Along the way those who blocked their way were all killed by them. Eye of Nirvana. Demon Fox Flash. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian and Luo Luo once again joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Their target was actually discovered, but they didn't expect the attack to be so powerful, so they were killed in a moment of carelessness. The third mid-stage supreme being had fallen. Luo Luo, you will assist me next. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Young master, I can still use Demon Fox Flash twice. Luo Luo suddenly replied. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, You little girl, why didn't you tell me that you improved after breaking through? I forgot. Luo Luo cutely stuck out her tongue. She had already used Demon Fox Flash 3 times, but she could still use it twice, just enough to deal with the remaining 2 mid-stage supreme beings. At this moment they continued to search for their target. At the same time Yi Xian handed the invisible sword to his doppelganger, because it was his doppelganger who used Eye of Nirvana, now it was his turn to use it. The Gemini bloodline was really useful, but it was a pity that the realm of the Gemini bloodline couldn't be shared, so it had to be combined once. If his doppelganger could also increase his doppelganger's level, how good would that be? Eye of Nirvana. Flowing Shadow Sword. Demon Fox Flash. Under the 3 attacks, another mid-stage supreme being from the royal family fell. At this moment Yi Xian was very close to the peak of the 8th supreme being. As long as he killed the last mid-stage supreme being, this battle would be over. However, Yi Xian's killing of 4 mid-stage supreme being from the royal family fell into the eyes of one person. Not good, we are gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Yang Qin, go and kill the twins and that fox. The rough man shouted while dealing with the red-clothed woman. The Yang Qin he was talking about was actually one of Lin Zhantian's opponents. It's not that easy to leave. Lin Zhantian quickly blocked in front of the other party. In a 1 versus 2 situation he could still handle it. Just now he had also been paying attention to Yi Xian's side. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to kill 4 mid-stage supreme beings in a row. His strength was really explosive. The situation was reversed in an instant. The last mid-stage supreme martial artist was fighting with the palace master of Jianghu Palace. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had already approached them. Now Yi Xian and his doppelganger were unable to use the Eye of Nirvana, but Luo Luo still had one more Demon Fox Flash. The 3 of them, together with the palace master of the Jianghu Palace, killed the last middle stage 9th supreme martial artist in an instant. 2 supreme spiritual treasures? The palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace was also shocked. In the entire royal sacred dynasty, there was only 1 supreme spiritual treasure. But now 2 had appeared at the same time. What was going on? While she was still in shock, Yi Xian had already obtained the last interspatial ring. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently, the host is at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian immediately merged with his doppelganger. The palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace felt that his eyes were blurry again. Last time, Yi Xian had split into two in front of him and successfully escaped. This time the two actually merged into one. What was going on? After the merger and the next realm was upgraded, Yi Xian separated again. Since he had broken through, it was more or less time for him to take charge of this battle. Immediately, his original body and doppelganger rushed towards Lin Zhantian. As for Luo Luo, she continued to stay here. At this moment, there was no one who could threaten Luo Luo, so Yi Xian was more at ease. After breaking through, Yi Xian's battle strength had increased tremendously. It was no problem for him to deal with a peak 9th Supreme Martial Artist. As long as he helped Lin Zhantian hold one back, then Lin Zhantian would have no problem dealing with one. Of course, with Yi Xian holding the supreme spiritual treasure, he might be able to kill one of them. In an instant, Yi Xian rushed in front of Yang Qin. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked at the same time. A peak 9th Supreme Martial Artist was already the top battle strength of the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Although Yi Xian was only a peak 8th Supreme Martial Artist, with the Shadowless Sword and Bloodline in his hand, he could definitely contend with a peak 9th Supreme Martial Artist. He actually has a supreme spiritual treasure, he is mine. Yang Qin suddenly revealed a greedy expression. If he had a supreme spiritual treasure, Lin Zhantian would definitely be beaten up like a dog. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not so easy to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. With the Shadowless Sword, Yi Xian's original body's attack power was not something Yang Qin could block, so he could only dodge. Due to the addition of the red-robed woman, Lin Zhantian's pressure was reduced by half. Now that Yi Xian had come to hold another person back, Lin Zhantian's arrogance immediately rose. Lin Zhantian's entire body seemed to be burning as he directly sent his opponent flying with a punch. The 95% fist intent directly injured his opponent. At that moment he took advantage of the opportunity to pursue an attack. As long as he could kill a peak 9th Supreme Martial Artist, this battle would be settled. The rough man also swallowed his saliva. He felt that the situation was not good, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Originally, 3 peak 9th Supreme Martial Artists, 5 mid-9th Supreme Martial Artists, and more than 10 early 9th Supreme Martial Artists were enough to sweep away any power in the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Unexpectedly, the Yin Palace dared to interfere. Not only that, but 2 super geniuses with supreme spiritual treasures appeared and killed all 5 mid-9th Supreme Martial Artists of the Royal Sacred Dynasty. If this continued, the 3 of them would most likely die here. Go. The rough man was hesitant. However, at this moment, bold thief. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar fell into everyone's ears. This voice was 10 times louder than the rough man's voice just now. With just 4 words, the group of people below were directly stunned. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared in the air. Wang. Yi Xian also felt a piercing pain in his eardrums. His entire body was in a daze. Although his battle strength was strong, his realm was still too low. Who exactly was it that made more than half of the people lose their battle strength with just a roar? Yi Xian immediately shook his head and opened his eye of revelation. When he looked up, he saw an old man descending from the sky like a celestial. At this moment, the old man just happened to throw out a palm. This palm was incomparably huge, even bigger than the dragon just now. Its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Not good, Luo Luo. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly recalled Luo Luo back. In the next moment, this huge palm came crashing down. Rumble. Chapter 922. Rumble. As the giant palm fell, the ground cracked. The people in the air felt as though the entire world was trembling. Fortunately, Luo Luo had already been hidden in Yi Xian's storage space, so she was safe. Huff huff, that scared me to death. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, run. He has already surpassed the Supreme Being realm. Luo Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Surpassed the Supreme Being realm. When Yi Xian heard this, he looked at the old man who had killed over 100 people with a single strike. He was completely dumbfounded. Surpassed the Supreme Being realm? Didn't that mean that he had passed the human body disaster? A Supreme Being cultivated the Supreme Being golden body. However, the Supreme Being golden body only meant that his defense was strong. Once the Supreme Being passed the human body disaster, even if it was only the first stage of the human body disaster, his physique would be greatly improved. In comparison, even 10 Lin Zhantians wouldn't be a match for that old man. That old man was comparable to over 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, enough to sweep through the entire royal sacred dynasty. More importantly, that old man was vicious and merciless. That palm strike of his had even killed many of his own people. Insightful eye. Yi Xian hurriedly swept his gaze over and found that those who survived were relatively far away. As long as they were hit by that palm strike, not a single one of them survived. He glanced around and found a familiar figure in the group of dead people. Master? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Han Ming hadn't been able to dodge that palm strike and had his bones shattered. He was already dead. Not only that, even the palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace had died under that palm strike. That was a mid-stage supreme being. Bastard. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Unexpectedly, that sentence attracted the old man's attention. That old man had clearly just arrived. Otherwise he would have already attacked Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had a supreme being spiritual treasure in his hands. Retired emperor, that brat has a supreme being spiritual treasure. The burly man suddenly roared. What? The old man was shocked. Supreme being spiritual treasure? There was only one supreme being spiritual treasure in the entire royal sacred dynasty. Now another one had appeared. Brat, hand over the supreme spiritual treasure to me, and I'll spare your life. The old man spoke to Yi Xian in a condescending manner. After all, he was the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty, a cultivator who had transcended the supremacy plane. In his eyes, supremes were nothing more than ants. However, Yi Xian still had a chance to escape. Brat, I don't like to wait. Since you won't hand it over, I'll take it myself. When this voice sounded out, regardless of whether it was Yi Xian's original body or his clone, they both quickly broke through the void. Although he really wanted to save Lin Zhantian and the others, the old man in front of him was not someone he could fight against. He could only escape. Otherwise he would have to sacrifice himself. Just as Yi Xian's true body stepped into the void door, the old man rushed down. You want to leave? Die. The old man used his palm as a saber and slashed out viciously. Xiao. The saber chi also passed through the void door and slashed towards Yi Xian. Fortunately, half of the saber chi was blocked by the void door, but even so, Yi Xian's abdomen was directly penetrated. At this moment, somewhere in the royal sacred dynasty, Yi Xian, who had passed through the void door, spat out a mouthful of blood. If the void door had closed slowly, his heart would have been cut in half. Young master, are you all right? Luo Luo hurriedly asked. Just now Yi Xian did not have much eye power, but in order to escape the old man's pursuit, he had no choice but to overdraw on his life force. At this moment, both his original body and clone were blind. This was the aftereffect of overdrawing on his life force. I'm fine, I didn't hurt my heart. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The void positioning could locate a total of 3 places. One of them was the Burning Sun Hall, while the other 2 were based on the requirements. The place where he was now was just outside the 10,000 Swords Manor's secret territory. Who's there? Before Yi Xian could catch his breath, someone shouted. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could sense a large group of people around him. They were all wearing armor, and it seemed that they were from the imperial family. The imperial family killed my master. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Yi Xian's original body's injuries began to heal. In the next moment he transformed into a god of death. In just a few breaths' time, this group of 100 people died at the hands of Yi Xian. Among them, there was even a 9th tribulation supremacy. Young master, what should we do now? Luo Luo asked. Yi Xian let Luo Luo out and thought carefully for a moment. Just now, everything was hanging by a thread. If I had left a little later, I'm afraid I would have died there. If the Vice Palace Master of the Burning Sun Hall saw that something was wrong and destroyed the entrance to the secret territory, then they might have had a chance to live. I'm afraid that if the entrance was not destroyed and the sword-shaped stone fell into the hands of the imperial family, no one in the Burning Sun Hall or the Yin Palace would have survived. Yi Xian sighed. The scene from before was still fresh in his mind. If he had not left, there would only have been a few more corpses. He was only a peak 8th supremacy. Even if he had broken through to 9th supremacy, he was still far from being a match for that old man. Really, it would have been better if we had just handed over the sword-shaped stone. Why did we have to cause the destruction of our sect? Luo Luo also did not understand. If they had handed over the sword-shaped stone obediently, they might have been rewarded greatly. That way the Burning Sun Hall would not have been destroyed. Not only that, but so many people would not have died. That old man's palm strike killed our master. We have to avenge him. Yi Xian looked at the corpses around him with flickering eyes. Han Ming had died under that old man's giant palm strike. Not only that, but there were also many elders and disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Since he was a disciple of the Burning Sun Hall, he naturally had to avenge the Burning Sun Hall. Hearing this, Luo was also angry. She finally had a master, but he was killed by a single palm strike. Immediately she shouted angrily, "Young master, shall we directly kill our way into the Imperial Palace?" Imperial Palace? Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. The Imperial Palace was the most heavily guarded place in the entire country. The imperial capital of the royal sacred dynasty was so deep that it could drown people. However, with their current strength they had the ability to do so. In the entire royal sacred dynasty, only the retired emperor had passed the 3 sovereign disasters. However, this was not a child's play. Yi Xian had to plan carefully. If the entrance to the secret realm that the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall escaped from was destroyed, the retired emperor might not return to the imperial palace. However, if the entrance to the secret realm was discovered and the sword-shaped stone was recovered, the retired emperor would probably take the stone back to the imperial palace. Of course, there were other possibilities. The Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace only had 2 peak ninth supremacies. They were Lin Zhantian and the red-robed lady. As long as the old man found the other entrance to the secret realm, he could send peak ninth supremacies to worship it. There was no need for him to do it personally. Chapter 923. In fact, Yi Xian felt very helpless. If the void lock was located in the imperial capital, then he could directly break through the void lock and travel to the imperial capital. At that time they would have the upper hand. But now they had to rush for time. "Young master, then let's go quickly. That old man actually killed master. I will definitely make him regret it." Luo said angrily. Yi Xian was the same. Why did he become so strong? Wasn't it to protect his family and friends? Although the eastern continent was guarded by old immortal Jianghu, who knew how long he would guard it? If someone stronger than old immortal Jianghu came to the eastern continent, then the eastern continent would be destroyed. Only with strength could one protect their family and friends. "Let's go," Yi Xian said in a low voice, then rushed in a certain direction. He had to race against time. As long as he arrived an hour earlier than the royal sacred dynasty's retired emperor, then the entire imperial palace would be under his control. In order to make things easier, he also sent his clone to other places, which was to plunder the various main cities' city lord mansions. In the royal sacred dynasty's main cities, the city lords were at least 9th tribulation supremes, and each of them had extraordinary wealth. Yi Xian was currently at the peak of the 8th tribulation supremes. If he cooperated with Luo, it wouldn't be a problem for him to control a 9th tribulation supremacy. Moreover, the main body and clone shared the devouring space and the storage space, so Luo could run between them. They immediately set off. The main body rushed to the imperial capital, while the clones started plundering the main cities. This secret realm was actually closer to the Jianghu Palace, but in the previous battle the Jianghu Palace helped a lot. Otherwise, the Elder Assembly of the Burning Sun Hall would have collapsed in an instant. Yi Xian estimated that the imperial army was already advancing towards the Jianghu Palace. In less than an hour, Yi Xian found a city. Although it wasn't the main cities, it was not bad. The peak of the 8th tribulation supremacy clone directly killed his way in, took control of the city lord, and took a large amount of good things. Then he rushed to the next location. The whole process only took 3 minutes. Time slowly passed. As time passed, the cultivation of Yi Xian's original body grew stronger and stronger. After all, everything he obtained was devoured by his original body, so his speed naturally increased. Although the imperial family consecrators who came to the Burning Sun Hall were very strong, they didn't bring many things with them. However, after Yi Xian's doppelganger and Luo worked together to charm the other party immediately handed over all their wealth. Therefore, in less than half a day, Yi Xian's gains had already surpassed the gains from that battle. 1 day later. Ding. Host has met the requirements to transcend the tribulation. The current success rate is 95%. Do you wish to transcend the tribulation? When Yi Xian heard the notification, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he let his clone use the eyes of the void. "Young master, can you transcend the tribulation?" Luo also passed through the void door and arrived beside Yi Xian's true body. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and merged with his clone. Ding. The current success rate of tribulation is 100%. Do you wish to undergo tribulation? Yes. After merging with his clone, his strength increased by 10%. The success rate of transcending the tribulation was directly over 100%. At this moment, The place where he was transcending the tribulation was only half a day's journey away from the imperial capital. Above Yi Xian's head, the 9th-level tribulation began to condense. This was already the last level of the supremacy tribulation. As long as he transcended this level of tribulation, his strength would increase tremendously. At that time, no one below the 3 sovereign disasters would be a match for him. Rumble. The supremacy tribulation lightning struck down. Yi Xian just stood there quietly, accepting the baptism of the supremacy tribulation lightning. Rumble. The second supremacy tribulation lightning struck down. The first half of the 9th-level tribulation lightning was child's play. However, the second half of the tribulation lightning was stronger than the previous one. Since the founding of the royal sacred dynasty, countless people had died under the 9th-level tribulation lightning. At least 10,000 people had died. And those who succeeded in transcending the tribulation were estimated to be less than 1%. However, the 9th-level tribulation lightning was child's play to Yi Xian. Rumble. 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 Another 3 supremacy tribulations struck down. At this moment, Yi Xian had already endured 5 supremacy tribulation lightning. However, at this moment he suddenly felt several powerful auras. Luo Luo, there are people. Yi Xian reminded her. To be able to attract young masters' attention, their strength is definitely not simple. I will go and rob them. Luo Luo laughed lightly and prepared to follow Yi Xian's gaze. No need, let them come over themselves. Yi Xian just stood there quietly. Alright, but I think it's another group of people who want to take advantage of the situation. Luo Luo had a look as if she had already seen through it. In the wild, when meeting someone undergoing tribulation, under normal circumstances, one would go and take a look. After all, undergoing tribulation was not a small matter. Many people would take advantage of the situation and attack the other party. If one was careless and the other party was struck to death by the tribulation lightning, then they would have profited. At this moment, within the range of Yi Xian's senses, several 9th tribulation supremacies were rushing towards him. One of them was even a mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo did not care at all. Not only Yi Xian, but even Luo Luo's strength was not ordinary. A mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy was just a matter of a few whips to Luo Luo. Soon those people rushed over. How strange, undergoing tribulation on a plane. How audacious. A burly man looked at them with a mocking expression. Yi Xian looked at them coldly. There were a total of 5 people, 4 early-stage 9th tribulation supremacies, and 1 mid-stage 9th tribulation supremacy. Their strength was not ordinary. They were probably from some large faction in the imperial capital, or they belonged to the imperial family. Big brother, there's also a little girl from the Fox clan. She's so pretty and looks like a virgin. She's also a mid-stage 8th tribulation supremacy. If we give her to the imperial family, we'll definitely get a good price. A small-eyed man came forward and smiled vulgarly at the burly man. Yi Xian was a peak 8th tribulation supremacy, and Luo Luo was a mid-stage 8th tribulation supremacy. Although they were only a step away from the peak 8th tribulation supremacy, they would probably be able to break through to the peak 8th tribulation supremacy by the time they entered the imperial capital. However, this strength was really not worth mentioning for the 5 people in front of them. The burly man couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Little brother, didn't your clan elders tell you that you have to find a hidden place to undergo tribulation? Haha. Hearing this, Yi Xian grinned and said, I've never chosen a place to undergo tribulation. It doesn't matter even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Chapter 924. However, the moment he said that, the other party laughed out loud. What shameless boasting. Kid, do you have any last words? The small-eyed man asked. No last words as long as you have the ability to kill me. Yi Xian smiled and didn't want to waste any more words. He directly said to Luo Luo, kill the other 4. Charm the mid-stage supreme being. Yes, young master. Luo Luo immediately took out her fallen star whip and attacked instantly. Yi Xian originally wanted to continue talking nonsense, but he suddenly remembered that he was in a race against time. It was better to end this quickly. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Luo's whip was very fast. It directly hit the small-eyed man's head. Bang. With a loud explosion, the small-eyed man's head exploded. The other 4 people were stunned. They saw that Luo Luo was only a mid-stage supreme being, so they didn't move. However, they didn't expect her attack to be so powerful. One whip was enough to kill one of their companions. That's a supreme being's spiritual treasure. Kill. The leader of the brawny men immediately reacted. However, before they could attack, Yi Xian, who was in the middle of his tribulation, quickly slashed 3 times with his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds broke through the air. The remaining 3 early-stage supreme beings were all killed. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the burning eye on the mid-stage supreme being Brawny Man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Luo quickly used her charm. Although there was a difference of 3 realms, the charm fusion crystal greatly increased Luo Luo's charm ability. Even if she couldn't succeed, she could still weaken the opponent by a large amount. I have control. Ding. Control successful. When the system notification sounded, the Brawny Man was subdued by Yi Xian and became Yi Xian's servant. Who are you? Yi Xian asked. I'm Xie Shan from the imperial capital's Xie family. The Brawny Man began to introduce himself. From their conversation just now, Yi Xian knew that he wasn't from the imperial family. However, when Yi Xian heard the Brawny Man's words, he was also surprised. This strong man's younger sister was actually the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess was the Crown Prince's official wife. If the Crown Prince was not deposed, she would be the Empress in the future. As long as his sister became the Empress, he would be the imperial uncle. Yi Xian didn't expect to meet someone of such status. He immediately asked, "Do you know if the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty is in the imperial capital?" "I don't know." Xie Shan shook his head. It had only been a day and a half since the incident at the Burning Sun Hall. If the retired emperor had not obtained the sword-shaped stone, he would not have returned. However, if he had obtained it, he would most likely have returned to the imperial capital. Therefore, Yi Xian might need Xie Shan to inquire about some matters. Immediately, Yi Xian collected all the items in their interspatial rings. Boom. At the same time, the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding. The host has successfully transcended the tribulation. He is now an early-stage 9th tribulation supreme venerable. By the time the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's physique and true energy had undergone a tremendous change. Now he was almost invincible among the supreme beings. Then he led Xie Shan and continued on their journey. There was still half a day's journey to the imperial capital. However, Yi Xian's speed was much faster after his breakthrough. He estimated that he would only need 3 hours to reach the imperial capital. Although he had the sword-shaped stone in his body with his current strength, 90% sword intent and 95% sword intent did not matter. His strength was between the Supreme Being and the 3 sovereign disasters. With the sovereign spiritual treasure, he could easily kill a mid-9th Supreme Being with a single strike. Even a peak 9th Supreme Being would not be able to block it. The weaker ones would be killed instantly. However, if he were to face that palm strike, he was still too weak. Unless he broke through to the mid-9th Supreme Being or peak Supreme Being, he might be able to defeat that palm strike with his shadowless sword and bloodline. Yi Xian continued his journey. His clone also broke through the void and left the imperial capital, continuing to plunder the main city. 3 hours later, they arrived at the imperial capital. Xie Shan, go and see if the imperial capital has issued a warrant for us. Yi Xian ordered. Yes, master. Xie Shan nodded and immediately rushed to the imperial capital's gate. He was the crown princess's brother, so he could be considered a relative of the imperial family. Naturally, the city guard recognized him. Soon he returned. How is it? Yi Xian asked. Master, you are not wanted. The retired emperor has not returned yet, Xie Shan replied respectfully. Not wanted? That was good. However, the city guard might not know whether the retired emperor had returned or not. Perhaps the retired emperor had already returned, but he did not know. After all, the retired emperor was an expert who had surpassed the supreme being level. Since they were not wanted, they could easily enter the city. Moreover, with Xie Shan around, even if they were wanted, it would be fine. Yi Xian followed Xie Shan into the city. Since Luo Luo was from the Fox Charm clan, Yi Xian directly hid her in his storage space. Young master, what should we do now? Luo Luo asked in Yi Xian's mind. Just go. Although they had already arrived at the imperial capital, Yi Xian did not choose to go to the imperial capital just to be safe. The auction house in the imperial capital was jointly established by the 4 great clans of the imperial capital. Yi Xian went to the auction house first because he wanted to see if there was anything he needed. However, just as Yi Xian was rushing to the auction house, Xie Shan suddenly slapped his head and said, Master, I remember. One of the things you want has been auctioned before. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. It's the heartbreak fruit. It was auctioned at the imperial capital's auction house a month ago, but I forgot who bought it, Xie Shan said hurriedly. The heartbreak fruit was a must for Yi Xian to open a third eye. It's the heartbreak fruit? It's the thing to open the eye of decomposition. Yi Xian's eyes widened and said, "Hurry, hurry." He had already opened a lot of third eyes and every one of them was very useful. Every time he opened a third eye, his strength would increase. After hearing this news, Yi Xian hurriedly asked Xie Shan to bring him to the imperial capital's auction house. Using his identity, Xie Shan directly called the auction house manager over. There were a total of 4 auction house managers in the imperial capital. The one Xie Shan called over was his second brother, Xie Hai. Xie Hai was the same as Xie Shan, a mid-stage 9th supreme being. "Third brother, didn't you go to Mount Changhen to deal with that 9th rank supreme being sacred beast? Why are you back so soon?" After seeing Xie Shan, Xie Hai asked in surprise. Then his gaze fell on Yi Xian. "This little brother is..." Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly released Luo Luo. Burning Eye. Charm. I have control. Chapter 925. Who bought the heartbreak fruit a month ago? Yi Xian asked directly. Xie Hai paused for a moment as if trying to recall something. The heartbreak fruit was rare, but its price wasn't very high, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After a while he replied, "I think it was the Crown Prince." "The Crown Prince?" Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other, then at Xie Shan. "Wasn't Xie Shan and Xie Hai's sister the Crown Prince's wife?" "Okay, I understand." Yi Xian nodded. The Crown Prince had bought the heartbreak fruit a month ago. If the Crown Prince used it, it would be a tragedy. "You guys, go to the treasury and bring everything to me," Yi Xian ordered again. He didn't come to the auction house just for the items needed to open his heaven's eye, but also for the huge amount of wealth. This is an important treasury. It requires 4 people to open it together, Xie Hai replied. "Then call the other 3 people one by one." Yi Xian continued. "Yes." Xie Hai nodded and left. He didn't dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. The 4 great clans of the imperial capital were the Xie, Chen, Lin and Yuan clans. Soon Xie Hai called the Chen clan's manager over. Without a doubt, the manager was also under Yi Xian's control, followed by the Lin and Yuan clans. Now that the managers of the 4 great clans were under Yi Xian's control, Yi Xian could enter the auction house's treasury. This time Yi Xian wouldn't be merciful. He directly emptied the treasury, leaving nothing behind. This treasure trove was worth at least 10 main cities. Moreover, this wasn't referring to the 10 main cities, but the value of the entire main city. "Young master, give me 1 more day and I will be able to pass my tribulation." Luo Luo was in a good mood after obtaining a large amount of heavenly treasures. Although she was only at the mid-8th stage of the Supreme Being realm, she was about to reach the peak. With these heavenly treasures, she was confident that she could break through to the 9th tribulation Supreme Being realm in 1 day. As for the rest, they were all swallowed up by Yi Xian. The combined wealth of the 4 great clans is probably even more than this auction house. However, the 4 great clans all have 9th Great Martial Saint realm experts. Although they can kill the other party in an instant under the circumstances of a sneak attack, once they are discovered, they will only alert the enemy. Yi Xian thought. If the Emperor Emeritus wasn't in the imperial capital, it wouldn't matter. After all, he was invincible among the supreme beings. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian decided to take a gamble. And his decision was to kill all the 9th supreme martial artists of the 4 great clans and gather all the wealth. It happened to be the middle of the night, so it was convenient for him to do things. "Xie Shan, Xie Hai, take me to the Xie clan." "Yes." Xie Hai and Xie Shan looked at each other. The Xie clan was one of the 4 great clans in the imperial capital. Although Xie Tian was only a mid-9th stage supreme being, their father, Xie Xin, was a peak 9th stage supreme being. Before going to find Xie Xian, Yi Xian wanted to control the Xie clan's patriarch, Xie Tian. Soon he followed Xie Hai and Xie Shan to the Xie clan and found Xie Tian. "Second brother, there's an auction tomorrow. Why are you back?" "Third brother, didn't you go to Mount Changhen?" When Xie Tian saw the 2 of them, he was also very surprised. However, before Xie Shan and the other 2 could speak, Yi Xian directly released Luo Luo. Burning Eye. Charm. I have control. Yi Xian took control of the Xie clan's patriarch, Xie Tian. "Do you have the authority to access the Xie clan's treasury?" Yi Xian asked. "Yes." Xie Tian nodded. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He thought that only the Xie clan's patriarch, Xie Xian, could access the Xie clan's treasury. Since Xie Tian had the authority, he would save the trouble and avoid alerting the enemy. "Okay, take me there. I want all the Xie clan's wealth." Yi Xian didn't hold back. Xie Tian didn't dare to disobey. He led Yi Xian and the others to the Xie clan's treasury. Every power had a place to store their wealth. They couldn't put everything on one person. These things had to be put in a safe place. Even Xia Hai and Xia Shan didn't know about the Xia clan's treasury. Only the patriarch of each generation knew about it. Yi Xian and Luo Luo arrived at the Xia clan's treasury under Xia Tian's lead. After Xia Tian handed all the Xia clan's treasures to Yi Xian was shocked. The treasures in the Xia clan's treasury were almost comparable to the entire auction's treasury. Very good. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. Next, he used the same method to control the patriarchs of the other 3 clans and obtain their treasures. His actions were stealthily done. After he plundered the 4 great clans, he finally heard a system notification. Ding. The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Luo Luo, who was beside him, felt Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketing. She smiled and said, "Congratulations on breaking through, young master." "It's not enough. With my current strength, I still can't fight against the retired emperor." Yi Xian shook his head. He knew his limits. Even with his current strength, he couldn't block the attack just now. Although he wouldn't be killed instantly, he would at least be seriously injured. Therefore, he still couldn't fight against the retired emperor. However, if he broke through to the peak of the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist and activated the Disintegration Eye, he might be able to. Now that I've broken through to the mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, no one can stop me even if I kill my way into the Imperial City. However, I can't guarantee that the old man hasn't returned yet. Yi Xian thought to himself. "Young master, what should we do with these people?" Luo Luo asked. "These 4 great clans are all relatives of the emperor. They all have people in the imperial palace. Moreover, they have done many shady things in secret. Kill them all and leave one alive." Yi Xian's expression turned cold. He controlled the top echelons of the 4 great clans, so their secrets naturally couldn't escape his interrogation. The patriarchs of the 4 great clans had the blood of countless innocent people on their hands. Therefore, it didn't matter if they were killed. Yi Xian had no qualms about killing them. In less than half an hour, the 4 great clans' patriarchs and 4 shopkeepers were all killed by Yi Xian. Only Xia Shan was left. "Now, bring me into the Imperial City and find the Crown Prince," Yi Xian said to Xia Shan. "Yes, master." Although his own brothers had been killed by Yi Xian, he still didn't dare to betray Yi Xian. This was the strength of the Eye of Control. Apart from the limited number of eyes, the Eye of Control was stronger than Luolua's charm in every aspect. Chapter 926. Bewitchment required the use of spiritual energy, but the Eye of Control didn't. Furthermore, the bewitched could be easily seen through by others, and in certain circumstances, the bewitched could break free from the bewitchment. If Xia Shan's master was Luo Luo, and he was bewitched by Luo Luo, and Luo Luo ordered Xia Shan to personally kill his brothers, Xia Shan would hesitate. This meant that Xia Shan could break free from the bewitchment on his own and regain his freedom. With the Eye of Control, Xia Shan wouldn't hesitate and wouldn't betray Yi Xian. Of course, breaking free from the bewitchment on one's own usually happened when one's emotions fluctuated greatly. When one's emotions fluctuated greatly, one's spiritual energy would suddenly increase. However, as long as the master's spiritual energy was strong enough, the bewitched wouldn't be able to break free even if they killed their entire family. Xia Shan brought Yi Xian alone to the Imperial City. It was already late at night, and the number of guards in the Imperial City at night was twice as many as in the day. "Who are you?" When Xia Shan approached the gates of the Imperial City, he was stopped by a general. "It's me." Xia Shan walked over and revealed his identity. "So it's Duke Xia." The general immediately recognized Xia Shan. At this time, his gaze landed on Yi Xian and he said, He's my younger cousin. I'm here to look for my younger sister." Xia Shan directly replied. "Oh, Duke Xia, please." The general didn't doubt him at all and directly shouted, "Let him in." Xia Shan was considered a top figure in the Imperial City, and he frequently entered the Imperial City through his connections. He had a good relationship with the Crown Prince, so even if he brought a group of people in, nothing would happen. With him around, Yi Xian successfully infiltrated the Imperial City. After that, Xia Shan brought Yi Xian to look for the Crown Prince. There were more than 10 princes in the Imperial Sacred Dynasty, but the one who became the Crown Prince in the end was the 13th Prince, who was only 22 years old. This Crown Prince was younger than Yi Xian, but his realm was exactly the same as Yi Xian's. They were both mid-stage Supreme Being. However, when Yi Xian was an early-stage Supreme Being, he could easily control Xia Shan and the others. Now that he had broken through to mid-stage Supreme Being, even a peak Supreme Being wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. At the same level, Yi Xian didn't need Luo Luo. Young master, I've broken through. I think I'll be able to undergo tribulation tomorrow. When Xie Shan brought Yi Xian to the crown prince, Luoluo's bell-like voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. As an Yi Xian artifact, Luoluo could still cultivate in the artifact space. All right. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. If Luoluo was allowed to break through to the 9th Tribulation Supreme level, she would be an invincible existence among the Supreme level experts. However, if she wanted to contend against the retired emperor, she would probably have to use that tuft of golden hair. After a while, Xie Shan led Yi Xian to the crown prince's sleeping quarters. We want to see the crown prince, Xie Shan said to a general outside the crown prince's chamber. All right, please wait a moment, Duke Xie. The general nodded and immediately entered the crown prince's chambers. At the same time, Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation to scan the area. The crown prince's chambers were very large and there were many people living here. However, Yi Xian also had the Eye of Perception. Together with the Eye of Revelation, he quickly found the crown prince, who was in the middle stage of the Supreme Being's supreme level. At this moment, the crown prince was in the middle of a piston movement. It was unknown whether the person under him was Xie Shan's sister or another concubine. Soon, the general found the crown prince. However, the crown prince was in the middle of something. Naturally, the crown prince was furious when the general suddenly disturbed him. The general, who was refused entry, ran out with a gloomy face and said, "The crown prince said he won't see you. He has to see him even if he doesn't want to," Yi Xian said in his heart. His eyes flashed and the general's face suddenly turned ferocious. In the next moment he looked at Yi Xian very respectfully. "This way, please." The general, who was in the middle stage of the Supreme Being's supreme level, suddenly stepped aside. The surrounding imperial guards were shocked. Didn't the crown prince say he wouldn't see him? Why did the general change his mind? However, they didn't dare to ask. Yi Xian forcibly took control of the general and entered the crown prince's palace. Then, under the general's lead, they found the crown prince's residence again. "Damn it, didn't I say I won't see you?" The crown prince, who was in a small palace, was furious. He directly jumped down from his bed without even putting on his clothes. However, at this moment, boom! The palace's door was suddenly forced open. The crown prince was stunned. He was about to say, "How dare you barge in?" However, when he saw the person who had entered the palace first, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Who are you?" The crown prince immediately released his vital energy because he felt that Yi Xian's cultivation level was not lower than his. Could he be an assassin? Just as he finished speaking, he happened to see the general and Xie Shan close the door of the palace, one on the left and one on the right. "Who I am is not important." Yi Xian didn't want to waste time with him. His eyes flashed. The burning eye. The eye of control. In the next moment, the crown prince of the royal sacred dynasty became Yi Xian's servant. "Greetings, master." The crown prince, who was naked, knelt down on one knee. Behind him, the concubine lying on the bed had a very interesting expression. She didn't even have time to cover her body. She just watched. The crown prince of the royal sacred dynasty actually knelt in front of a young man and called him master. She couldn't understand this. Could it be? After being dazed for a moment, the concubine's eyes lit up. She hurriedly got off the bed and ran naked to the crown prince's side. "Greetings, Lord Emissary," the concubine hurriedly shouted. Her face was flushed and her hair was a little messy. However, she didn't dare to touch it because she saw that Yi Xian's expression was very serious. Just now, Yi Xian had rushed in with an aggressive aura. Someone who dared to do this in the palace definitely came from that place. Yi Xian glanced at the concubine and was slightly surprised. This concubine's skin was white and her figure was hot. Such a great beauty was kneeling in front of him naked. This was the first time this had happened. As long as it was a man, he wouldn't be able to remain calm. "Young master, I feel that your heart is beating faster. What's wrong with you? Quickly let me out." Luoluo felt that something was wrong with Yi Xian and hurriedly said, "It's nothing. Just stay here." Yi Xian was sweating and hurriedly comforted her. If Luoluo saw the naked crown prince, she would probably beat him to death. Eye of control. This concubine's strength wasn't strong. She was only in the 8th stage of the Supreme Being realm. She was easily controlled by Yi Xian. "Put on your clothes and wait at the side," Yi Xian said to the concubine. "Yes." The concubine nodded. She took out a cloak from her spatial ring and put it on before walking to the side. The crown prince also stood up and put on his clothes. "Do you still have the heartbreak fruit you bought at the auction?" Yi Xian asked directly. "Yes." The crown prince nodded. Chapter 927. The Crown Prince immediately took out the Heartbreak Fruit from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. The moment Yi Xian took the Heartbreak Fruit, his hand couldn't help but tremble. Ding! The Eye of Dissection has been successfully activated. A system notification rang out. The Eye of Dissection was a very unique heavenly eye. It could dissect an opponent's attacks, weapons, and even the opponent's body. This Eye of Dissection looks very powerful. The amount of eye power it consumes is probably not to be underestimated. Yi Xian decided to give it a try. He immediately turned his head and looked at the big mouth where the Crown Prince and his concubine had fought for 300 rounds. Eye of Dissection. 2 invisible rays shot out from Yi Xian's eyes and hit the big mouth. In the next moment, the big mouth began to rapidly disintegrate into ashes. So powerful. And the amount of eye power it consumes is much less than the Eye of the Void. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Young master, I want to see it too. Luo Luo shouted in his mind. Alright. Yi Xian let Luo Luo out and then took out an upper-grade sovereign weapon. Eye of Dissection. The 2 invisible rays hit the upper-grade sovereign weapon. In the next moment, the upper-grade sovereign weapon began to disintegrate, and in less than a second, it turned into ashes. It seemed that the speed of disintegration was related to the strength of the object being disintegrated. Wow, even an upper-grade sovereign weapon was disintegrated. So powerful. Luo Luo's eyes widened. A upper-grade sovereign weapon was stronger than a 9th Tribulation Supremacy's golden sovereign body. However, Yi Xian disintegrated it in a second. It was really terrifying. The Crown Prince and his concubine were also dumbfounded and hurriedly swallowed their saliva. Although the 2 disintegration rays were invisible to the naked eye, they could feel that if they hit a person, even a 9th Tribulation Supremacy would die. Now, Yi Xian had the confidence to contend with the retired emperor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty. After all, he still had a chance to advance. Of course, this was only what he thought. To be safe, it was best to advance to the peak of the 9th Tribulation Supremacy. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then he took the Crown Prince's and the concubine's universe rings and took everything away. Let me ask you, is your grandfather in the Imperial City? Yi Xian asked. He seems to have gone out. I don't know when he'll be back. The Crown Prince shook his head. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. After all, that old man was the retired emperor. Even if he returned, he couldn't report to the Crown Prince. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze landed on the concubine again. He asked, "Why did you call me Lord Messenger just now?" He found it very strange because most people would be at a loss when they saw the scene just now. However, this concubine seemed to have thought of something. She didn't even wear clothes and ran over naked to kneel. Clearly there was something fishy. I thought Master came from that place," the concubine said with a red face. "Where?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "Master, she thinks you're from the Holy Land," the Crown Prince suddenly said. Holy Land. This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of this term. However, he could guess that this Holy Land was definitely more powerful than the Royal Sacred Dynasty. What kind of place is the Holy Land? Tell me in detail. Yi Xian asked again. The Holy Land is a secret realm. My Blood Cliff continent is a continent under the Blood Cliff sect. At the same time, our Blood Cliff continent isn't the only one. There are many other continents. Simply put, the Blood Cliff continent is a place to send geniuses to the Holy Land. The Crown Prince explained. What, there's more than one Blood Cliff continent? Yi Xian was shocked. Not only that, even Luo Luo was shocked. That's right. Our Blood Granite continent is the smallest, so the Holy Land sent Manifestation Realm experts to begin pushing the islands around the Blood Granite continent and merging them together. As a result, our current Blood Granite continent is growing larger and larger. The Crown Prince nodded. Wanxiang Realm, merging the islands with the Blood Cliff continent? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Above the Supreme Being was the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm, and above that was the Wanxiang Realm. He didn't expect that after reaching the Wanxiang Realm, he could actually move islands. It was too terrifying. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of Earth. The Blood Cliff continent under his feet was like Asia. The Wanxiang Realm experts thought that Asia was too small, so they merged the surrounding islands into Asia. Of course, although the 7 continents on Earth weren't connected, they were all called the Blood Cliff continent. For example, they were responsible for sending geniuses to the Blood Cliff sect. How can one enter the Blood Cliff sect? Yi Xian asked again. Only those who meet the entry requirements can enter the Holy Land. Of course, if you obtain the Blood Cliff scattered around the Blood Cliff continent, you can also exchange it for a spot to enter the Holy Land. The Crown Prince replied. Blood Cliff, ha? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly Yi Xian thought of the Yin-Yang Patriarch. That Yin-Yang Patriarch should be from the Holy Land. Then what are the entry requirements of the Blood Cliff sect? Yi Xian continued to ask. Reach the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level at the age of 20, the Crown Prince answered without thinking. F***ck. Hearing this, Yi Xian fainted. He was already 24 years old, but he was only in the middle of the Supreme Being 9th level. Perhaps only Luo Luo had this qualification. How many sects are there in the Holy Land? What level of power is the Blood Cliff sect in the Holy Land? Yi Xian asked again. Many, probably more than the countries on the Blood Cliff continent. Every power has many continents under their control, and the Blood Cliff sect is considered the lowest level. The Crown Prince replied. There are more powers in the Holy Land than countries, and the Blood Cliff sect is only the lowest level. Yi Xian was so shocked that he prostrated himself on the ground. He estimated that any random sect in the Holy Land would be able to sweep across the Blood Cliff continent. After all, the entry requirement for the Blood Cliff sect was to reach the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level before the age of 20. Then do you have any Blood Cliff sect in the Royal Sacred Dynasty? Yi Xian continued to ask. Since they couldn't reach the entry requirements, they could only rely on the Blood Cliff sect to enter the Holy Land. There is one. My imperial grandfather paid a huge price to privately exchange for it from the Holy Land's emissary. The Crown Prince nodded. Really? Hearing this, Yi Xian revealed an overjoyed expression. Luo Luo breaking through to the peak of the Supreme Being 9th level before the age of 20 was a certainty. Moreover, she didn't even need to wait until the age of 20, she would be able to do it after a period of time. Therefore, it wasn't a big problem for her to enter the Blood Cliff sect. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do it unless he broke through the 3 lesser disasters of the Supreme Being level. At this time, Yi Xian thought of another question and asked, if you want to use the Blood Cliff sect, who will you send in? My imperial grandfather will go in by himself, the Crown Prince replied. So selfish. Luo Luo couldn't help but ridicule. Chapter 928. Wait, your imperial grandfather exchanged for the Blood Rock. Does that mean there isn't much left in the national treasury? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, almost stopping. Yes. The Crown Prince nodded. F***ck you #yenis% at B. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. He originally wanted to control the Emperor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty and empty the national treasury. He didn't expect the national treasury to be empty. However, Yi Xian calmed down when he thought about how the retired emperor used half of the national treasury to exchange for the Blood Rock. That Yin-Yang old ancestor is definitely in the Holy Lands. If I want to find the Judgment Scripture and Judgment Scripture, I have to enter the Holy Lands. Therefore this Blood Rock must be exchanged. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although there wasn't much left in the national treasury, Yi Xian still had to make a trip there. He immediately asked the Crown Prince to lead the way to his father. The Emperor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty was the ruler of a country. Naturally, his strength couldn't be too low. That was why he was at the peak of the 9th level Supreme Being. However, this wasn't worth mentioning to Yi Xian. Under the Crown Prince's lead, Yi Xian arrived at the Emperor's palace. Your Highness, the Emperor has already gone to bed. A peak 9th level Supreme Being expert stopped the Crown Prince. It's only 9 at night and you're already asleep. Didn't you say that you have a lot of things to attend to every day? Is this still the Emperor? Yi Xian glared at him. The peak 9th level Supreme Being expert frowned. In the next second he was controlled by Yi Xian. Your Highness, please follow me. The expert led Yi Xian and the Crown Prince into the palace. Because this was the imperial city, Yi Xian didn't dare to make a move. With the eye of revelation, he could see that there were many experts guarding the palace. Once he made a move, he would be exposed. Right, how many peak 9th level Supreme Being experts are there in the imperial family? After entering the Emperor's palace, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Including my imperial father, there are 10. The Crown Prince replied. Out of 10 peak 9th level Supreme Being experts, 3 were dispatched to destroy the Burning Sun Hall. Even the retired Emperor personally came was enough to prove the value of the rock. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the Emperor's residence. Father, something bad has happened. The Crown Prince shouted anxiously outside the palace. After a while, the palace door opened, and a middle-aged man with a goatee walked out. What happened? The Emperor said in surprise when he saw the Crown Prince standing outside the door. At this moment, Yi Xian had already released Luo Luo. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, the two of them had already started fighting. Burning Eye. Charm. I have control. These 3 moves were enough to control a person at the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level 9. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the Emperor actually resisted the first eye of control. Not good, there are thorns, the Emperor immediately spoke. But at this moment Yi Xian hurriedly used the second round. Ding. Control successful. When the notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly rushed in again because there was another woman inside. She should be the Empress. The Empress was only at the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level, so she was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Has the retired Emperor returned? Yi Xian still asked the same question. No, he went to destroy the Burning Sun Hall and hasn't returned yet. The Emperor shook his head. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Bring me to the Imperial Treasury." Yes. The Emperor replied. He immediately put on his clothes and brought Yi Xian to the Imperial Treasury. A high-grade Holy Dynasty's Imperial Treasury was enough to make anyone go crazy. However, at this moment, the Imperial Sacred Dynasty's Imperial Treasury didn't have much left. It was barely enough to run the entire dynasty. If another Holy Dynasty attacked, the Imperial Sacred Dynasty might not have enough funds to fight. However, if the retired Emperor entered the Blood Rock sect, the Imperial Sacred Dynasty would naturally rise in power. The other high-grade Holy Dynasties wouldn't dare to start a war. I can't break through to the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level. If I hadn't exchanged for that Blood Rock, I would have been able to. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. The current him didn't have the confidence to fight the retired Emperor. At the same time, he didn't know what happened to the people from the Burning Sun Hall. No matter what, this enmity must be avenged. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, filled with killing intent. That night, the Imperial Palace seemed to be peaceful, but in reality, a huge change had happened. In order to destroy the Burning Sun Hall, the Emperor sent 3 peak 9th Venerables. Therefore, including the Emperor, there were 7 peak 9th Venerables in the Imperial Palace. The Emperor was also among the 7, and they were all secretly controlled by Yi Xian. As for the others, they were all charmed by Luo Luo. Now they just had to wait for the retired Emperor to return. That night, Yi Xian hid by the Crown Prince's side. If the retired Emperor returned, the Emperor would immediately send someone to inform him. At noon the next day, Luo Luo began to undergo her tribulation. 9th level supremacy tribulation. It wasn't a rare thing to undergo tribulation in the Imperial Palace. Everyone thought that it was the Crown Prince's subordinate who was undergoing tribulation. Luo Luo had full confidence in this 9th level supremacy tribulation. After 9 consecutive tribulations, Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level supremacy tribulation. After Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level supremacy tribulation, Yi Xian's confidence increased greatly. With Luo Luo's current level, she was invincible among the supremacies even if she didn't use the Fallen Star Whip. If she used the Fallen Star Whip and assisted Yi Xian, the 2 of them should be able to fight the retired Emperor. Old man, we've been waiting for your return. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, not bothering to hide the killing intent in them. However, it was really a coincidence that not long after Luo Luo broke through, the Emperor sent someone to deliver the news. The team that went to the Burning Sun Hall has returned? After receiving the news, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. I wonder what happened to the Burning Sun Hall? Were they destroyed or captured? Master, the people from the Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace have all been captured. The retired Emperor has also returned and ordered them to be beheaded at the entrance of the Imperial Palace at noon tomorrow. A peak 9th Supremacy Tribulation Venerable reported to Yi Xian. All captured and beheaded at noon tomorrow? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the retired Emperor had obtained the sword-shaped stone. Otherwise he wouldn't have done so. At the same time, Yi Xian also understood what the retired Emperor wanted to do. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace were audacious and dared to go against the Imperial Palace. Therefore, the retired Emperor wanted to intimidate the other powers in the Imperial Palace before he went to the Blood Rock sect. Where are those people locked up? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. They are locked up in the Imperial prison. There are more than 10,000 of them. The Venerable continued to report. More than 10,000 people. This caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble. Chapter 929. Not only was Luo Luo angry but so was Yi Xian. Although there were people from the Jianghu Palace, the majority of them were from the Burning Sun Hall. The retired Emperor could have killed the higher-ups of the 2 sects, but there was no need for him to kill the disciples. So many of my fellow disciples will be executed in public at noon tomorrow. No, we can't let him succeed. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Where is that old man now? After the retired Emperor came back, he went straight back. He should be going into seclusion. The consecrator continued. Seclusion? Very well, bring me to the heavenly prison. Yi Xian said coldly. Since that old man wasn't here, he could save Lin Zhantian and the others and fight against that old man together. That old man probably wouldn't have thought that the entire palace was under Yi Xian's control, including his own son and grandson. Naturally, he wouldn't have thought that the people he just captured would be released immediately. However, before going to the heavenly prison, Yi Xian went to find the emperor and asked him to lead him personally. Under the emperor's lead, Yi Xian quickly arrived at the heavenly prison. Welcome, your majesty. The 3 Ninth Supremes who were sent to suppress the Burning Sun Hall were the guards of the heavenly prison. When they saw the emperor, they quickly knelt down. However, the moment they knelt down, Yi Xian suddenly walked out from the corner. I have control. Before the 3 Ninth Supremes could react, they were all controlled by Yi Xian. Now, the 10 Ninth Supremes in the royal sacred dynasty were all servants of Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed to the deepest part of the heavenly prison. More than 10,000 people from the Burning Sun Hall and the Juyin Palace were imprisoned here. However, because their Chen Kuan rings were taken away and their bodies were sealed, they couldn't even open the door, let alone break through the heavenly prison's array. Hall Master. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached the deepest part of the heavenly prison. He directly shouted towards the inside. Near the entrance of the heavenly prison was a group of Burning Sun Hall disciples, but there was an elder among them. It's you? This Burning Sun Hall elder was very surprised. Why are you here? I've infiltrated the imperial city. Elder, I'll let you out first. Without another word, Yi Xian opened the door and removed the shackles from the elder's hands. When the incinerating Sun Hall master and the others heard the commotion, they hastily squeezed through the crowd and walked out. Yi Xian, it's actually you? The incinerating Sun Hall master was astonished. Palace master, I'm very sorry for that day. If I hadn't left, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape death. Yi Xian said guiltily. He removed the shackles from the Burning Sun Hall master's hands and asked, Where is the patriarch? Being asked this question, the Burning Sun Hall master revealed an aggrieved expression. Master and master were killed by that old man. Dead? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but it made sense. Lin Zhantian and that red-clothed lady were both Ninth Supreme Being Peak and posed a threat to the imperial family, so they were killed first. Palace master, don't worry. I will kill that old man and avenge the patriarch and master. Yi Xian said with righteous indignation. Now I'll let you out first. No, there are so many of us. Once we are let out, we will definitely be discovered by the imperial family. When that time comes, that old man will come out again and none of us will be able to leave. The Burning Sun Hall master directly refused. He really thought that Yi Xian had infiltrated the imperial city. However, he definitely wouldn't have thought that the entire imperial palace was already under Yi Xian's control. No, the entire imperial palace is now under my control. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and said, Everyone come here. The next scene would be unforgettable for the Burning Sun Hall master. The boorish man and the other 2 ninth stage supreme martial artists who had threatened to destroy the Burning Sun Palace Hall appeared in front of the Burning Sun Palace Hall master. Not only that, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a golden crown behind him. If these people were to combine their auras together, it would be enough to intimidate the 10,000 people in the imperial prison. However, the best part was yet to come. With the emperor in the lead, these people quickly walked behind Yi Xian and then all of them knelt down. Master. They shouted in unison. This sentence scared the hell out of the Burning Sun Hall master. Palace master, after I left that day, I infiltrated the imperial palace and took control of all these people. Right now, there's only that old man in the imperial palace. He has no helpers, Yi Xian explained. What? When the Burning Sun Hall master and the 10,000 people behind him heard this, they were so shocked that they could swallow a quail egg. Controlling the emperor of the royal sacred dynasty? At this moment, the Burning Sun Hall master's gaze swept across a person. It was a cute girl with 3 white tails. The Burning Sun Hall master also recognized her. She was one of the disciples of the deceased elder Han Ming. She was also Yi Xian's follower Luo Luo. The Fox Charm clan was born with the ability to charm others. However, it was a little unrealistic to charm a few Ninth Supreme Being experts. However, it was only now that the Burning Sun Hall master realized that Yi Xian's aura wasn't any weaker than his. Even Luo Luo was an early Ninth Supreme Being. Gulp. The Burning Sun Hall master finally understood how heaven-defying the two of them were. The eldest senior brother of the Burning Sun Hall was also a Ninth Tribulation Supreme Being. However, he was already over 35 years old. Furthermore, he died under the palm of the retired emperor together with the palace master of the absolute Yin Palace. However, in front of Luo Luo and Yi Xian, the eldest senior brother of the Burning Sun Hall wasn't even worth mentioning. He was completely like an ant. Is this true? An old man beside him reacted. He was the vice palace master of the Burning Sun Hall and was also one of Lin Zhantian's disciples. Facing this question, Yi Xian also felt a little helpless. The truth was already in front of him, yet he was still asking if it was true? Could it be that the few Ninth Supreme Being experts behind him were fake? It's true. The entire Imperial City is now under my control. That old man should have taken the sword-shaped stone and gone into seclusion. Therefore he won't know that I let you guys out. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Good, this is really good. Oh my god, I thought that we were going to die tomorrow. Let's go. While that old man isn't here, let's leave quickly. A group of Burning Sun Hall's disciples shouted. Not only that, even the female disciples of the Absolute Yin Palace revealed a look of hope. Alright, let's go. The Burning Sun Hall master replied. There were a total of 12,000 people in this huge imperial prison. Their Qianquan rings had all fallen into the hands of the imperial family. To be more precise, they had all been counted and kept in the imperial treasury. Chapter 930. Very soon the 10,000 people escaped from the prison. The imperial guards outside were dumbfounded as they stared at each other. In such a situation they should have taken out their weapons, but the one who released the prisoners was the emperor. What could they say? Tens of thousands of disciples from various sects appeared in the imperial city. The scale of the scene left everyone dumbfounded. Palace master, you all leave first. I will deal with that old man. Yi Xian said to the Burning Sun Palace master. Yi Xian, revenge is a dish best served cold. But that old man has already surpassed the Supreme Being realm. Even if we work together, we won't be a match for him. The Burning Sun Palace master said worriedly. It's fine. I will let them launch a sneak attack. That old man will never expect his son to do such a thing. When the time comes, let's see if he will kill or not. Yi Xian said with a slight smile. In fact, he was going to kill the retired emperor, but he didn't want to worry the Burning Sun Palace master and the others. Good, this is a good plan. His own son has betrayed him. Let's see if he can put righteousness before family. The Burning Sun Hall master's eyes lit up. The disciples of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace behind him also had their eyes lit up as they cheered loudly. The emperor and the others were Yi Xian's servants. No one would expect them to launch a sneak attack on the retired emperor. At that time, if the retired emperor were to kill them in a fit of rage, it would be fun. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to witness such a scene. Yi Xian, be careful. You are the future of our Burning Sun Palace master. One of the elders reminded. Yi Xian and Luo Luo controlled the emperor and peak experts of a high-ranked holy dynasty. With them around, the Burning Sun Palace master could sit back and relax. Of course, the prerequisite was that they didn't die. I will. Yi Xian nodded. Then he ordered the crown prince, who was charmed by Luo Luo, to lead the 10,000 people away. As for him, he began to reorganize the troops. The 9 peak supremes of the royal sacred dynasty, including the emperor, were all under Yi Xian's control. When the time came for them to launch a sneak attack, even if the retired emperor was an expert of fleshly body disaster, he probably wouldn't be able to react in time, right? Young master, are we going over? Luo Luo asked. Go. When the time comes, hide nearby and wait until the ambush is over before making a move. Yi Xian nodded and replied. This time he was very determined. After all, this time his original body and avatar were going out together. After making the necessary preparations, Yi Xian led the emperor's group of 10 towards the place where the retired emperor was in seclusion. Not long after they arrived. This was an inconspicuous palace in the imperial city, but this was a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to enter. Following that, Yi Xian ordered the 10 emperors to move closer to the retired emperor while he, his doppelganger, and Luo Luo hid nearby. As long as they didn't show themselves, they wouldn't attract the retired emperor's attention. The emperor brought the 9 supreme martial artists with him and approached the palace. Then he said, Father, bad news. Those people you captured have been rescued by an expert. Since they were going to launch a sneak attack, they naturally had to put on an act. Since the retired emperor had obtained the sword-shaped stone, he was naturally in the midst of comprehending it. If he could comprehend the sword force, then he would be a big shot. However, this seclusion wasn't a very important matter. If he wanted to, he could do so. Therefore, the retired emperor quickly walked out. What's going on? An aged voice resounded. The retired emperor finally showed himself. He wanted to use the Burning Sun Palace and the Absolutine Palace as a warning to others, but now they were actually rescued by someone. This was a slap to his face. Father, this is the letter left behind by the mysterious expert. The emperor didn't say much and directly passed the letter over. The retired emperor stretched out his withered hand and was about to receive the letter, but at this moment, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Huff huff huff. The 10 people including the emperor all made their move. 10 supreme martial artists simultaneously launched a sneak attack. Even if the retired emperor was an expert of the mortal body disaster, he still couldn't react in time. What? The retired emperor's eyes widened. The 10 people were very close to him and the emperor was right beside him. Therefore the sneak attack this time all landed on him. A martial artist cultivated the sovereign golden body, and the first of the 3 sovereign disasters was the mortal body. The retired emperor's mortal body had far surpassed everyone's imagination. The 10 supreme martial artists' full-strength sneak attack actually couldn't kill him, and only caused him light injuries. The retired emperor's sovereign golden body was useless, but the defense of his mortal body was much stronger than the sovereign golden body. However, all of this was within Yi Xian's expectations. Even if he was only an expert of the mortal body disaster, 10 supreme martial artists wouldn't be able to contend against him. The retired emperor was very puzzled by the sneak attack of his own son, but when he saw Yi Xian's 3 figures he understood. You actually charmed them, you're courting death. He roared and his aura instantly soared. Just as his voice rang out, the 10 people around him were sent flying, and then he rushed towards Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian was still a little disappointed. If the 10 people had seriously injured the retired emperor, then their chances of victory would be much higher. An expert of the mortal body disaster is indeed different. Their speed is actually much faster than mine. Yi Xian secretly swallowed his saliva, and at the same time his eyes flashed and immediately attacked from several thousand meters away. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Charm. This battle was very important. If they lost, there was a high possibility that they would die. Therefore Yi Xian and Luo Luo were extremely alert. At the same time 6 flying swords attacked the retired emperor. It's just an illusion and a mental attack. This old man has lived for nearly 100 years, so how can my mental strength be something you can imagine? The retired emperor coldly snorted, and raised his hand to slash out with his sword. This slash was enough to kill any supreme martial artist. However, Yi Xian's attack wasn't just for show. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian, who was holding the supreme martial artist's shadowless sword, also slashed out. This slash was also enough to kill any supreme martial artist. Boom. The 2 attacks collided and shockwaves rolled out. In the end, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. However, one shouldn't forget that Yi Xian still had a doppelganger. Adding the doppelganger's attack, it was just right. A supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure is indeed extraordinary, to actually be able to block my attack. However, the supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure will soon be mine. The retired emperor's eyes were filled with greed. Even the powerful imperial family couldn't create a supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure. Back then, the 10,000 Swords Manor had coincidentally obtained 3 supreme martial artists' spiritual treasure blueprints, which allowed them to create a sword embryo. However, they couldn't create a complete supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure. Yi Xian was only able to create the Shadowless Sword and Fallen Star Whip because he had the devouring system. If you want my supreme martial artist's spiritual treasure, then let's see if you have the strength. Chapter 931. In the next moment, the 6 flying swords attacked the retired emperor. At the same time, the 10 Ninth Supreme Being experts also rushed over quickly. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger took turns to use it. Even though there was a difference of a small realm and a large realm between them, it was fine as long as it was effective. At this moment, the 2 sides had already come into contact. The retired emperor, who was at the 1st grade of human body disaster, had a physique much stronger than Yi Xian's. Even though the latter had a 70% increase in agility, he still couldn't beat his opponent. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers. Boom. 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 The 2 sides were engaged in an intense battle of vital energy. In this aspect, Yi Xian was slightly better. After all, his original body and doppelganger could block the opponent's attacks. Luo Luo, on the other hand, could use the Fallen Star Whip to attack. In addition, she had the 6 flying swords and 10 backup. What an annoying girl. The retired emperor also coveted the Fallen Star Whip. After dodging an attack, he actually reached out to grab it. Unexpectedly, with a bang, the retired emperor's left hand was drenched in blood as it was knocked away. Luoluo's attack just now didn't hit him, so he didn't know that the fallen star whip had such an effect. Good chance. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly reminded Luoluo. At the same time, his eyes flashed rapidly. I have Nirvana. Demonic Fox Flash. After the retired emperor failed once, Yi Xian found an opportunity. Immediately he saw two flashes of light, one silver and one white with golden threads. Shio. Shio. The two flashes of light flashed past. The retired emperor dodged Luoluo's demonic fox flash, but was struck by the more powerful eye of Nirvana. Fortunately, he blocked it at the critical moment with the high-grade Supreme Divine Weapon in his hand. A high-grade Supreme Divine Weapon was even harder than a ninth Supreme Being's golden sovereign body. The eye of Nirvana couldn't break it. However, the impact was so strong that even the retired emperor's right hand trembled. What a powerful attack. If my body was hit, I would at least be seriously injured. Cold sweat broke out on the retired emperor's forehead. Although he had been hit, he used the force of the impact to distance himself from Yi Xian. However, he had neglected one thing. His current situation was that he was surrounded by a fierce tiger in front of him and a jackal behind him. Behind him, there were 6 flying swords and 10 ninth supreme martial artist peak allies. Shio, 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 shio. Countless attacks were launched at him. Even though his speed was fast, it was inevitable that he would be hit a few times. Fortunately, his physical body was much stronger than the sovereign golden body, so he only suffered light injuries. You do have some ability. If I want to get rid of you, I have to be ruthless. Yi Xian's expression froze. Now he made a decision in his heart. Ding. Heavenly Eye God Race Bloodline Evolution successful. The system prompted. He still had some advancement points, which he obtained from killing a devourer beast in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty's breeding ground. He had been keeping it as a backup. Today he would use it to strengthen his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. Immediately, the effect of all the Heaven's Eyes increased by a notch. Fuse. Since it was only the bloodline of his original body that had evolved, he still needed to fuse with it. After fusing with it, his combat power increased by another 10%. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. This time, the retired emperor could no longer remain calm. Since just now, the Burning Eye had been tormenting his mind. He was in great pain, but he endured it. But now, the power of the Burning Eye had increased by more than a little. The retired emperor, who was burned by the Burning Eye, couldn't help but let out a low cry of pain. In this battle, Yi Xian was in peak condition except for a little consumption of his eye power. However, the retired emperor's body had suffered a few light injuries, and his mental injuries were even more severe, so the situation was not good. His face was gloomy, and he made a decision in his heart. Kill. 10 ninth supreme martial artists were harassing him, which was very disadvantageous for him, so he had to be ruthless. Immediately he turned around and attacked the 10 people behind him in a frenzy. His attack speed was very fast. After all, he was a first-grade human body disaster super expert. In the blink of an eye, countless sword rays flashed. Hiss. Hiss. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the retired emperor killed 6 ninth supreme martial artists in an instant. Vicious and merciless indeed. Yi Xian shuddered. Back then, the retired emperor's giant palm not only killed a large number of experts from the Burning Sun Palace and Absolutine Palace, but also killed many of his own people. So this time Yi Xian quickly calmed down. Due to the retired emperor's powerful physique, if he wanted to seriously injure him, he could only use the disintegration eye, which was harder to defend against. Luoluo, prepare for close combat. Yi Xian suddenly said. Okay. Luoluo immediately nodded, indicating that she understood. They had already discussed a countermeasure before this. Immediately, Luoluo used a secret technique to forcibly increase her strength, which was to start burning that tuft of golden hair. This time she had no choice but to use her trump card. Otherwise it would be hard to say who would win. After feeling Luoluo's sudden increase in strength, the retired emperor's expression became more serious. It seemed that he had to show some of his true strength. Mystic Moon Slash. The retired emperor raised his right hand and slashed towards Luoluo. This was his unique technique. If he had used this technique at the start, Yi Xian would have to use the Eye of the Void to block it. Not good. Yi Xian could see that this technique was extraordinary, so he immediately thought of something. In the next moment, Luoluo disappeared from everyone's sight and reappeared next to Yi Xian. What? The retired emperor was shocked and thought to himself, teleportation? Retrieving an object couldn't be considered a true teleportation because there was a distance to retrieve it. Furthermore, Luoluo could only appear next to Yi Xian. However, using this technique to help Luoluo dodge the sword gleam was a good idea. After the attack failed, the retired emperor was caught up by Yi Xian and Luoluo. Now, it was time to go all out because at such a close distance, it was much harder to dodge the attack. Demon Fox Flash. After getting closer, Luoluo used her unique technique again. A white light flashed towards the retired emperor, but he blocked it with his sword. However, Luoluo didn't only have the Demon Fox Flash, she also had the Demon Fox clone. Boom! A shockwave swept out. The retired emperor thought that he had succeeded, but he didn't expect that it was just a clone. At the same time, Yi Xian finally activated a technique that he had just learned. Disintegration Eye. 2 invisible energy rays shot towards the retired emperor. These 2 rays couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but they could be felt. Sizzle. The 2 rays landed on the retired emperor's weapon. Just as the retired emperor was about to scoff at this attack, he realized that his weapon had started to disintegrate into countless tiny particles. Chapter 932. In the blink of an eye, only half of the high-grade Supreme Divine Weapon was left, and it was still rapidly withering. This scene frightened the retired emperor so much that he hurriedly threw away the weapon in his hand. But at this moment, Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Nirvana. Meteor Strike. Yi Xian's original body and clone attacked together, and Luoluo also used the powerful whip technique she had learned from the inherited memories. This time, even if the retired emperor didn't die, he would be reduced to skin. Pung? The retired emperor dodged one of the Eye of Nirvana, but he was struck in the chest by the other one. Not only that, he was also struck in the back by Luoluo's whip. The 2 powerful attacks collided, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. His chest and back were already in a mess and blood was spurting out, making him look extremely ferocious. After fighting for so long, he was finally heavily injured. An expert of human body disaster actually has such a powerful physique. The Eye of Nirvana is actually unable to kill him. Yi Xian was shocked. One must know that a casual attack from him could cut a peak Supreme Divine Warrior in half. The Eye of Nirvana's attack was stronger than his sword intent attack, but it was only able to heavily injure his opponent. This was enough to prove that his opponent had a powerful physique. However, the battle was about to end. The retired emperor, who had suffered 2 attacks in addition to the mental damage, had lost at least 40% of his battle prowess. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Nirvana. Demonic Fox Flash. 3 cold lights lit up at the same time. The retired emperor, who was heavily injured, didn't have the ability to dodge the 3 attacks coming from different directions, and was instantly struck by them. Can't do. The retired emperor's mouth that was full of blood couldn't help but open as he spat out 3 words. These were the last words he would say in his life. The 3 attacks all landed on his body, crushing his heart. Luoluo's demonic fox flash directly cut off his head. The retired emperor, who was at the first layer of human body disaster, finally died. Putong. His head fell to the ground, but because his chest and back were heavily injured, the blood didn't spurt too high. Putong. Another muffled sound, and the corpse fell to the ground. Huff huff. Looking at the corpse of the retired emperor, Yi Xian and Luoluo both heaved a sigh of relief. Luoluo's hair also returned to its original state. That old bastard is finally dead. We've finally avenged our master. Luoluo was immediately overjoyed. He is truly difficult to deal with. If he had a supreme spiritual treasure, I'm afraid we would all die here today. Yi Xian also broke out in cold sweat. Now that the retired emperor was dead, his interspatial ring belonged to Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurried over and removed the retired emperor's Qian Kuan ring. As the strongest cultivator in the royal sacred dynasty, the retired emperor didn't need to hide his wealth. Hence, this Qian Kuan ring was his entire fortune. Yi Xian emptied the contents into his devouring space and quickly checked them. At this moment, there was a red stone in his devour space. Blood rock. Is this the blood rock? The pass to enter the Holy Lands? Yi Xian took out the blood rock and examined it. With this blood rock he could enter the Holy Lands. Luoluo would soon have the qualifications to enter the Holy Lands as long as she broke through to the peak of the 9th Supremacy Realm. Now that he had avenged his master and obtained the blood rock, this matter was finally settled. However, just as Yi Xian was about to go wild with joy, ding! Discovered devouring origin. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, causing Yi Xian to freeze in place. What was the origin of devouring? However, just by hearing the name, it was definitely related to the devouring system. While Yi Xian was still pondering, the system notification rang out again. Devouring origin can be used to upgrade the devouring system. Do you wish to upgrade it? When Yi Xian heard this notification, he couldn't help but shudder. Upgrade the devouring system? Young master, what's wrong with you? Luo Luo asked anxiously when she sensed Yi Xian's abnormality. Yi Xian ignored Luo Luo's question. No, it was as if he didn't hear her at all. He quickly scanned his surroundings and realized that there was a strange stone in the universe ring of the retired emperor. The pattern on the stone was exactly the same as the pattern on the devouring beast. Devouring origin. Great. He immediately replied. What a joke. If the devouring system could be upgraded, it would naturally be upgraded. Unless his brain was fried. Ding. The devouring system is upgrading. The current progress is 1%. The system notification rang out. At the same time, a panel appeared. The progress bar had risen to 1%. The progress bar rose very slowly. It didn't rise by 1% even after a few seconds. However, it wasn't surprising. After all, it was an upgrade system. Even a computer required a lot of time to reinstall its system. What more the devouring system? Yi Xian waited quietly for a minute. However, he realized that the progress bar was still at 1%. It seemed that the devouring system wouldn't be upgraded so quickly. Luo Luo, this young master has struck gold this time. Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Even though she didn't know how he had struck gold, Luo Luo could tell from Yi Xian's expression that Yi Xian was overjoyed. Congratulations, young master. Luo Luo smiled. The stronger Yi Xian was, the happier she was. This was the self-cultivation of a human. This time, it was out of Yi Xian's expectations. He actually obtained a devouring origin. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he never expected that it could be used to upgrade the devouring system. He wondered what kind of functions the devouring system would have after the upgrade. The devouring origin had already been used by Yi Xian to upgrade the devouring system. However, Yi Xian quickly took out a pen and paper and asked the emperor, "Have you seen this pattern before?" The emperor and the other 3 people looked at it and shook their heads. The devouring origin was usually found on the devouring beast. Now that they had the devouring origin, they could expand their search range in the future. Hurry up and give the order for the entire Sage dynasty to search for this symbol. Inform me as soon as you find anything. Yi Xian said to the emperor. Yes, master. The emperor nodded. He didn't even look at his father's corpse and left immediately. Even though the battle was intense, this was a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter. Hence, no one knew that the retired emperor had fallen. While the devouring system was still being upgraded, Yi Xian entered the retired emperor's palace. He scanned the place with his eye of revelation but didn't find anything hidden. Chapter 933. Luo Luo, hurry up and cultivate. Once you reach the peak of the 9th Supreme, we will go to the Holy Land. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. And okay. Luo Luo also understood why Yi Xian wanted to go to the Holy Land. Moreover, with their strength, they were almost invincible in the Blood Cliff continent. Therefore, they had to go to a higher place. However, Luo Luo was only at the early 9th Supreme level. If she wanted to reach the peak of the 9th Supreme level, she would need at least a month. This was a conservative estimate. Now that everything was settled, Yi Xian and Luo Luo could go into seclusion. Their clone could also go back to the eastern continent to visit and report their safety. Yi Xian stayed in the retired emperor's palace. In the following time, he kept looking at the progress bar in his mind. After an hour, the progress bar only increased by 1%. It seemed that it would take more than 4 days for the devouring system to finish upgrading. There were still many good things in the retired emperor's yin and yang ring, but they were not enough for Yi Xian to break through, so Yi Xian gave them all to Luo Luo. Luo Luo had the effect of the beast god bloodline. Her cultivation speed was as fast as a rocket. She cultivated for a day, which was equivalent to cultivating for more than 10 days. Very quickly, 4 days passed. Soon the devouring system will finish upgrading soon. In a corner of the royal sacred dynasty, Yi Xian sat on the ground anxiously. At this time, the progress bar in his mind had already reached 99%. Just a little more and the devouring system would finish upgrading. Half an hour later. Ding, the devouring system has been upgraded. Ding, the sword god bloodline has been upgraded. Ding, the beast god bloodline has been upgraded. Ding, the tree of life bloodline has been upgraded. Ding, the Gemini bloodline has been upgraded. Ding, the heavenly eye clan bloodline has been upgraded. The continuous notifications almost made Yi Xian faint. The devouring system had been upgraded. Not only that, it had also upgraded all 5 of his bloodlines. After the upgrade, the perception of the Sword God bloodline was increased by 60%, and the power of the sword skills was also increased by 60%. His Beast God bloodline strength increased to 4, agility increased to 8, monster growth speed, monster attribute, and monster expansion all increased to 4, Beast King's deterrence and devour increased to 5, and even Beast King's rage, which he hadn't used for a long time, increased to 6. In the virtual god realm, one had to rely on ultimacy, territory, and emperor's will. In the supreme realm, one had to rely on sword will and sovereign golden body. Hence, the Beast King's rage was of little use. However, if he reached the 3 lesser disasters of the supreme martial artist, then the Beast King's rampage should be able to be used as a trump card again. The human body disaster of the 3 sovereign disasters mainly focused on increasing one's physique. Thus, the Beast King rampage could be put to good use again. The Beast God bloodline had improved the most, and the Tree of Life bloodline's recovery speed and detoxification ability had also improved by 3 times. The Heavenly Eye God race had used the Devour points to upgrade twice. In addition to the Devour points given to him by the system this time, he had already upgraded to 4. But next it was time for the main event. Ding! Refining the second doppelganger. After hearing this notification, Yi Xian's body fiercely trembled. Second doppelganger? Previously he had used the twin fruits to refine his first doppelganger. But now, with the system's upgrade, the advancement path that originally required 5 advancement points to upgrade had actually been upgraded once. Haha, a second doppelganger. Now I have 3 lives. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. His original body, first doppelganger, and second doppelganger were equivalent to having 3 lives. Not only that, but even the advancement path of combining doppelganger had been upgraded. Double combination increases my strength by 20%. Triple combination increases my strength by 30%. Unknowingly, Yi Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. If his original body, first doppelganger, and second doppelganger were to combine, then his strength would directly increase by 30%. Good, this is really good. From now on, I will leave one doppelganger in the eastern continent to accompany my family, while my original body and the other doppelganger will go out and explore. Yi Xian immediately made his decision. Although 10% of his strength was not bad, he still needed to take care of his family and friends. Leaving one doppelganger in the eastern continent was not only to accompany his family, but also to leave himself a way out. In the future, if his original body and first doppelganger were to die, then the second doppelganger would be his original body. At least he would not die. Ding, the second doppelganger has been successfully refined. The system notified. Yi Xian immediately summoned his second doppelganger. It doesn't matter whether the first doppelganger or the second doppelganger. The one going to the eastern continent will be the second doppelganger. Yi Xian directly listed the second doppelganger as his first doppelganger. Ding, the twin bloodline has been successfully connected. The system notified again. This time Yi Xian was completely confused. What did the twin bloodline have been successfully connected mean? But in the next moment he understood. After the twin bloodline had been successfully connected, then in the future when his original body devoured heaven and earth treasures, his doppelganger would also benefit and increase his cultivation base. In other words, even if Yi Xian devoured heaven and earth treasures now, his second doppelganger, who was on his way to the eastern continent, would also increase his cultivation base. Simply put, the 3 doppelganger would share the same data. If one of them was to increase his cultivation base, the other 2 would be updated from time to time. Haha, this is going to be awesome. Yi Xian was already grinning from ear to ear. The upgraded system had brought him too many surprises. In the future, even if his doppelganger worked separately, he would be able to devour heaven and earth treasures directly without saving them for his original body. If his original body comprehended sword force, then the other 2 doppelganger would be able to use sword force even if they did not merge. This was the bloodline connection. The bloodline upgrade was completed, but the system notification continued. Ding, the exchange system has been upgraded. Ding, the forging system has been upgraded. Ding, the treasure system has been upgraded. Ding, the mission system has been activated. Ding, the treasure system has been activated. After 5 consecutive notifications, Yi Xian could not help but check the upgraded system. Originally, the exchange system was useless in the Tianshui continent. It could only be used to exchange for some small items such as equipment, which had to be forged by oneself. However, now that the exchange system had been upgraded, one could directly exchange for supreme divine weapons and supreme spiritual treasures. Previously, the currency was devouring crystals. Now, there was a new currency called super devouring crystals because of the new system. However, with Yi Xian's wealth, he couldn't even afford a single supreme spirit treasure. Originally, the forging system could forge weapons and armors as long as one had a forging blueprint. Now, after the upgrade, there were more tricks. For example, weapons could be tempered with mystical fire, and could be strengthened to create resonance sets. The resonance set was a set of equipment that would be much more powerful than before. Currently, Yi Xian could forge the Divine Sword set, Divine Beast set, and so on. However, there was a set called the Glorious set, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. These sets appeared according to the bloodline. The Divine Sword set and Divine Beast set naturally corresponded to the Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Beast bloodline. However, the Glorious set was the set of the Heavenly Eye clan's Glorious Eye. The Glorious Eye was a very powerful Heavenly Eye. After using it, one's chi would turn golden, and one would temporarily learn various powerful skills. The Glorious set was used to complement the Glorious Eye, and could greatly enhance the Glorious Eye's effect. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had never heard of the materials for these sets. It was not that he was ignorant but that they were too rare. Next was the treasure system. Yi Xian's Divine Beast bloodline could allow Yi Xian to have several treasure sets, but he felt that they were useless. His first treasure set was called Megatron, but it was burned to ashes by Jiang Tianjin's inextinguishable inferno. Chapter 934. After the upgrade, he could now level up the monster. However, the level up required devour points, which were the original advancement points. It could also be considered as the corpse of a devouring beast. However, when Yi Xian saw the new function of the upgrade, his body trembled. Resurrection. The reincarnation system had an additional resurrection function. Heavens, it can actually resurrect a monster. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and quickly glanced at the panel. He noticed that the first monster, Wei Zhentian, could be resurrected. Ding. As the system has been upgraded, the system host has one chance to resurrect a monster. The system notified. Hearing this, Yi Xian was so excited that he wanted to kiss it. He never expected that he would be given a chance to resurrect a monster. Young master, you're almost drooling from your smile. Luo Luo suddenly appeared. Looking at Yi Xian's expression, she could not help but ridicule him. Haha Luo Luo, come and meet your companion. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. In the next moment he used the chance to resurrect a monster. Ding. Wei Zhentian's resurrection is successful. When the notification sounded, a fist-sized green stone appeared on Yi Xian's shoulder. Ba Ji. At this moment, the small stone suddenly jumped and extended its mini arms and legs. Wei Zhentian, long time no see. Yi Xian was so moved that he was about to cry. Back then in the Shangqing Palace he was not strong enough. In order to protect him, Wei Zhentian was burned to death by Wei Zhentian's inextinguishable flames. Now it was finally resurrected. Wei Zhentian happily hugged Yi Xian's face and intimately rubbed against it. Here, I'll give you something to eat. Yi Xian took out an ore from his universe ring. Wei Zhentian did not say anything and directly swallowed it. Back then, Wei Zhentian was only a divine beast at the spirit stage. However, after swallowing this ore, its level rapidly increased. Spirit stage. Void God stage. Void God stage King. Void God stage Emperor. Sovereign sacred beast. In just a few breaths' time, Wei Zhentian had become a supreme sacred beast. After all, this ore was a material that could be used to forge a high-grade supreme divine weapon. A single piece of ore was enough for Wei Zhentian to reach the 6th grade supreme divine beast level. One had to know that the beast god bloodline had a 40% increase in monster growth. However, one piece was not enough for Wei Zhentian. I'll give you all the ores but not this blood rock. Yi Xian took out all the ores so that Wei Zhentian could eat his fill. Yi Xian also noticed that after reviving, Wei Zhentian's speed of refining ores wasn't just a little bit faster. Could it be that something strange had happened? He glanced at the interface and realized that Wei Zhentian was no longer an Earth spirit. Instead he was called Earth Monarch. Sure enough, there was a change. However, Wei Zhentian's mutation did not cause the beast god bloodline to mutate like Luo Luo did. Soon Wei Zhentian had swallowed all the ores. After transforming from an Earth spirit to an Earth Monarch, his refining speed was shockingly fast. In just a few breaths' time, he had become an 8th grade supreme sacred beast. What a cute rock. Young master, what is it? Luo Luo grabbed Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian quickly explained. Earth Monarch? I never thought that an Earth spirit could mutate. Can it fight? Luo Luo asked curiously. Before Yi Xian could speak, Wei Zhentian, who had fallen into Luo Luo's hand, suddenly turned into a small storm and rapidly expanded. Then it turned into a green heavenly dragon. Roar! Wei Zhintian roared at the sky. Wow, it looks so powerful. Luo Luo's beautiful eyes were wide open. She also wished that she could have such an ability. Unfortunately, she was only a three-tailed fox. After the monster system is upgraded, I can still upgrade monsters. However, it requires a lot of devour points. Where am I supposed to find a devourer monster? Yi Xian was helpless. Wei Zhintian's mutation should be an upgrade from an earth spirit to an earth monarch. However, after Luo Luo's mutation, the monster system panel showed a question mark. It was obvious that Luo Luo's bloodline was much more noble than Wei Zhintian's earth monarch. While Wei Zhintian and Luo Luo were playing, Yi Xian placed his attention on the newly activated mission system and treasure system. The mission system was similar to the training hall in the sect. As long as one completed the mission, one would be able to obtain some benefits. Some rewards could not be bought through the exchange system. However, the normal mission rewards were naturally not that good. Other than the normal missions, there was also a type of random mission. This type of random mission could only be triggered under certain circumstances. After completing it, the rewards would be very generous. Random mission can possibly reward devour points? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The original devour system was called advancement points. It could only be used to upgrade bloodlines. After the upgrade, it was called devour points. Other than upgrading bloodlines, it could also be used to exchange for items and upgrade monsters. Yi Xian did not expect that he would be able to directly complete the random mission and obtain devour points. This was awesome. However, the random mission only had a few lines of explanation. It did not say where or how to trigger it. It was considered a random encounter. As for the newly activated treasure system, Yi Xian did not know much about it. He quickly took a look. Ding, the host can now refine the treasure Skyquake sword. The treasure material is the shadowless sword. With Wei Zhintian as the weapon spirit, the compatibility is 100%. Do you want to refine it? When Yi Xian looked over, the system notification sounded. With Wei Zhintian as the weapon spirit? Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly looked at the system's explanation. The treasure system required a weapon spirit and a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit could be a weapon or something else. As for the weapon spirit, it must be something with self-consciousness. For example, Wei Zhintian. The treasure can be strengthened without limit. As long as the host does not die, the treasure will not be destroyed? After Yi Xian finished reading, he could not help but swallow his saliva. Unlimited strengthening meant that the treasure could grow like Wei Zhintian. However, as long as the host did not die, the treasure would not be destroyed. If I let Wei Zhintian be the weapon spirit, as long as my three bodies do not die, Wei Zhintian will not die? That was Yi Xian's understanding. At that moment, Yi Xian called Wei Zhintian over and asked about it. The master and the weapon spirit were telepathic. Although Wei Zhintian could not speak, it agreed. Okay, then I will refine you into a treasure. Yi Xian nodded and kept Wei Zhintian. Ding, begin refining treasure. Ding, the treasure Skyquake sword has been successfully refined. Chapter 935. The Skyquake sword was a light green longsword. Its body was translucent and emitted a faint green light. It was similar to the Wind Dragon slash that Yi Xian once obtained. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, the Skyquake sword suddenly disintegrated and turned into a green rock. Wei Zhintian. Ha, I've refined Wei Zhintian into a sword. Yi Xian looked at Wei Zhintian in his hand and with a thought, he turned it back into the Skyquake sword. The Skyquake sword was now Yi Xian's treasure. As long as Yi Xian didn't die, Wei Zhintian wouldn't die and could be considered invincible. Yi Xian quickly glanced at the panel and discovered that Wei Zhintian's realm had been forcefully raised to a transcendent sacred beast. After all, the Skyquake sword's material, the shadowless sword, was a supreme spiritual treasure. From now on, Yi Xian could use ores and other items to strengthen the Skyquake sword. At the same time, Wei Zhintian's realm would also increase. After forging Wei Zhintian into the heaven-shaking sword, Yi Xian discovered that there was actually another skill in the heaven-shaking sword. 10,000 swords return to origin. This 10,000 swords return to origin could only be used once a day. It seemed to be a very powerful skill. However, although the name was 10,000 swords, there were only 100 swords. Immediately, Yi Xian stood up and threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, the Skyquake sword split into 100 Skyquake swords and danced in the air like lightning. If there was an enemy inside, they would be instantly shredded into pieces. If I had used this move when I was fighting against the retired emperor, I'm afraid he would have been shredded into pieces by the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Yi Xian looked at the 100 Skyquake swords dancing in the air and thought again. Spiritual sword array. In the next moment, the 100 sky-quake swords circling in the air above the palace quickly enlarged and turned into giant swords. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, enormous swords that shook the heavens suddenly descended and pierced into the surroundings of Yi Xian. Over 100 enormous swords that shook the heavens directly surrounded Yi Xian, leaving no room for escape. This was the spiritual sword array, a defensive technique. Yi Xian looked around at the spiritual sword array that not even an ant could enter. He immediately clapped and cheered. Very good. Wei Zhentian, return to your original form. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Immediately, the heaven-shaking giant swords disappeared one by one, leaving behind only the heaven-shaking sword. Next, the Skyquake sword transformed again. Following Wei Zhentian's will, it transformed into a green pony. Young master, you're so powerful now. If you were this powerful a few days ago, we wouldn't have to fight so intensely. Lola's eyes lit up as she praised. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. However, if his devouring system had been upgraded that day, he wouldn't even need to use the 10,000 returning swords. He could just rely on his bloodline to deal with the retired emperor. After all, after the devouring system was upgraded, all of his bloodlines had advanced once. By now, Yi Xian had already experienced both the upgraded and newly unlocked systems. However, there was still a system that had yet to be unlocked that attracted Yi Xian's attention. The bloodline fusion system. The host is still missing a battle bloodline. It is unable to be unlocked. This was the reason why the bloodline fusion system had yet to be unlocked. After Yi Xian saw it, his eyes lit up again. Now he already had 5 bloodlines. The Sword God bloodline, the Beast God bloodline, the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, the Gemini bloodline, and the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline. He had 2 Constitution bloodlines and 2 support bloodlines. However, he was still missing a battle bloodline. It seemed that the bloodline fusion system could only be unlocked by having 6 bloodlines in one body. I wonder if I can fuse the battle bloodline with the battle bloodline, or can I just choose any one of them? Yi Xian didn't understand either, but he knew that the bloodline fusion system must be very powerful. Unfortunately, the battle bloodline wasn't expensive, but the battle bloodline expansion slot was extremely expensive. Yi Xian only hoped to buy the battle bloodline expansion slot before he reached the 3 sovereign disasters. As for the new battle bloodline, he had already chosen it. After the devouring system was upgraded, the bloodline had also been upgraded. However, he couldn't afford the battle bloodline expansion slot, so he only gave it a cursory glance. Now that the devouring system had been upgraded, Yi Xian couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Luo hadn't broken through to the mid-stage 9th sovereign realm, so Yi Xian wanted to take this opportunity to visit the other high-grade holy empires. Luo, I'm going out for a while. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian, who was playing with him. And Luo replied softly. Only Yi Xian's main body went out. His first clone was still here to comprehend the sword-shaped stone. If Yi Xian's main body was in danger, he could immediately send Luo and Wei Zhentian into the storage space and let his main body out. However, Yi Xian could be considered to be invincible in the Blood Cliff continent. There were a total of 4 holy empires in the Blood Cliff continent. Other than the Royal Sacred Dynasty, there were 3 more. This time, Yi Xian's target was the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty, which was the closest to the Royal Sacred Dynasty. In terms of strength, the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty couldn't be compared to the Royal Sacred Dynasty. However, the treasures in the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's treasury were definitely more than the Royal Sacred Dynasty's. Yi Xian rushed at full speed. In just 5 days, he had already reached the imperial capital of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty from the Royal Sacred Dynasty. The emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty was also a peak 9th supreme being. There was also an expert in the imperial capital who had passed human body disaster. With my current strength, I can directly kill my way in. There is no need to use the Eye of Control. However, it's better to be safe. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly arrived outside the imperial capital. Without waiting for the imperial capital's general to speak, Yi Xian directly controlled him. Lord, please enter. The imperial capital's general directly led Yi Xian in. The soldiers guarding the imperial capital were also very surprised. They had been guarding the imperial capital for so long, but this was the first time they saw Yi Xian. However, they didn't dare to ask too much. After successfully entering the imperial capital, Yi Xian directly said, "Bring me to your emperor." Yes. The imperial capital's general respectfully replied. With him leading the way, Yi Xian didn't need to look for the emperor himself. Soon he arrived at the emperor's court. In a dignified and luxurious hall, one official after another respectfully bowed. A middle-aged man sat on the dragon throne. He was the emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty. However, Yi Xian just directly walked in. General Hong, who is he? When the emperor saw the imperial capital's general, he was very surprised and asked. It was time for the imperial capital's court. What was the imperial capital's general doing here instead of guarding the imperial capital? Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly used the Eye of Control on the emperor. The Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline had been upgraded twice by the advancement points. After the devouring system was upgraded, it was upgraded once more. Therefore the effect was much stronger than before. Yi Xian only used the Eye of Control once to successfully control the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's emperor. So it's Lord Envoy. Chapter 936. The civil and military officials were still kneeling. They didn't dare to turn around and could only listen. Soon they felt that the emperor had been abducted, so they could only continue kneeling. But what surprised them was that the envoy was only a mid-stage supreme being. But they didn't think too much about it. It must be because their cultivation level was too low. Just like that, Yi Xian abducted the emperor during the court session and asked him to bring him to the national treasury. The national treasury of the royal sacred dynasty had been used by the retired emperor to exchange for the blood rock. But before he could use the rock to enter the sacred land, he was killed by Yi Xian. The blood rock and the sword-shaped stone fell into Yi Xian's hands. However, the Cyan Feather Sacred Dynasty didn't do that. They knew that even if they sent people to the blood rock sect, they would only send the lowest level people. It was better for them to develop in the blood rock continent. They would rather be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. Yi Xian let the Cyan Feather Sacred Dynasty's emperor bring him to the national treasury. But the moment the door was opened, a powerful aura covered the entire area. Son, why are you not in the court session? What are you doing in the national treasury? An old voice sounded. Yi Xian turned around and saw an old man in green robes flying over. Greetings, father. The emperor hurriedly greeted him. If it was before, Yi Xian would definitely be shocked. But when he saw the retired emperor of the Cyan Feather Sacred Dynasty, he didn't care at all. Who is this kid? The retired emperor of the Cyan Feather Sacred Dynasty flew over and looked at Yi Xian. At this time, the emperor should be in the court session. But why did he bring a young man to the national treasury? Don't ask. Your son is under my control. If you know what's good for you, turn around and leave. Yi Xian said calmly. With his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of the other party. In this world where the strong were respected, heavenly treasures belonged to the strong. What did you say? When he heard Yi Xian, the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty glared at him. He turned around and saw that his son was kneeling beside Yi Xian. It meant that Yi Xian was telling the truth. A ninth supreme being controlled by a ninth supreme being was truly inconceivable. No, you're not a mid-stage ninth supremacy. The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty exclaimed. Forget it, you're the one who's courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, two figures appeared beside him. Luo, Wei Zhentian. Young master, are you going to charm him? Luo looked at the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty and asked curiously. Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment he used Burning Eye on the old man. Charm. Luo didn't hesitate and used her charm. The two mental attacks penetrated into the old man's head. You're courting death. The old man was shocked and hurriedly threw out a punch. However, a giant shield suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and blocked the punch. Although Wei Zhentian was refined into a treasure, it could still transform. Moreover, it had the hardness of a supreme being's spiritual treasure. Wei Zhentian bind him. Yi Xian shouted. Kacha. Kacha. Hearing this, Wei Zhentian immediately disintegrated into a suit of armor, which then charged toward the old man in pieces. Get lost. The old man threw out a punch crazily. However, with his cultivation level, he couldn't destroy a supreme being's spiritual treasure. After a few crisp sounds, the old man put on the armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. At that moment he couldn't move at all. What is this thing? The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty was shocked. He was a first-grade human body disaster expert. He could split mountains and split the earth with a punch. He had an extremely strong physique, but he was actually sealed by a strange thing. How could this be possible? Burning Eye. Charm. The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty couldn't move at all. He could only become a target. His willpower was constantly being weakened. Yi Xian had never tried to control a human body disaster expert. Although it was a small level and a big level above, Yi Xian's Heavenly Eye clan bloodline was already powerful. Moreover, he had advanced 3 times. It should be possible for him to control a human body disaster expert. ***, where did you come from? The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty shouted angrily. In just 2 seconds he felt pain that he hadn't felt in decades. No matter how strong his willpower was, he couldn't withstand such torture. Burning Eye. Charm. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Another round of mental attacks. At that moment, the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's face twitched. He was hit by the Forbidden Eye of Illusion? Yi Xian was overjoyed. It seemed that the Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's mental strength had been weakened by him. Eye of Control. This time Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control. Ding, control successful. When the system notification sounded, the green armor that Wei Jintian had turned into shattered instantly. Then it reformed into the Sky Quake Sword, which floated in the air. Greetings, Master. The Grand Emperor of the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty knelt on one knee. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Now he had a human body disaster servant. Then he took the Grand Emperor's interspatial ring. After sweeping it with his fist, he threw it to Luo Luo. Luo Luo found many good things in it. She immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, young master." Originally, she estimated that she would need a month to break through to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level. But now the time could be shortened. Go in. At that moment, Yi Xian ordered the Emperor to enter the treasury. There were many things in the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty's treasury, but it wasn't enough for Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level. Pass down the order to find this pattern. After that, Yi Xian ordered the Emperor to search for the devouring rune. Then Yi Xian quickly left the Cyan Feather Holy Dynasty and headed for his next target. The entire Blood Cliff continent seemed to have become Yi Xian's backyard. No one could stop him. Half a month later, Yi Xian swept through the remaining 2 high-grade holy dynasties. One of them was the Lion Emperor Holy Dynasty of the Beast race. After plundering the 4 high-grade holy dynasties, Yi Xian's realm rose to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level as expected. At that moment, in a certain corner of the Blood Cliff continent. Although I broke through to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level, I still can't pass the human body disaster. Yi Xian had a headache. Even if he robbed all the holy dynasties in the Blood Cliff continent, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak. So he gave up. Young master, in a few more days I will be able to break through to the peak of the 9th Supreme Being level. Lolua's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Alright, you continue to cultivate. This young master will go visit those mid-grade holy dynasties. Yi Xian replied. Chapter 937. Devour points could be used to upgrade one's bloodline, to upgrade one's body, or to exchange for other items. There were many uses for them. As for the source of Devour, it was a necessity to fuse one's bloodline. Of course, it could also be used to exchange for treasures. In short, there were 3 types of currency: Super Devour Crystals, Devour Points, and Devour Source. Battle bloodline expansion was very expensive, but if one could obtain Devour Points, they could replace a large amount of Super Devour Crystals. Unfortunately, devouring beasts were not easy to find. Yi Xian passed through more than 10 mid-grade holy dynasties, but he couldn't find any in the treasury. Young master, I've already broken through to the peak of 9th supremacy. Just as Yi Xian was preparing to continue his journey, Luo Luo sent him another message. Alright, I'll return immediately. Yi Xian nodded, then broke through the void and teleported several times. He had 4 spatial coordinates, so he easily passed through dozens of holy dynasties and returned to the royal sacred dynasty. Young master, can we leave now? Luo Luo asked when she saw Yi Xian return. And Yi Xian nodded. It had been more than half a year since Song Suijing and Song Jejue were captured by the Yin Yang old ancestors. Therefore Yi Xian didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Now their group was very strong. Whether it was Yi Xian or Luo Luo, they both had the strength to fight against a human body disaster expert. Wei Jintian was even more powerful. Because it had fused with the supreme spiritual treasure, Shadowless Sword, it was already at the supreme spiritual treasure level. In addition to the spiritual treasure system, it was now undying, unless Yi Xian's main body and 2 clones fell. However, Yi Xian left his second clone in the eastern continent, and old immortal Tianju was in the eastern continent. Although it wasn't 100% safe, there was still a 99% chance. After tidying up, they prepared to set off. However, just as they were about to set off, a powerful aura suddenly entered Yi Xian's detection range. So strong, this aura is several times stronger than the human body disaster experts of various countries. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. At this time, his nerves were already tense. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a powerful person on the Blood Cliff continent, so he guessed that this person should be from the Holy Land. This was a young man dressed in red. He looked to be around 30 years old. He flew directly above the royal sacred dynasty's imperial city and shouted, "Where is Wu Gaoi?" This sentence entered the ears of everyone in the imperial city, causing them to be astonished. Who is Wu Gaoi? How dare you trespass into the imperial city? A general who didn't have eyes yelled and led a small team to rush forward. Noisy. Unexpectedly, the red-clothed young man waved his hand a few times, and a few palm blades instantly killed the entire team. What a joke. A mere supreme being dares to challenge the experts of the three sovereign disasters? Others may not know who Wu Gaoi was, but Yi Xian did. Wu Gaoi was the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty whom he and Luo Luo had joined forces to kill. Immediately, the emperor flew forward and respectfully said, "Greetings, Lord Envoy. My father is out. In 7 days, the Blood Cliff Sect's team will pick you up. If you are late, you will bear the consequences," the red-clothed young man said in a low voice. No, my father has already given the Blood Cliff to a genius of the royal family." The emperor hurriedly shook his head. Immediately after, Yi Xian and Luo Luo flew up. At the same time, Yi Xian still held the Blood Cliff in his hand. "Good, then leave with me now." The red-clothed young man nodded slightly, preparing to leave with Yi Xian. The emperor hurriedly pointed at Luo Luo and said, "Lord Envoy, her aptitude is not bad. She is only 15 years old this year and has already broken through to the peak of the 9th sovereign realm. She has met the requirements of the Blood Cliff sect. Please bring her along with you." The Blood Cliff sect's requirements were to break through to the peak of the 9th sovereign realm before the age of 20, and Luo Luo was only 15 years old. She definitely met the requirements. However, there were many heavenly treasures in this world that could preserve one's appearance. It was impossible to judge from one's appearance. 15 years old, huh? Not bad. Your royal sacred dynasty has finally produced a genius after so many years. The red-clothed young man nodded slightly. Shortly after, he took out a purple crystal and threw it to Luo Luo. "Hold on to it." Luo Luo caught the purple crystal. In the next instant, the purple crystal shone brightly, flashing for a total of 15 times. Indeed, 15 years old. Even in my Blood Cliff sect, such aptitude is not bad. The red-clothed young man was very satisfied. What he said was the truth. After all, the place where Luo Luo lived in was the Blood Cliff continent, not the Sacred Lands. If Luo Luo had grown up in the Sacred Lands, she would have already passed her human body disaster. At this time, the red-clothed young man's gaze landed on Yi Xian. However, he can only enter my Blood Cliff sect with the help of the Blood Cliff sect. He still has to work in the labor hall for 3 full years or pass his human body disaster before he can be promoted to a disciple. Labor hall, 3 full years? Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. The labor hall was obviously a place for laborers. Moreover, he had to work there for 3 full years? However, it was not necessary to work there for 3 full years to be promoted to a disciple. After all, there was still the path to breakthrough. Alright, my Blood Cliff sect's team will arrive in 7 days. Let's go. The red-clothed young man grabbed Yi Xian and Luo Luo, one in each hand, and flew directly into the distance. This Blood Cliff continent was one of the 10 territories under the Blood Cliff sect. Moreover, it was not very valued, so the red-clothed young man was the only one guarding it. As for the entrance to the Sacred Lands, it was not on the Blood Cliff continent, but on a small island on the edge of the Blood Cliff continent. The red-clothed young man grabbed Yi Xian and Luo Luo, and spent 5 days to return to the small island. Before they landed, the small island was already in an uproar. Master is back. Yi Xian looked at the small island and swept it with his eye of revelation. His face turned pale with fright. On the shore of the small island, there were more than 100 beautiful women. Moreover, their strength was not weak. They were at least 9 Tribulation Supremes. "These are my wives and concubines. Stay on the small island for a night and don't run around. If you delay, you will bear the consequences. Tomorrow I will send you into the Sacred Lands and my Blood Cliff sect team will escort you back to the Blood Cliff sect." The red-clothed young man directly left Yi Xian and Luo Luo behind, and then entered a palace under the escort of the 100 beautiful women. *CK. Yi Xian was already so shocked that he prostrated himself on the ground. This red-clothed young man was only an ordinary disciple of the Blood Cliff sect, but on this Blood Cliff continent, he was a tyrant. "What a playboy. Looks like he's not a good person," Luo Luo said softly. This sentence almost scared Yi Xian to death. Fortunately, Luo Luo said it directly in his mind and did not open her mouth. Chapter 938. Don't speak carelessly. I'm afraid that this person is a second or third grade human body disaster expert. Yi Xian warned. Although he also felt that this red-clothed youth had a little too many wives and concubines, even if he had 3 a day, it would still take a month. Young master, I won't say it. However, if it's only second-grade human body disaster, we should be able to deal with it, right? Luo asked curiously. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded. Me and you together with Wei Jintian should be able to fight a second-grade human body disaster expert. However, we shouldn't be able to fight a third-grade human body disaster expert, unless we make a breakthrough. I'll go and cultivate. If I don't have any worldly treasures, I estimate that I'll need at least 3 months to pass the first-grade human body disaster. Luo pouted. 3 months was already an extremely frightening number. Even the retired emperor had spent an entire 10 years, as well as a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures to break through to the first layer of human body disaster. Don't worry, when we reach the sacred land I'll get the worldly treasures for you. Yi Xian vowed. In his hand there was a sword-shaped stone. Previously he had given the stone to the Burning Sun Hall master, but later on he found out that the stone was extremely precious, even more precious than a supreme spiritual treasure. If he revealed the secret of the stone, that red-clothed youth might just kill him and steal it. Therefore Yi Xian wanted to find an opportunity to give the stone to him after entering the sacred land. Unfortunately, the stone was a comprehension item, so it wouldn't have much value if he devoured it. During this day Yi Xian and Luo casually found a place on this small island to pass the time. Ever since the devouring system was upgraded, there was an additional mission system. This mission system was pretty good, but it was a pity that Yi Xian was currently in the Blood Cliff continent. The missions here were all very low-level missions, which were nothing more than killing people, hunting supreme sacred beasts, finding materials and the like. The rewards were also cheap, such as low-grade supreme divine weapons. Therefore Yi Xian didn't want to waste his time. However, when they reached the sacred land the missions would be more effective. After completing the mission he would be rewarded with precious ores, supreme martial arts, and even the necessities for opening his heaven's eye. However, for Yi Xian the most attractive thing was the devour point. Yi Xian and Luo stayed on the island for a day. The next day the red-clothed young man came looking for him. My Blood Rock Sect's team will be here soon. The two of you follow me. The red-clothed youth said to Yi Xian and Luo. Yi Xian and the other two quickly followed him and entered the palace of the red-clothed youth. The Holy Land was actually a huge secret realm that was countless times larger than the Blood Cliff continent. The entrance to the secret realm was beneath the palace. Soon Yi Xian saw the entrance to the secret realm. Come in. The red-clothed youth led Yi Xian and Luo inside. After Yi Xian and Luo passed through, they couldn't help but shiver. They looked around and found that the Holy Land was no different from the Blood Cliff continent. However, the yuan qi in the Holy Land was at least 10 times that of the Blood Cliff continent. They stopped at the edge of a cliff, and in front of them was a boundless grassland. My Blood Rock sect might not be a big deal in the Penglai Holy Land, but to you we are a big deal. Kid, since you entered using the Blood Rock, you can choose not to enter the Blood Rock sect. The red-clothed youth said to Yi Xian. I choose to enter. Yi Xian nodded. What a joke. The yuan qi in the Holy Land was so abundant. If he cultivated there, his cultivation speed would be at least 10 times faster than the outside world. There were probably many experts who had passed human body disaster. Wandering in the Holy Land alone was simply courting death. It was better to find a place to understand the Holy Land first. However, Yi Xian found out something from the red-clothed youth's words. There was probably more than one Holy Land. The Holy Land where the Blood Rock sect was located was called the Penglai Holy Land. He just didn't know if the Yin Yang Old Ancestor was in the Penglai Holy Land. Lord Envoy, have you heard of the Yin Yang Old Ancestor? Yi Xian asked. Yin Yang Old Ancestor? The red-clothed youth frowned. He didn't know why Yi Xian asked this, but he still replied, I haven't heard of him. Has he appeared in the Blood Rock continent before? Yes, I was lucky enough to see him half a year ago. He should be from the Holy Land. When he left, he should have brought a man and a woman with him. Yi Xian immediately nodded and took out a portrait. Oh, it's this senior. The red-clothed youth immediately recognized him and said, The Blood Rock continent is under the control of my Blood Rock sect. There are many experts here and this senior is one of them. Then Lord Envoy, do you know who this senior is? Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He had previously guessed that the Yin Yang Old Ancestor came from the Holy Land, and now it was confirmed. I'm not sure. Even the experts from the Wanxiang realm have come to the Blood Rock continent before. They usually come to the Blood Rock continent to explore and excavate, and occasionally help to expand the territory. I was lucky enough to see them a few times, and this senior you speak of is probably even stronger than the experts from the Wanxiang realm. He isn't someone I can come into contact with. The red-clothed youth shook his head and asked, "Why? Do you need this senior for something? Stronger than the experts from the Wanxiang realm?" Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. He didn't expect the Yin-Yang old ancestor to be so powerful. Those from the Wanxiang realm had the ability to move islands. Even 10,000 Yi Xian wouldn't be a match for them. However, this Yin-Yang old ancestor was even stronger than the experts from the Wanxiang realm. Yi Xian immediately felt a huge pressure. Yi Xian calmed down and replied, "No, I was just lucky enough to see that senior that day. I didn't expect that senior to be so strong." "Oh, indeed. That senior is the strongest person I've ever seen." The red-clothed youth thought that Yi Xian was related to the Yin-Yang old ancestor. He didn't expect that he had only met him once. Yi Xian didn't want to spread the news that Song Suijing and Song Jujue were captured by the Yin-Yang old ancestor just in case. "Then, senior brother, have you heard of old immortal Tianju?" Yi Xian continued asking. "Old immortal Tianju?" The red-clothed youth frowned and said, "Nope." This answer surprised Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to take out the portrait of old immortal Tianju, a cry suddenly came from the sky. Yi Xian and the other two turned their heads and saw a giant blood-red bird flying over. "My Blood Rock Sect's team is here," the red-clothed youth said. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant blood-red bird flew over their heads. So fast. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva because his eyes of perception found an aura that was many times stronger than the red-clothed youth. "Oh, the 10th Blood Rock continent sent 2 people this year?" Chapter 939. "Lord Deacon, this little girl's aptitude has reached the sect's standards," the red-clothed youth said respectfully. The red-clothed old man's gaze locked onto Luo Luo's body and said, "It's actually a little fox. This is the first time I've seen it." After he finished speaking, he took out a crystal to test Luo Luo's age. 15 years old, not bad, not bad. This is the best result in the history of the 10th continent. The red-clothed old man nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Yi Xian and said, "Kid, how old are you?" 24. Yi Xian answered honestly, at the same time handing over a blood rock. "With this blood rock you can work in the labor hall for 3 years. The red-clothed old man took the rock and said, "You two get on the back of the blood rock bird." Yi Xian and Luo Luo heard this and flew up with the red-clothed old man. When they arrived on the back of the blood rock bird, they found that there were already many people on it. These people were all very young, and some had even reached the realm of human body disaster. "Sai, our Blood Rock continent is too low level. These people should be from other Blood Rock continents." Yi Xian sighed in his heart. From the crown prince of the royal sacred dynasty, he found out that there wasn't just one Blood Cliff continent. There were quite a few. These geniuses gave Yi Xian immense pressure. The Blood Rock bird began to fly. This red-clothed old man was only a deacon of the Blood Rock sect. He was in charge of picking up newcomers in this area every year. And Yi Xian's Blood Rock continent was not the last, so they still had to go around. Next, Yi Xian and Luo Luo stayed on the back of the Blood Rock bird for 7 days, picking up more than 10 people before flying to the Blood Rock sect. During this time on the back of the Blood Rock bird, Yi Xian relied on his eye of perception to hear many things from the surrounding people. For example, the Blood Rock bird they were riding on was nurtured by the Blood Rock sect. Another example was that the Blood Rock sect was built on a Blood Rock mine. Those who did not meet the requirements to enter the Blood Rock sect had to work in the labor hall for 3 years. During these 3 years they had to mine Blood Rock. The Blood Rock can be used to forge Supreme Being's spiritual treasures. If it was given to Wei Zhenqian, it would definitely be able to greatly increase his strength. Now I'm going to be sent to mine Blood Rocks. With the devouring space I'm going to make a fortune. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Those who entered the Blood Rock mine were not allowed to wear universe rings. The Blood Rock sect would issue universe rings to prevent people from stealing blood rocks. However, no one would be able to discover Yi Xian's devouring space. When the time came, he would be able to do some sneaky things. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was excited because he had found a way to make money. After another week, the Blood Cliff bird finally arrived at the Blood Cliff sect. The red-robed old man jumped to the ground, and a disciple immediately came to greet him. "All right, those who meet the entry requirements come with me. The rest follow him to the labor hall." The red-clothed old man said, "Young master, my aptitude is not bad. When the time comes I will help you get it." Luo Luo said in his mind. No need, I can get it out myself. You just focus on cultivating. Yi Xian directly refused. Alright, then Luo Luo will leave first. Luo Luo giggled, then left with the red-clothed old man. Looking at her departing figure, Yi Xian revealed a sorrowful expression. Because it was like this every time. When Luo Luo was in the royal sacred dynasty, she was directly recruited as a consecrated, and he was only a small captain of the imperial guard. At this time he looked around and found that there were more than 30 people like him who were sent to the labor hall. All of you follow me. A red-clothed disciple of the Blood Rock sect said. Those who stayed with Yi Xian were all peak supreme beings, but they were all over 20 years old. Therefore they had to stay in the labor hall for 3 full years, or break through the 3 minor disasters during this time. Yi Xian mixed in with these people and followed the red-clothed disciple to the labor hall to register, then distributed some things and accommodation. Now you are all odd jobs disciples of the Blood Rock sect. I think you already know that the most important task of the labor hall is to mine blood rocks. Every person has to hand in 30 blood rocks every month, which is 1 piece per day. If you are found to be lazy, you will be expelled from the Blood Rock sect. The disciple said. Senior brother, what if we mine a few more blood rocks? Someone asked. You still have to hand in the extra rocks, but it will be recorded. Every person will get 1 blood rock every day, which is 30 pieces per month. If you mine more blood rocks, for example 40 pieces, then you will get 1 blood rock as a reward, which is 1/10 of the total. The red-clothed disciple explained. After hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. To put it simply, every month they had to dig out at least 30 blood rocks. If they dug out more than 10, they would get 1 blood rock as a reward. If they dug out more than 100, they would get 10 blood rocks as a reward. How greedy. I will collect as many as I dig out tomorrow. Yi Xian secretly laughed. With the devouring space, he only needed to hand in 1 blood rock every day. Soon he returned to his residence to rest. Luo Luo had already been taken away by the red-clothed elder. With her talent, there should be someone who would accept her as a disciple. Not long after, Luo Luo sent back a message. Young master, an elder has accepted me as a disciple. Luo Luo's delighted voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Elder? That's right. What is his cultivation level? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Master told me not to ask too much. Luo Luo replied, but he gave me 1,000 blood rocks. 1,000 blood rocks. After hearing this, Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. Other people would work hard in the blood rock vein for an entire day, and they would only get 1 or 2 blood rocks. Moreover, they would have to hand them all in, but Luo Luo actually got 1,000 blood rocks. It should be known that even a first-grade supreme spiritual treasure of the lowest quality would require 100 blood rocks. If a servant disciple could dig out 4 blood rocks every month and hand in 30 pieces, they would get a blood rock every month as a reward. That would be 12 blood rocks a year. If they wanted to buy a supreme spiritual treasure, they would need to spend 9 years. Young master, do you want it? As long as you break through the first-grade human body disaster, you can be promoted to an official disciple, Luo Luo asked. Not for now. I will go to the blood rock vein tomorrow to take a look. When the time comes, you can directly exchange your 1,000 blood rocks for heavenly treasures for your own cultivation. Also, give me some forging materials. Young master, you can go and forge a supreme spiritual treasure, Yi Xian said. Okay. Very soon a day had passed. This was Yi Xian's first day in the Blood Rock sect. Chapter 940. The next day Yi Xian went to the assembly early in the morning. This new batch of odd-job disciples needed to go to the Blood Rock vein to mine. The red-clothed disciple from yesterday also arrived on time. Alright, you 35 people, follow me to the Blood Rock vein. Let's go. After the red-clothed disciple finished speaking, he took the lead and flew in a certain direction. After flying for an hour, they finally saw a pillar of pink light that soared into the sky. That's one of the mines of my Blood Rock sect. It's the smallest one. When the time comes, you are only allowed to bring weapons into the Blood Rock vein, the red-clothed disciple said. Senior brother, is there any danger in the Blood Rock vein? Someone asked worriedly. Yes, there is. There's a transcending saint beast called the Blood Rock spider. It's comparable to a first-stage human body disaster. You have to be careful when you excavate the stone walls because sometimes you will find the nest of the Blood Rock spider. However, you don't have to worry. There are disciples of my sect guarding the Blood Rock vein. If a Blood Rock spider appears, they will kill it, the red-clothed disciple replied. Hearing that there was danger, the people present couldn't remain calm. One had to know that they were still supremes, while the weakest blood rock spider was comparable to a first-stage human body disaster expert. If they really found it, they would be dead. The probability of finding a blood rock spider's nest isn't high. It might not even appear once a month. If someone really finds it, then they will have to pray for good luck. After the red-clothed disciple finished speaking, he went to the side of the pink light pillar. That pink pillar of light came from a huge hole in the ground, which was the blood rock mine. After that, Yi Xian and the others handed over their interspatial rings and received a new one. Yi Xian also took out a supreme-level divine weapon and pretended to be pretentious. Alright, from now on you will come here by yourselves. Remember, you must excavate 30 blood rocks every month. After the red-clothed disciple finished speaking, he turned around and left. There were still a few disciples of the blood rock sect at the entrance of the mine. They were in charge of guarding Yi Xian's interspatial ring and identity token. After that, Yi Xian took the new interspatial ring and jumped into the blood rock vein. The blood rock mine had just been opened, so it wasn't very big. Before Yi Xian even landed, he sensed hundreds of people, all of whom were here to mine the blood rock. The great majority of these people were attacking the stone walls with weapons in hand. Of course, there were also some people who practiced martial arts, so they used their fists to smash things. However, the toughness of the stone wall was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. This mine was filled with pink rocks, but they were just ordinary rocks. The real blood rock was dark red, not these pink rocks. Yi Xian glanced around and discovered that his perceptive eye could cover the entire bloodstone mine. To be on the safe side, he found an empty tunnel and started mining. Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian immediately summoned Wei Zhentian and said, "It's up to you." Wei Zhentian immediately reformed into a drill and started digging madly into the depths of the mine. As for Yi Xian, he directly took out a new shadowless sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Bam! The stone wall in front of him exploded, but the defensive power of the stone wall was beyond his expectations. His sword only managed to cut a meter into the wall. He turned to look at Wei Zhentian and found that Wei Zhentian had drilled 5 meters into the wall. Wei Zhentian will split the loot, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Since normal attacks didn't work, he would try something else. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and a silver light shot out. Eye of Nirvana. Boom. The stone wall exploded once again. This time it was 5 meters away. I didn't expect that even the Eye of Nirvana wouldn't work. Since that's the case, let's try the disintegration eye. Yi Xian glared again and shot out 2 disintegration rays. Bzzz. The disintegration rays hit the stone wall and it quickly turned into ashes. What a fast disintegration speed. Yi Xian was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the stone wall in front of him became much more spacious. At least 100 square meters had been disintegrated. However, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Would the disintegration eye disintegrate the blood rock as well? Coincidentally, Wei Zhentian suddenly threw a blood rock over. Other people can only dig 1 meter into the stone wall in an hour. My speed is considered fast. Yi Xian thought for a while and then placed the blood rock on the ground. Disintegration eye. 2 more disintegration rays were fired, and this time they hit the blood rock directly. He felt helpless because the blood rock wasn't easy to obtain. It would be a tragedy if the disintegration ray disintegrated the blood rock. Fortunately, the blood rock wasn't an ordinary thing. It wasn't disintegrated by the disintegration ray. After seeing this, Yi Xian didn't know how to describe his feelings. After all, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline had evolved 3 times. However, this was good news for him. Since it can't be disintegrated, then it's easy. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment he summoned his first doppelganger. Then he and his doppelganger attacked together. Using the disintegration eye at the same time doubled their efficiency. The disintegration eye consumed less eye energy than the Eye of Nirvana, but the divine tree of life couldn't recover eye energy. Therefore Yi Xian was mining while searching. Found it. The divine eye chapter can increase eye energy and the recovery speed of eye energy. Yi Xian found something good in the new exchange system. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough super devouring crystals, so he had to devour the blood rock he obtained. The first level of the divine eye chapter requires 10 blood rocks. What a scam. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. Now he still lacked 9 blood rocks to exchange for the first level of the divine eye chapter. Fortunately, he had Wei Zhentian. Little Tian, mine 9 blood rocks for me first, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Just now, Wei Zhentian had only mined for a short while. In fact, he was lucky to have obtained a blood rock. As for the second blood rock, Yi Xian had to wait for half an hour. 10 blood rocks also took Yi Xian an entire morning. Ding. Host has learned the Divine Eye chapter. The system notified. Spending 10 blood rocks to exchange for the first level of the Divine Eye chapter was indeed worth it. Yi Xian had just learned it, but his eye energy limit had doubled. My eye energy recovery speed has also increased. Good, the efficiency has increased again. Yi Xian was wild with joy. In a day he could at least collect 30 blood rocks. More importantly, he could pass the human body disaster with just a few more blood rocks. At that time his mining speed would at least double. Another half a day passed. When Yi Xian devoured the 20th blood rock, he finally heard the system's notification. Chapter 941. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently at first grade human body disaster. Breaking through from the Supreme Being to the Supreme Being, 3 minor disasters didn't require anything, so Yi Xian successfully broke through. His aura skyrocketed the moment he broke through. Not only that, but his physique also improved by several times. His combat strength increased by at least 5 times. Physical body disaster. What I train is the physical body. Right now, my physical body's defense is even stronger than the Sovereign Golden Body. The Sovereign Golden Body is completely useless to me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now he could use the Beast God Bloodline's Beast King Rampage skill again. Previously, Luo had mutated twice, and the Beast God Bloodline had also mutated twice. Coupled with the upgrade of the Devouring system, the Beast King Rampage skill increased by 3 times, reaching 60%. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian put his mind on another matter. Wei Zhenqian was still mining, and Yi Xian took out a round jade pendant. This round jade pendant was given to Yi Xian by old immortal Jianghu, and it recorded the Yin-Yang old ancestors' information. Yi Xian wrapped the round jade pendant with his vital energy, and then 8 words appeared on the jade pendant. Glazed light sacred ground Yin-Yang temple. After seeing these 8 words, Yi Xian's face immediately froze, because the name of the sacred ground wasn't Penglai, but glazed light. Damn it, it's not the Penglai sacred ground. Then where is the glazed light sacred ground? Yi Xian frowned as he thought. The size of the Penglai sacred ground was beyond his imagination, and he didn't know how long it would take to travel from the Penglai sacred ground to the glazed light sacred ground. Luo, help me ask where the glazed light sacred ground is. Yi Xian immediately asked Luo. Okay. Luo responded. Not long after, she replied, Master said that there is a teleportation array between the glazed light sacred ground and the Penglai sacred ground. However, it would take at least 10 years to travel from the Blood Rock sect to the teleportation array. What, 10 years? Yi Xian exclaimed. This was a conservative estimate based on the realm of Lolua's master, an elder of the Blood Rock sect. Furthermore, this was only the glazed light sacred land, not the Yin-Yang temple. It would appear that Yin-Yang old ancestor has a very powerful background. No wonder old immortal Jianghu said that I am far too lacking. Yi Xian felt extremely bitter in his heart. He had spent half a year to break through from the Supremacy Realm to the 3 sovereign prefectures of Supremacy Realm. Although old immortal Jianghu said that as long as the frequency of Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song did not match, they would not be able to successfully fuse. However, what if the Yin-Yang ancestor had other tricks up his sleeve? No matter what, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible, and then go to the glazed light holy land. Wei Zhenqian, continue mining. Yi Xian immediately ordered. Now that he had broken through to the first stage of human body disaster, his mining speed had doubled. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he did not need to rest. Therefore, what he wanted to do now was to mine through the night. Although Wei Zhenqian was a Dharma treasure, it could still devour blood rocks to improve. As it continued to refine blood rocks, its mining speed would also continue to increase. With the 3-pronged approach, their efficiency was unparalleled. Yi Xian had just entered the blood rock mine today, but he had already mined 100 blood rocks. If this was known by others, they would probably be scared to death. A day later, Yi Xian left with more than 40 blood rocks. Luo, have you collected my forging materials? Yi Xian asked. Yes, but these materials are surprisingly cheap. I exchanged 1 blood rock for 100 sets of materials for the shadowless sword. Luo replied. Then I will see you at the mountain gate. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly left the mine and placed a blood rock in his interspatial ring and handed it over. On the first day he had mined more than 100 blood rocks, devoured 20 of them, and divided the rest equally with Wei Zhenqian. However, he felt that the most profitable thing was still forging supremacy spiritual treasures. When a blood rock sect disciple outside the blood rock mine saw Yi Xian, he could not help but ask, Hey junior brother, you have broken through. Do you want to be promoted to an ordinary disciple, or continue to mine blood rocks as a servant disciple. If he was promoted to an ordinary disciple, he would not be able to continue mining blood rocks. This was because the mining speed of blood rock sect's servant disciples was equal to the speed at which the blood rocks were condensed. If an ordinary disciple were to mine, the blood rock mine would be cleared very quickly and no more blood rocks would be condensed. I will not be promoted for the time being. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian thanked him and then left. If the blood rock sect disciple knew that Yi Xian had mined more than 100 blood rocks in a day, he would probably be scared to death. After leaving the blood rock mine, Yi Xian rushed towards the mountain gate of the blood rock sect. When the blood rock sect disciple had brought them here, many of them were extremely slow, so it took them an hour to get back. Now that Yi Xian had broken through, it only took him 10 minutes to return to the blood rock sect. Young master, over here. Luo waved at Yi Xian in front of the mountain gate. Her pure and beautiful appearance, coupled with the inexplicable attraction of the bewitching clan to men, attracted the gazes of many blood rock sect disciples. Luo knew this very well. Fortunately, she had called out Yi Xian in her mind. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have become the public enemy. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring from Luo's hand. He said helplessly, "Why are the materials here so cheap? One blood rock can be exchanged for 100 sets of blood rocks, and a supreme spiritual treasure costs at least 100 blood rocks?" After he finished speaking, he used the 100 sets of materials to forge a total of 100 shadowless swords. Luo, take these 100 swords to the weapon hall to have a look. Yi Xian passed the interspatial ring back to her. Okay, I will go now. Luo replied and then ran away as fast as she could. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and passed it back. Moreover, the two of them were silent. In the end, Luo suddenly ran away. Was this a pantomime? Yi Xian waited at the mountain gate. After a while, Luo said helplessly, "Young master, the shadowless sword is too lousy. It can barely be considered a supreme spiritual treasure. The old man in the weapon hall said that he would only give you 100 blood rocks for 100 of them." What? A shadowless sword for a single blood rock? Did he cheat you because you are young? Yi Xian was confused in the cold wind. The shadowless sword was a supreme spiritual treasure. No matter how many supreme spiritual treasures there were, it couldn't be so lousy that it was only worth a single blood rock. It's true. He used a supreme spiritual treasure as a comparison. In the end, the shadowless sword was cut in half. Luo explained. Cough. Yi Xian was speechless. It seemed that the shadowless sword was really lousy. Speaking of which, the 10,000 swordsmanner skills were not very good. They had worked hard to forge the sword embryo of the shadowless sword, but they were unable to forge a complete shadowless sword. Chapter 942. The shadowless sword can only be considered a quasi-supreme spirit treasure. After all, the forging materials are available in the Burning Sun Hall. As for the weapons in the Blood Rock sect, they use blood rocks, so it's reasonable for them to be more expensive. Yi Xian comforted himself before asking, then ask them if they can get the forging blueprints for supreme spirit treasures? They can't. Luo replied. Alright, then go and get some more forging materials. A piece of blood rock for 100 pieces of blood rock is not a loss. Yi Xian quickly reacted. I'll go now. Luo also felt that this was a good deal. As long as they did this a few more times, they would be rich. However, things weren't as simple as Yi Xian thought. Young master, one of the materials for the shadowless sword, Fallen Star Whip, and Everlasting Hatred Blade is too low grade. The Blood Rock sect doesn't have it? Luo's voice sounded again. This time Yi Xian really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. If the materials were high grade, the Blood Rock sect wouldn't have it. However, the materials were too low grade. When Yi Xian found out, he almost vomited blood. Give me as much as you can. Yi Xian could only give up on this path to riches and earn the last bit. In the end, Luo only brought 30 materials for the shadowless sword. They earned another 30 blood rocks. The new exchange system allows us to buy supreme spirit treasures directly. However, the Blood Rock sect can forge their own supreme spirit treasures. If we buy them from the exchange system, we won't earn much. Instead, we'll attract attention. It's better to keep a low profile. Yi Xian decided to give up and obediently work as a miner. Actually, being a miner wasn't that bad. Currently, he was mining 100 pieces of blood rock a day, which meant that he would be able to harvest 3,000 pieces of blood rock a month. Furthermore, the mission only required him to hand in 30 pieces. In less than a month, he would be able to break through to the second stage of human body disaster. Right, did you ask about the value of the sword-shaped stone? Yi Xian asked again. He had forgotten about the sword-shaped stone. Not yet. Master suddenly went into seclusion, so we have to wait for a while. Or I can ask others. Luoluo shook her head. Then let's wait and ask her when she comes out. Don't show off your wealth. Yi Xian shook his head. They were new here, so it would be better if fewer people knew about the sword-shaped stone. At most, Luoluo's teacher would know. Then Yi Xian left. Luoluo was about to break through to human body disaster in a short period of time. However, in order to save time, he had returned to the blood rock mine to mine. Now that he had broken through to the first layer of human body disaster, he would be able to mine more than 100 blood rocks every day. After all, both his and Wei Zhintian's strength would continue to increase. He entered the blood rock mine again and summoned his doppelganger and Wei Zhintian to continue digging. Megatron was like a harvester. Its digging speed was much faster than Yi Xian's. However, after breaking through to Yi Xian of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters, the experience required to level up had greatly increased. Thus, he estimated that he would still need a few more days before he could break through. In the blood rock mine there were people mining the blood rock all the time. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of an idea. Megatron, 10,000 swords return to origin. Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhintian. 10,000 swords return to origin was a move that Wei Zhintian obtained after being refined into sky-shaking sword. It was extremely powerful. This move had a cooldown time of 1 day. Since he was not going out to train, it would be a waste not to use it. After receiving the order, Wei Zhintian immediately reformed into sky-shaking sword. Then it divided into 100 swords in this spacious area. Xiao. 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 Immediately, a gale whistled in the mine. The duration of 10,000 swords returned to origin would increase according to Wei Zhintian's level. Currently, Wei Zhintian was only at the first layer of human body disaster. However, he could still maintain it for more than 10 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, Yi Xian had dug out a hole the size of a football field in the mine. Holy shit, it's really amazing. 10 seconds saved me at least 2 to 3 hours. Yi Xian inwardly swallowed his saliva. At this time, Wei Zhintian had also returned to his drill bit form. Following that, Yi Xian swept a glance over and discovered that they had actually extracted more than 30 blood rocks. This was truly a burst of luck. Wei Zhintian, I'll give them all to you. Yi Xian said very generously. After Wei Zhintian heard this, he immediately jumped over in joy and swallowed all the blood rocks. After transforming from an earth spirit into an earth sovereign, Wei Zhintian's refining speed was really too shocking. He only needed 1 minute to refine 1 blood rock. Yi Xian also gave all the blood rocks he had obtained to Wei Zhintian. That was because he felt that Wei Zhintian would break through faster than him. After all, Wei Zhintian had a 40% increase in growth speed. On the second day, Yi Xian calculated that they had extracted more than 160 blood rocks. Even a first-grade human body disaster expert would only be able to extract 10 blood rocks at most. However, Yi Xian had extracted more than 10 times that amount. Other people would need to rest after mining for a period of time, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life and could mine without rest throughout the year. He only needed to hand in a few blood rocks when it was time. Just like this, Yi Xian stayed in the blood rock mine for a total of 4 days. Ding! Wei Zhintian leveled up. A system notification rang out. You've finally broken through. Yi Xian's main body stopped and revealed a gratified smile to Wei Zhintian. His nurturing of Wei Zhintian was not in vain. Currently, Wei Zhintian's level, if converted to a human's level, would be second-grade human body disaster. Originally, before he broke through, he and Yi Xian could extract 200 blood rocks together. Now that he had broken through, he should be able to extract at least 100 blood rocks, right? Good fellow, come, myriad swords return to origin. Yi Xian commanded. In the next moment, Wei Zhintian turned back into the sky-shaking sword and split into over 100 clones. Yi Xian calculated that Wei Zhintian would break through today, so he kept the myriad swords return to origin. This time, the myriad swords return to origin opened up an area the size of 3 football fields. 87 blood rocks, awesome. Yi Xian praised. Since Wei Zhintian had broken through, then he would have to level up himself. Immediately he devoured all 87 blood rocks. After that, he used the Super Devour Crystal of about 100 blood rocks to exchange for the second grade of the Divine Eye chapter, increasing his eye power once again. The increase in the upper limit of his eye power and the recovery speed of his eye power also led to an increase in Yi Xian's mining speed. He calculated that he could collect about 400 pieces of blood rocks a day. Haha, I've really earned a lot. Yi Xian laughed loudly in his heart. Now, even if he was given 10,000 blood rocks to become an inner disciple, he definitely wouldn't do it. Although excessive mining of blood rocks would cause the blood rock mine to dry up, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with that. Chapter 943. Another 3 days passed. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at second stage human body disaster. On the 7th day after Yi Xian entered the blood rock mine, he finally made a breakthrough. This time his mining speed increased once again. With my current speed, I should be able to mine 600 pieces of blood rock every day. Mine for 1.5 days is equivalent to 2 years of work for an ordinary person. Yi Xian was inwardly delighted. The other odd job disciples, including Yi Xian himself, were given 30 pieces of blood rock every month, which meant 360 pieces of blood rock every year. And he could mine 600 pieces of blood rock every day, which meant that in 1.5 days, he would be equivalent to 2 years of work for an ordinary person. Suddenly, a sense of superiority rose from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart. 600 pieces of blood rock every day, which meant that in 10 days he would be able to make a breakthrough to third stage human body disaster in less than a month. At the same time, not long after Yi Xian made a breakthrough, Luo sent him another message. Young Master, Master said that the elementary sword-shaped stone can be used for 50,000 pieces of blood rock. Luo replied. Alright, the sword-shaped stone is with you. You can use it to buy cultivation resources. Yi Xian nodded. 50,000 pieces of blood rock was not a small amount. If he had all of them, he would be able to make a breakthrough to third stage human body disaster. Then what about you, young master? Luo asked. No need. I am currently earning 600 pieces of blood rock every day. I am self-sufficient. Yi Xian shook his head. Thank you, young master. With these, I can make a breakthrough to third stage human body disaster in a month. Luo giggled. The beast god's bloodline had mutated twice, which increased Luo's cultivation speed by 40%. In addition to her own bloodline and charm fusion crystal, Luo's 1 month of cultivation was equivalent to others' 1 year of cultivation. Most importantly, Luo was only 15 years old. Her potential was limitless. Yi Xian continued to mine blood rock. Although his mining speed was fast, he still needed to provide for Wei Jintian and Luo's cultivation. Therefore he had to work hard. However, at this time, rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire blood rock mine, causing the entire mine to shake. This loud noise made Yi Xian stop what he was doing. What happened? Yi Xian turned his head in confusion. Previously, he had used his strength to chase the group of odd job disciples to other places, so there was no one around. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly entered the range of his senses. Spider? Blood rock spider? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With his perceptive eye, he could sense that this was a creature with 8 legs. Without a doubt, this was the blood rock spider that the red-clothed disciple had mentioned. Previously, the red-clothed disciple had said that in a mine, they might not necessarily find a blood rock spider nest once a month. But now, a bloodstone spider had appeared. This meant that someone had accidentally dug into the bloodstone spider's nest. Ding. Random quest triggered. Stop the bloodstone spider tide. If one bloodstone spider rushes out of the bloodstone mine, the quest will fail. If the quest is successful, 1 devour point will be awarded. The system suddenly prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up with greed. As long as he completed this quest, he would be able to obtain 1 devour point. This was a good opportunity. Wei Jintian, let's go. Yi Xian hurriedly called Wei Jintian over. Wei Jintian turned back into the sky quake sword and was held in Yi Xian's hand. Immediately, Yi Xian rushed out. Random quests were not easy to come by. If this group of blood rock spiders rushed out of the bloodstone mine, the quest would fail, and the devour point would be wasted. Although he was far from the entrance of the mine with his strength, he could reach the entrance in 2 to 3 seconds. However, there were some giant blood rock spiders blocking the way. The smaller the mine, the weaker the blood rock spider. This mine is the smallest in the bloodstone sect, so the blood rock spiders are not strong. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. There were 10 blood rock spiders blocking the way in front, and there were many human corpses below. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately attacked. Flowing Shadow Sword. Whoosh. With a slash of his sword, he directly killed several blood rock spiders. With 3 slashes he cleaned up all the blood rock spiders. Then he quickly collected the blood rock spiders' corpses. These blood rock spiders were transcendent saint beasts, and Yi Xian still had a trump card, which was the Beast King Rage, so he needed a large number of corpses. He could use this opportunity to collect the blood rock spiders' corpses. Along the way he cut through all obstacles. After killing dozens of blood rock spiders, he arrived at the entrance of the mine. Someone had accidentally dug into the nest of the blood rock spiders, but there were already disciples guarding the mine, so the blood rock spiders had not yet reached the entrance. Seeing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then he rushed down again and began to madly attack the blood rock spiders that kept coming out. According to past experience, there were at most 1,000 blood rock spiders in a bloodstone mine of this level. 1,000 blood rock spiders were equivalent to 1,000 first-grade human body disaster warriors. There were 2 blood rock sect disciples guarding the bloodstone mine. Including the one at the entrance, there were 3 in total. These 3 people were all at second-grade human body disaster. The 3 of them were enough to resist this wave of blood rock spiders, not to mention that they also had Yi Xian's help. 160, 170, 180? Yi Xian hunted the blood rock spiders while collecting the corpses. He was also very helpless because the blood rock spider's level was not high, and he was already at second-grade human body disaster, so he needed more than 100 corpses. In addition, there were still 3 other blood rock sect disciples fighting with him, so he estimated that he would not be able to gather enough corpses for one Beast King rage. In less than 20 seconds, Yi Xian's group of 4 had already cleaned up more than 1,000 blood rock spiders. At the same time, Yi Xian himself collected 600 corpses. "Junior brother, you actually broke through to second-grade human body disaster?" Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that it was the blood rock sect disciple who had kept his universe ring at the entrance of the mine. "It was just a coincidence," Yi Xian said with a smile. A first-grade human body disaster warrior could become an ordinary disciple of the blood rock sect. For Yi Xian to break through to second-grade human body disaster in such a short time, how could he still be a servant disciple? The sacred beast souls of the 600 blood rock spider corpses were all devoured by Yi Xian. He estimated that a sacred beast soul was about the same value as a blood rock. The sacred beast souls of the 600 blood rock spiders had increased his cultivation by a lot. Chapter 944. Strange, I've already completed the random mission. Why haven't they given me a reward yet? Yi Xian was puzzled. He wondered if there were a few blood rock spiders that hadn't come out and were hiding in some corner. He landed on the ground. With his eye of perception, he didn't find any other blood rock spiders in the blood rock mine. Moreover, he found the nest of the blood rock spiders. Strange, could it be in the nest? Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, just as he was about to take a stroll in the blood rock spider's nest, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Sure enough, there are more blood rock spiders. Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he quietly stood in place and waited. Not long after, a huge figure entered his sight. Sure enough, there's still a blood rock spider king. "Junior brother, don't make a move, I'll do it," said the blood rock sect disciple. The blood rock spider king was comparable to a second-grade human body disaster. Its sacred beast soul was very precious, so naturally Yi Xian wouldn't have a chance. All right. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. It seemed that he had no fate with this corpse. Although the blood rock spider king was very strong, it still couldn't beat a human. Under the full-strength attack of the blood rock sect disciple, the blood rock spider king was beaten to a pulp and was killed in less than 10 seconds. Ding. Random mission completed. Host has obtained 1 devour point. After the blood rock spider king died, Yi Xian finally heard the notification sound. Random mission completed. Tisk tsk. I accidentally obtained a devour point. Awesome. Yi Xian was pleased with himself. After all, this random mission was too simple and the reward was so generous. It was simply a free gift. The mission system was divided into normal missions and random missions. There were all kinds of normal missions, and after completing them, there would be generous rewards. For example, Yi Xian could accept a few normal missions, but the reward was only a dozen blood rocks. Even a high-level mission would only give him 50 blood rocks for revenge. He might as well mine them himself. How do I use this devour point? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Now he had a lot of options. First, add the devour point to the Gemini bloodline. The Gemini bloodline dual fusion strength by 20%, and triple fusion by 30%. If he advanced bloodline, the bloodline fusion, and the bloodline would become 40%. Secondly, he would keep them for later use. After the devouring system was upgraded, the devouring points could not only be used to upgrade his bloodline, but also to upgrade items in exchange for items. Leveling up Wei Jintian and Luo Luo requires more than 1 devour points. Even if I exchange them, I won't be able to get anything useful at the moment. Bloodline, 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 become bloodline, 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 bloodline. T his bloodline, 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 bloodline. T. Bloodline. His gaze fell on the 3 Blood Rock sect disciples as he thought to himself, originally, I didn't want to use such despicable means, but if I want to go to the glazed light Holy Land, I can only apologize to you. Then he used the Eye of Control on the 3 Bloodstone sect disciples. Under the dual fusion state, his strength had increased by 30%. His heavenly eye race bloodline had also evolved 3 times, and the effect was very strong. Therefore these 3 Blood Rock sect disciples of the same level as Yi Xian were all easily controlled by him. He could control 20 people with the Eye of Control, so he didn't care about the 3 of them. Once he finished using them he would let Luo Luo charm them. That way no one would know. Give me your interspatial rings. Yi Xian ordered the 3 of them. At this time the group of servant disciples had all run away. Only he and the 3 Blood Rock sect disciples were present, so nothing would happen. Yi Xian took the 3's wealth, including the Bloodstone Spider King's corpse and the Saint Beast's soul. There are 300 pieces of bloodstone in the 3 interspatial rings. Adding the other things there's about 500. Yi Xian didn't hold back at all as he swallowed everything, then returned the universe ring to them. In fact, they still had some interspatial rings for other disciples. There were more than 100 pieces of bloodstone in them. They were to be handed over to the Bloodstone sect, so Yi Xian didn't dare to touch them. Do the 3 of you have any more wealth? Yi Xian asked. Yes. The 3 disciples nodded. Good. Give me everything when you change shifts, Yi Xian said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly appeared above the Blood Rock mine. What's going on? The voice of an old man rang out. Yi Xian turned around and found that he knew the person. It was the red-clothed elder who had brought him to the Bloodstone sect that day. Lord Deacon, a servant disciple dug up the Bloodstone spider's nest, but it's been dealt with now. A Bloodstone sect disciple answered. Very good. How are the casualties? The red-clothed deacon asked. Our initial estimate is that there are 40 servant disciples, the disciple replied. It's all right. Not too many. The red-clothed deacon nodded. There were more than 10,000 servant disciples in the Bloodstone sect, so it wasn't a big deal for 40 to die. After all, these disciples had voluntarily come to mine the Bloodstone mine. At this moment, the red-clothed deacon suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at Yi Xian and found that Yi Xian was wearing the uniform of a servant disciple. It's you? The red-clothed deacon recognized Yi Xian, but when he felt Yi Xian's aura he was shocked. Second-grade human body disaster. In less than a month, he had broken through from the 9th Tribulation Supreme Realm to the second-grade human body disaster. This shouldn't happen to a servant disciple. Brat, how have you been cultivating recently? The red-clothed deacon asked. Lord Deacon, I had a fortuitous encounter and ate a heavenly treasure. Previously, the medicinal energy had accumulated, and it was only after breaking through to the first-grade human body disaster that I was able to completely refine it. Yi Xian casually made up a lie. So that's how it is. Then you can be promoted to an ordinary disciple and no longer need to mine the Bloodstone mine. Come with me, the red-clothed deacon said with good intentions. However, Yi Xian helplessly said in his heart, what a tragedy. Are they trying to force me to be promoted to an ordinary disciple? If I continue to stay here they will definitely be suspicious. Therefore he could only agree. In fact it didn't matter. After all, official disciples could also come to the Bloodstone mine and mine the Bloodstone mine. It was just that they would be in charge. Of course there would be restrictions on mining. If they were reported they would be punished. Chapter 945. Soon the red-clothed deacon registered Yi Xian. From then on Yi Xian was an ordinary disciple of the Blood Rock sect. However, before that Yi Xian accepted a mission. Ding. Host has completed the Become an Ordinary Disciple of the Blood Rock sect mission. The reward is a stalk of origin opening grass. After he received the identity token, he heard a system notification sound. The origin opening grass was only a heaven and earth treasure. It wasn't very precious. One stalk could be sold for 20 blood rocks in the alchemy hall of the Blood Rock sect. Yi Xian, from today onwards, you are an ordinary disciple of the Blood Rock sect. However, your cultivation level is still too low. If you want to earn more heaven and earth treasures, you can accept missions to kill blood rock spiders, the red-clothed deacon said to Yi Xian. Thank you for your guidance, deacon, Yi Xian said gratefully. Then the red-clothed deacon left. Damn it. Looking at the departing figure, Yi Xian revealed a melancholy expression. He knew that the red-clothed deacon had good intentions, but it wasn't a good thing for him. The blood rock mine had just been opened, so there were still many blood rocks available. If he was only an odd-job disciple, he could mine without restrictions. However, now that he was an ordinary disciple, he could only apply to guard the mine. Once the blood rock spider tide broke out, he would have to take action. At that moment, Yi Xian checked the mission system. In the blood rock sect, there were quite a few missions that required one to guard the mines. With his current realm, the wages for guarding the mines were calculated by the day, and he could earn 10 blood rocks a day. The blood rock sect's alchemy hall also had missions to guard the mines. Therefore, if Yi Xian went to guard the mines for a day, he would be able to obtain 20 blood rocks. However, this speed was not as fast as when he was in the previous mine. One had to know that he could mine 600 blood rocks a day, but the reward for guarding the mines for a day was only 20 blood rocks. It was really pitiful. There's a cleanup mission? Yi Xian discovered that after he became an ordinary disciple, there were new missions in his mission system. The cleanup mission was to clean up the blood rock spiders. Many of the blood rock mines around the blood rock sect had experienced a blood rock spider tide, but they were sealed by the blood rock sect's experts. The blood rock spiders could accelerate the solidification of the blood rock spiders, so the experts didn't directly clean up them. Instead, they chose to seal the blood rock mines. Mining the blood rock could yield 600 pieces a day, but if he were to kill the blood rock spiders, he would get more than 600 blood rock spider corpses a day. Haha. It turns out, becoming an ordinary disciple is on, said Yi Xian disciples. Immediately, blood sect's alchemy disciple. Junior apprentice brother, you are at the second stage of human body disaster. The missions you can accept are here. A blood rock sect disciple handed over a small booklet. Number 666 Blood Rock Mine. There are estimated to be 1,300 blood rock spiders, and 100 of them comparable to second stage human body disaster. Number 871 Blood Rock Mine. There are estimated to be 800 blood rock spiders, and 100 of them comparable to second stage human body disaster. Number 430 Blood Rock Mine. There are estimated to be 400 blood rock spiders comparable to second stage human body disaster, and 50 of them comparable to third stage human body disaster. Yi Xian swept his eyes over the list. He was at second stage human body disaster, so he could only accept missions of the same level, as well as missions of a higher level. These missions all had time limits, and a certain amount of blood rock was required to accept the missions. Senior brother, I want to accept the mission of number 666 Blood Rock Mine, said Yi Xian. The blood rock sect disciple swept his eyes over the list and said in shock, Junior brother, the difficulty of this mission is not small. Furthermore, you have to clear them all within a day. Are you sure you can complete it? I'll give it a try. Yi Xian nodded his head. Those 1,000 blood rock spiders of first stage human body disaster did not pose any threat to him. Even those 100 blood rock spiders of second stage human body disaster were the same. The only reason he accepted this mission was because the number of this blood rock mine was very auspicious, 666. Alright, you need 500 blood rocks to accept this mission. The blood rock sect disciple did not say anything else, and directly stretched out his hand. The original blood rocks had already been completely swallowed by Yi Xian, but when he came to the training hall to accept this mission, he first went to Luoluo to get 1,000 blood rocks. The sword-shaped stone was given to her master by Luoluo, and he obtained 50,000 blood rocks. Yi Xian gave all of these blood rocks to Luoluo. Although he could use these 50,000 blood rocks to break through, he still had to think about Luoluo. After all, Luoluo was only 15 years old. If Luoluo's aptitude exploded, she would be fancied by the sect master of the blood rock sect and be heavily nurtured. At that time, would there be any need to worry about not having enough heavenly treasures? It must be known that Luoluo's master still had more than 10 disciples, and Luoluo still had not made a name for herself yet. Yi Xian took the 500 blood rocks and accepted the mission for this number 666 mine. Alright, the mission requirement is to exterminate at least 1,000 blood rock spiders at first layer human body disaster, as well as 50 blood rock spiders at second layer human body disaster, and bring them back. The extra ones will be yours. If the mission is completed, the 500 blood rocks will be returned. If not, the blood rock spiders' corpses will be confiscated as well. The blood rock sect disciple said. Yi Xian also understood that the mission required the blood rock spiders' corpses. He could not be greedy, but he could kill more. As long as he killed all the blood rock spiders in the mine, he would be able to obtain at least 300 blood rock spiders at first layer human body disaster, as well as 50 blood rock spiders at second layer human body disaster. At the same time, he would also return the 500 blood rocks, as well as the rewards from the training hall and the mission system. This mission was still profitable for the average person, but there were too many blood rock spiders inside. If one did not have the ability to enter, it would just be a waste of time. When the time came, not only would he lose the blood rocks, he would also lose his life. This is the map for number 666 Blood Rock Mine. You have half a day to hurry. If you do not return in 2 days to hand in the mission, it will be considered a mission failure. The Blood Rock sect disciple from the training hall reminded him. If the mission failed, there would be experts who would go in to count the number of blood rock spiders. How many were missing would have to be replaced by how many corpses, resulting in a loss of 500 blood rocks. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. He immediately received the mission order and left the training hall. Half a day's journey was enough for a second-layer human body disaster disciple to arrive at number 666 Blood Rock Mine. However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary disciple. Although Yi Xian was only at second-layer human body disaster, he had 8 agility advancements. In less than 3 hours, Yi Xian arrived at number 666 Blood Rock Mine. Who are you? Chapter 946. Lord Deacon, I've accepted a mission to clear out the spiders. Yi Xian replied and threw the mission token over. It seems that you're quite strong to accept this mission. You should know the number of spiders below. You have 1 day. If you don't come up after 1 day, the mission will be considered a failure and you'll have to hand over your gains. The deacon said. Understood. Yi Xian nodded and scanned the deacon with his eye of revelation. He couldn't see through the deacon. I heard that the deacon of the Blood Rock sect is at least a 6-stage human body disaster. If every mine has such an expert. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the small booklet that he had flipped through before, there were over 1,000 missions related to the Blood Rock mines. If every single mine had a deacon, wouldn't that mean that there would be over 1,000 6-stage human body disaster experts? The most important thing was that the Blood Rock sect was not ranked high in the Holy Land. It was just an unrated sect. The Red Deacon brought Yi Xian to a Blood Rock mine that was surrounded by an array. This was the 666th Blood Rock mine. I'll open the array in a moment. You'll go in immediately. I'll keep watch here. If you want to come out, inform me, the Red Deacon said. Yi Xian nodded silently. In the next moment, the array was broken and he quickly rushed in. The Blood Rock mine was tens of thousands of meters underground, so he kept falling. However, the Blood Rock spiders liked to stay near the Blood Rock crystal wall, so there were usually no Blood Rock spiders near the mine. Soon Yi Xian landed in the Blood Rock mine. As soon as he landed, there were already hundreds of Blood Rock spiders within the range of his eye of perception. Come. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he instantly summoned his doppelganger and Wei Zhentian. He took out a supreme spiritual treasure that he had exchanged for in the exchange system. This supreme spiritual treasure was several times better than the shadowless sword. Wei Zhentian immediately turned into a cannon and began to wildly shoot at the surrounding Blood Rock spiders. Although it had been refined into a treasure, Wei Zhentian didn't lose its transformation ability. Instead, its attack power became even stronger. Yi Xian was at the same level as it, and with his doppelganger their killing speed was very fast. Swish. Boom. A series of explosions rang out in the Blood Rock mine. When the Red Deacon outside heard the sounds, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. No wonder he dared to jump down directly. He seems to be very strong. Because the Blood Rock mine always emitted a red light, he could not see the scene below and could only listen with his ears. Less than 10 seconds after Yi Xian landed, the surrounding group of Blood Rock spiders had been completely wiped out. 300 corpses, awesome. Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield. With Wei Zhentian and his doppelganger, his killing speed was very fast. He estimated that with his ability he would need less than 10 minutes to clean up the entire Blood Rock mine. At that time, he would have at least 300 corpses of first-stage human body disaster and 50 corpses of second-stage human body disaster Blood Rock spiders. As for the reward from the training hall, it was 500 pieces of Blood Rock. The reward from the mission system was about the same, with a value of around 500 pieces of Blood Rock. This was much faster than mining the Blood Rock himself. When ordinary disciples did a cleanup mission, they would slowly descend, fearing that they would be ambushed by the Blood Rock spiders hidden in the walls. But Yi Xian had the perceptive eye, which was like a radar function. After Yi Xian landed, he could sense the movements of nearly half of the Blood Rock mine. Most importantly, this sensing range was centered around him. As he moved, this sensing range would also continue to move. Therefore the blood rock spider's ambush was useless against him. 400, 500, 600. As Yi Xian killed, he counted the number of spiders. At this time he was moving separately from his doppelganger, and so was Wei Zhentian. A minute after he entered the blood rock mine. This blood rock spider is bigger than the others. It seems to be a second-stage human body disaster. Yi Xian suddenly sensed that something was wrong with one of the blood rock spiders, so he immediately charged over. The rank of the blood rock spiders was relatively easy to distinguish. It was based on their size. At this time, the blood rock spider in front of Yi Xian was a second-stage human body disaster. It was a size bigger than a first-stage human body disaster. When this blood rock spider saw Yi Xian, its 6 large eyes turned and landed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian hated centipedes, spiders and other creatures with many legs the most, so he directly attacked. Cold Sky Slash. A slash broke through the air. Rip. This blood rock spider was directly cut in half, and cold air was emitting from the wound. This was what Yi Xian obtained from the 3 blood rock sect disciples. It was a low-grade transcendent supreme martial art. Although he hadn't fully mastered it, its power was several times stronger than the flowing shadow sword. A transcendent sovereign martial art is just a transition. The 3 small disasters of sovereign rely on sword force, but even after so long, I still haven't been able to comprehend sword force. If only I had a medium sword-shaped stone. Yi Xian thought for a while, then walked over and collected the blood rock spider's corpse. If he comprehended sword force, it wouldn't matter even if he used an ordinary supreme martial art. However, sword force wasn't that easy to comprehend. It was said that no one in the blood rock sect's outer sect had comprehended it. Fortunately, there was something called sword comprehension pill in the devouring system that could accelerate the comprehension of sword force. When he had enough transcendent devouring crystals, Yi Xian went to exchange for them. Then Yi Xian continued his slaughter. Under the 3-pronged attack, all the blood rock spiders were killed in less than 5 minutes. There were a total of 1,400 first-grade human body disaster blood rock spiders and 62nd-grade human body disaster blood rock spiders, which was a bit more than what the training hall had estimated. The mission was to hand in 1,000 first-grade human body disaster spiders and 52nd-grade human body disaster spiders. As for the rest, they belonged to Yi Xian. Ding. Host has completed the mission to clear out the blood rock mine. 3 source-expelling pills have been obtained. After Yi Xian killed the last blood rock spider, the system gave him a notification. There was a benefit to the mission system. As long as the mission was completed, the reward would be directly given to Yi Xian. As for the training hall's mission, Yi Xian had to hand it in himself. 3 source-expelling pills, devour all of them. These 3 source-expelling pills could be bought in the Blood Rock Sect's alchemy hall for roughly 500 blood rocks. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly devoured them. Soon after, several transcendent devouring crystals appeared. At the same time, a silvery bell-like voice rang out in his mind. Young master, I've broken through. I'm now at first-grade human body disaster. This was Lolua's voice. Very good. Continue to work hard. Chapter 947. Very good, continue to work hard. Hearing the news of Lolua's breakthrough, Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. The reason why he didn't take the 50,000 blood rocks was because the exchange system was based on his realm. However, as a second-stage human body disaster, he wasn't able to exchange for anything good. However, Luoluo could take the blood rocks to Blood Rock Sect's alchemy hall and buy cultivation resources for 4th or 5th stage human body disaster. Otherwise, why would Yi Xian be so stupid as to give all the blood rocks to Luoluo instead of swallowing them himself and exchanging them for pills for Lolua's cultivation? Yes, after breaking through, my refining speed has increased by a lot. I'm confident that I can break through to 3rd stage human body disaster within a month. Luoluo replied. If Luoluo could break through to 3rd stage human body disaster in less than 2 months after entering Blood Rock Sect, her aptitude would definitely make Luolua's master look at her in a new light. At that time, Luolua's master might even nurture Luoluo with all her strength. At that time, she wouldn't lack cultivation resources. Now Yi Xian had already completed the task of clearing out the spiders. However, if he were to go up now, it would be hard to explain. Even a 3rd stage human body disaster expert wouldn't be able to clear out all the blood rock spiders in this blood rock mine within 10 minutes. If it was a 2nd stage human body disaster expert, even an expert of the same level would need at least several hours. After all, one's true chi and physical strength weren't limitless. Therefore, he simply dug for 2 hours at the bottom of the blood rock. With 10,000 swords returning to origin, He directly collected more than 200 blood rocks, which could be considered a pretty good harvest. After 2 hours he finally arrived at the entrance of the blood rock mine. "You're out? How was it?" the deacon asked. "Lord Deacon, all the blood rock spiders below have been cleared out by me. Not a single one is left," Yi Xian replied. The red-robed deacon was astonished for a moment before saying, "To clear out this mine in 2 hours, I'm afraid that your strength is around third-stage human body disaster." "Thank you for your praise, Lord Deacon." Yi Xian thanked him, but he was ridiculing him in his heart. Third-stage human body disaster? What a joke. If he were to go all out, even a fourth-grade human body disaster expert would have to temporarily avoid him. Then the red deacon went down to check. As expected, there was not a single blood rock spider in the blood rock mine. "Very good, the mission is complete. Give me the specified corpse." The red deacon nodded in satisfaction. Then Yi Xian handed him the corpses of 1,050 blood rock spiders. "The quantity is correct. Mission complete." The red-clothed deacon gave Yi Xian another command medallion with the number 666 engraved on it. As long as Yi Xian returned with this command medallion, in addition to obtaining the first 500 blood rocks, he would also obtain another 500 blood rocks as a reward. Yi Xian thanked him and left. Now that the danger of the number 666 blood rock mine had been resolved, there would be many odd-job disciples coming to mine the blood rock. As for Yi Xian, after leaving, he immediately used the Eyes of the Void. A void gate appeared and Yi Xian passed through it, returning to his residence in the Blood Rock sect. For others, it would take half a day to go and half a day to return. Including the cleanup mission, it would take at least a day. But for me it only took a little more than 2 hours. If I were to hand in the mission now, it would be too ridiculous. Although Yi Xian thought so in his heart, he still walked towards the experience hall. After all, this was his strength. Could it be that the token was fake? "Senior brother, I'm here to hand in the mission." Yi Xian walked into the training hall and said to the Blood Rock sect disciple. When the Blood Rock sect disciple saw Yi Xian, his eyebrows raised. "It's you? What mission are you here to hand in?" Yi Xian did not waste time and directly handed over the token. "Number 666 mine? How is that possible? You just took it?" The Blood Rock sect disciple was shocked. If senior brother does not believe me, you can check the token to see if it's real," Yi Xian said with a smile. Even if he did not say so, the Blood Rock sect disciple would have checked it. However, after checking it 5 times, the Blood Rock sect disciple found that the token was indeed real. 3 hours. An ordinary disciple would probably still be on the way, but Yi Xian had already returned. No one would believe this. However, the token was real, so what could he say? Soon, the Blood Rock sect disciple took out 500 blood rocks. These were the ones Yi Xian had placed here when he accepted the mission. There were also 500 blood rocks as a reward. If the mission was not completed, these 500 blood rocks would belong to the training hall. At the same time, the corpses of the blood rock spiders would be taken away by the deacons guarding the mine. "Thank you, senior brother. I want to continue accepting missions," Yi Xian replied. "All right, take a look." The Blood Rock sect disciple was still in a daze. After crossing out the mission of number 666 mine, he handed the booklet to Yi Xian. Yi Xian skimmed through it. "Right now, I still can't afford the sword comprehension pill. I'm afraid that I still need to complete a few missions. Why don't I accept a more difficult one?" Yi Xian thought for a while, then accepted another mission. This time, he accepted a 3-star mission that corresponded to 3rd-grade human body disaster. "Junior brother, are you sure you want to accept this mission?" the Blood Rock sect disciple asked in shock. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. The mission he accepted this time was estimated to require 2,000 blood rock spiders. Among them there were 1,500 first-grade human body disaster, 400 second-grade human body disaster, and 100 third-grade human body disaster. This mission was the most difficult of the 3-star missions. As for him, he was only at 2nd-grade human body disaster. To accept the mission you need 1,000 blood rocks. After the Blood Rock sect disciple finished speaking, Yi Xian directly took out 1,000 blood rocks. The mission's time limit is 1.5 days. You have 1 day to hurry, which is 2.5 days. To complete the mission, you need 200 second-grade human body disaster and 53rd-grade human body disaster blood rock spider corpses. The Blood Rock sect disciple reminded. Understood. After answering, Yi Xian directly left the training hall. There were several thousand outer disciples in the Blood Rock sect. At this time there were several dozen people in the training hall. After Yi Xian left, they began to secretly discuss. That brat, could it be that he and some deacon? That's for sure. Otherwise, how could he complete a cleanup mission in such a short time? That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that he accepted the most difficult mission of the 3-star missions? Even I don't have the confidence to complete that mission. The one who spoke was a disciple who was about to break through to 4th grade human body disaster. Since he completed it so quickly, there will definitely be an elder who went to investigate. If the mission was not completed and that deacon gave him the mission token, he will definitely be punished. But how did he go back and forth in a few hours? Could it be that the token was already in his hands? Yes, that must be the case. The mission must have been completed by that deacon. He must have gotten the token long ago. But if it was fake, there was no need to be so obvious, right? The surrounding disciples were also unable to understand. If he really cheated and colluded with Deacon 666, why didn't he come back a day later? Chapter 948. After leaving the Hall of Experience, Yi Xian set off once again. This time, the difficulty of the mission is 10 times higher than before, but the rewards are also very generous. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. After completing the Hall of Experience's mission, one could obtain 2,000 blood rocks and the corpses of those blood rock spiders. However, the mission system's reward was a large amount of Super Devour crystals, enough for Yi Xian's sword comprehension pellet. Not only that, after this mission, the corpses of the blood rock spiders should be enough for one Beast King rampage. The sacred beast souls of those blood rock spiders had all been devoured by Yi Xian, and his cultivation had increased by a lot. At the same time, one should not forget that the beast god bloodline had an advancement path of devouring benefits. Currently at level 5, as long as one devoured corpses or sacred beast souls, their benefits would increase by 50%. Yi Xian estimated that if all the corpses were given to him this time, he would be able to break through to level 3 human body disaster. The mission this time was relatively far away, so Yi Xian spent more than 4 hours to arrive. After seeing Yi Xian, the deacon guarding the blood rock mine said in astonishment, Why is it only level 2 human body disaster? Yi Xian had long expected the deacon to be puzzled by his realm, but he was too lazy to explain and directly handed the mission order over. You dare to accept the most difficult of the 3-star missions. It seems you have some ability. The deacon squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. Speaking of which, the people of the Holy Land had a different vision. If it was on the Blood Rock continent, most people would look at Yi Xian with mocking gazes before mocking him. Idiot, to accept a mission with a mere 2nd level of fleshly body disaster, you really overestimate yourself. Hurry up and scram. However, the deacon did not say that. After all, there were countless geniuses in the Holy Land. There were even supreme being geniuses who comprehended sword force, so what was this? Alright, I will open the array. You can go. The mission time is 1.5 days. The deacon directly opened the array, and Yi Xian entered. After entering, Yi Xian quickly descended as before, and the red light instantly engulfed his body. This time the blood rock mine was much larger than before. After Yi Xian landed, he only sensed 100 blood rock spiders. However, among these 100, there was a blood rock spider at 2nd grade human body disaster. First clone Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian quickly summoned his clone and Wei Zhentian. After Wei Zhentian appeared, he quickly changed. This time he actually turned into a small fighter jet. He sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Yi Xian grumbled in his heart as he dashed out. This mission was the most difficult of the 3-star missions, but Yi Xian didn't think much of it. Cold Sky Slash. Yi Xian could easily kill one or several bloodstone spiders with a single slash of his sword. Ding. The proficiency of Cold Sky Slash has increased. Current proficiency is at 70%. Ding. Cold Sky Slash's proficiency level has increased. It is now at 80%. Ding. Cold Sky Slash's proficiency level has increased. It is now at 90%. 10 minutes later, Yi Xian's Cold Sky Slash had reached 90% proficiency. At the same time, his main body had killed nearly 500 blood rock spiders. However, almost all of them were 1st grade human body disaster blood rock spiders. The following path would be much more dangerous because they were all 2nd grade human body disaster blood rock spiders. There might even be 3rd grade human body disaster blood rock spiders. Cold Sky Slash. Cold Sky Slash. Cold Sky Slash. Yi Xian kept killing the blood rock spiders. He estimated that in another 5 minutes he would be able to clear out the entire blood rock mine. It had to be said that exchanging for the divine tree of life was a wise choice. Cold Sky Slash. Pung. A 3rd grade human body disaster blood rock spider was sent flying by Yi Xian. In the depths of the blood rock mine, there were practically third-grade human body disaster blood rock spiders. The defensive power of the blood rock spiders was already astonishing, so Yi Xian's cold sky slash was unable to kill them in one go. After all, he only had an ordinary supreme spiritual treasure. Helpless, Yi Xian could only use his trump card. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Dissection. Yi Xian used both of his ultimate moves, but in terms of effect, the Eye of Dissection was even more powerful than the Eye of Nirvana. A third-grade human body disaster blood rock spider only needed a single use of the Eye of Dissection to completely disintegrate its body, leaving behind only a sacred beast soul. *CK I forgot. Yi Xian cursed inwardly. He was going to collect the corpses. If he disintegrated the corpses, what was the point of collecting them? Therefore he could only use the Eye of Nirvana to harvest them. Fortunately, he had already exchanged for the third grade of the Divine Eye chapter. The upper limit of his eye power and the recovery speed of his eye power had increased by a lot. It would not be a problem for him to deal with all the blood rock spiders in the mine. However, at this moment, what a big one. Could it be the blood rock spider king? Yi Xian's eyebrows suddenly jumped as he thought to himself. The blood rock sect's estimates were not necessarily accurate. This meant that he had an additional source of income. Immediately, he rushed in the direction of the blood rock spider king. When he saw the huge blood rock spider, he was certain that this was the blood rock spider king, which was comparable to a fourth-grade human body disaster. The blood rock spider king's realm was not fixed. It was possible for a blood rock spider to give birth to a king. At the same time, this king would be stronger than other blood rock spiders of the same level. Even if a fourth-grade human body disaster blood rock sect disciple was here, he might not be able to break through its defenses and might even be devoured. At this moment, the blood rock spider king pounced at Yi Xian. Cold sky slash. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, but unexpectedly he was unable to break through the blood rock spider king's defenses. Since he could not break through, he would use his trump card. Eye of Nirvana. A silver light flashed. Pung. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the mine. The blood rock spider king could not block this attack and was sent flying. What a strong defense. I actually only managed to shatter its shell. Yi Xian was a little surprised. However, the Eye of Nirvana was not his strongest attack at this moment. When he discovered the blood rock spider king, he had already sent his doppelganger and Wei Zhentian over. The blood rock spider king stabilized its body and immediately charged at Yi Xian. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian used the Eye of Nirvana twice and sent it flying again. At the same time, his doppelganger and Wei Zhentian also arrived. Merge. The two Yi Xian flashed and merged into one. His strength instantly increased by 30%. At the same time, Wei Zhentian turned into the sky-shaking sword. However, he had wasted 10,000 swords in the previous mine. Chapter 949. Cold Sky Slash. Eye of Nirvana. After merging, Yi Xian's strength increased sharply. With the addition of the Sky-Quake sword, his attacks were able to break through the defense. Not only that, but the Eye of Nirvana, which had increased its power by 30%, caused the Bloodstone Spider King to hiss. In less than 10 seconds, the Bloodstone Spider King fell to the ground, its magma-like blood flowing all over the ground. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye power was also depleted. It's finally settled. If I didn't have the Sky Quake sword, it would have been difficult to deal with it. Yi Xian sighed in relief. He had used all his eye power to use the Eye of Nirvana, so he was still unable to kill the Bloodstone Spider King. Fortunately, he had the Sky Quake sword, which allowed Yi Xian's attack to barely break through its defense. After the Bloodstone Spider King died, Yi Xian walked over and collected its corpse. Then he directly devoured the sacred beast soul. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is third grade human body disaster. The long-awaited system notification finally rang out. The value of this sacred beast soul at 4th grade human body disaster was probably higher than all the bloodstone spiders in the mine added together. Now he could already use the sword comprehension pill. However, he still had to clean up the entire mine first. Ding. Host has completed the Bloodstone Mine quest. The reward for this quest was a large amount of super devouring crystals, but Yi Xian had already exchanged them for the sword comprehension pill. There was still some time before the quest was completed, so Yi Xian simply sat down cross-legged. Not only that, but his second doppelganger in the eastern continent also did the same. He had already recorded the sword-shaped stone, so his second doppelganger was constantly comprehending it. Now, with 3 doppelganger comprehending at the same time and 1 sword comprehension pill, he might be able to comprehend sword force. As for Wei Jintian, he went to mine the bloodstone spiders by himself. After all, he relied on ores to level up. Time passed bit by bit. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, Yi Xian sat there for 7 hours. The sword comprehension pill could allow him to comprehend sword force faster. But don't forget that there was a connection between his original body and his two doppelganger. This sword comprehension pill was equivalent to having 3 times the effect. Finally, at the 8th hour. Ding. The 95% sword intent has transformed into 100% sword intent. The host has comprehended sword force. The host is now at nuance stage. The system notification sounded. After hearing this notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble. He actually comprehended it? He did not expect that a single sword comprehension pill would allow him to comprehend sword force. Originally, he did not hold much hope and had only exchanged for 1 pill to try. He estimated that he would need to exchange for at least a few dozen of them and use them consecutively before he could comprehend the sword force. Who would have thought that a single pill would be enough? Right, the original body and the 2 doppelgangers also have an effect. My 1 sword comprehension pill is equivalent to 3 pills. No, it shouldn't be 3 pills but 3 times the effect. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. 1 sword comprehension pill lasted for 12 hours. Previously he thought that if he took 1, it would be equivalent to 36 hours of comprehension. But now it seemed that the effect had increased by 3 times and not the duration. This was the same as the Sword God Bloodline's comprehension of sword skills. With an increase of 10%, the comprehension ability would be several times greater than before. Haha, the Gemini Bloodline is really awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Comprehending nuance stage sword force at 3rd grade human body disaster. Even if he only used a tree branch now, his realm would still be at 2nd grade human body disaster. He would probably be able to kill that Blood Rock Spider King just now. He immediately stood up, took out an ordinary supreme divine weapon, and lightly slashed at the stone wall in front of him. This slash didn't use anything, just a pure attack of true chi. Shio. The sword chi entered the stone wall, instantly creating a 100-meter deep crack. The current me should be able to instantly kill a 5th grade human body disaster expert. Even a 6th grade human body disaster expert wouldn't dare to be careless when facing this slash. Yi Xian thought inwardly. Of course, if he were to use martial arts and heaven-shaking sword, even a 6th grade human body disaster expert wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, after learning sword force he needed to know how to conceal it. After all, this was a trump card. Comprehending nuance stage sword force at 3rd grade human body disaster. This has never happened in the entire history of the Blood Rock sect, right? Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded, but he didn't want to reveal it, because there were many people in this world who were envious of him. It was inevitable that there would be a few people with extremely twisted minds. If he were to be envied by some expert, then he would have died unjustly. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to reveal sword force. There was still half a day left for the mission, but Yi Xian didn't want to continue staying down there, so he directly returned to the cave entrance. Coming out to recover? The deacon on guard asked in astonishment. No, Lord Deacon, I have already exterminated all of the Blood Rock spiders inside. These are the corpses required for the mission. Yi Xian had already placed the required items in a universe ring, and handed it over. What? The deacon took the universe ring in shock. Sure enough, the number was correct. In the universe ring, there were a total of 202nd grade human body disaster and 53rd grade human body disaster Blood Rock spider corpses. The deacon's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yi Xian with a hint of appreciation. So it was a breakthrough. The deacon discovered that Yi Xian's aura had already reached 3rd grade human body disaster, so he calmed down. However, he still went down to check, and sure enough, there wasn't a single Blood Rock spider left. Mission complete. This is the proof of the mission. The deacon handed the items to Yi Xian. After thanking him, Yi Xian directly left. After disappearing from the deacon's sight, he directly broke through the void and returned to the Blood Rock sect. Then he headed for the training hall. It had only been half a day since he turned in the last mission, and now he was here to turn in another one. If the people in the training hall were still the same batch from this morning, they would probably be scared to death. Senior brother, I'm here to turn in the mission, Yi Xian said as he handed over the proof of the completion of the mission, which was a token. You again? The Blood Rock sect disciple was shocked. He took the mission token and carefully checked it several times and found that it was real. You really completed it? The Blood Rock sect disciple didn't dare to believe it, and asked with a shocked expression. Junior brother, I just happened to break through, Yi Xian said with a smile. At this time, the Blood Rock sect disciple discovered that Yi Xian had already broken through to third-grade human body disaster. Chapter 950. After Yi Xian left, the Blood Rock sect disciple thought about it carefully and muttered, "This won't do. There's definitely something strange about this. I have to inform the elders." Completing 2 missions in a single day was too unreal. Yi Xian saw his expression and decided not to accept any missions for the time being. However, not long after he left the training hall, a few people came up to him. Yi Xian saw that these people were not weak and were at least 4th-grade human body disaster, so he retreated. However, what he didn't expect was that these people were actually heading straight for them. There were a total of 3 people. "You're Yi Xian?" A long-haired youth said coldly. Yi Xian was very surprised because he did not have any friends in the Blood Rock sect and only knew Luo Luo. But why would they come for him? "That's right. Senior brother, what's the matter?" Yi Xian nodded. However, he could already feel the hostility of these 3 people. These 3 people probably did not come with good intentions. Seeing Yi Xian admit it, the long-haired youth narrowed his eyes and went straight to the point. "What's your relationship with senior sister Luo Luo?" "Luo Luo?" Hearing this name, Yi Xian was a little surprised. "Why should I answer you?" Yi Xian retorted. He saw that these 3 people were here to cause trouble, so he did not have a good expression. "How dare you?" Before the long-haired youth could speak, one of the people behind him stepped forward, wanting to teach Yi Xian a lesson. However, when he was about to make a move, he remembered the rules of the Blood Rock sect and stopped. "You better answer my question. Otherwise, you won't be able to stay in the Blood Rock sect for long," the long-haired youth said with a cold gaze. "I'll wait and see." Yi Xian sneered and turned to leave. He already knew why these people were looking for him. Just now, he had talked to Luo Luo, and she had said that some senior brothers had been looking for her recently. It seemed that those senior brothers from the inner sect wanted to pursue Luo Luo, and the 3 people in front of him should be the lackeys of some senior brother from the inner sect. "You want to leave?" The long-haired youth's eyes flickered as he quickly blocked Yi Xian's path. "What? You want to fight?" Yi Xian did not care at all. Although he was only at the 3rd level of human body disaster, the long-haired youth in front of him was at the 5th level of human body disaster, while the other 2 were at the 4th level of human body disaster. However, he was not afraid of him at all. If he made a move, the 3 of them would most likely be instantly killed by him. When the other 2 saw Yi Xian's fearless expression, they also cast a glance at the long-haired youth. "What are you afraid of? Capture him and bring him to senior brother Gua," the long-haired youth shouted. At the thought of having their senior brother Gua backing them up, the other 2 immediately made their move. They patted Yi Xian's shoulders from both sides, preparing to forcefully take Yi Xian away. However, at this moment, burning eye. Yi Xian's eyes quickly flickered twice as the hands of the 2 stopped. Immediately after, the 2 of them were instantly controlled by Yi Xian. They were only a realm higher than Yi Xian, while Yi Xian's Heavenly Eye God clan bloodline had evolved 3 times. In addition to his original bloodline, his bloodline was at the 4th level. He did not even want to move his hands against 2 mere 4th-level human body disaster. After the 2 of them were controlled, they suddenly stopped, turned around and punched at the long-haired youth. "What?" The long-haired youth was shocked. He did not expect that his 2 lackeys would suddenly attack him. What was going on? Bang! Bang! 2 fists smashed into the long-haired youth's shoulders like 2 meteors, sending him flying. This scene happened too suddenly. Not only did the long-haired youth not expect it, even the surrounding disciples who were watching the show did not expect it. 2 dogs suddenly pounced at their owner. What was going on? The long-haired youth quickly crossed his legs and stabilized his body. At the same time he shouted, "What are you doing?" "Senior brother Zhao, I'm sorry. You don't treat us as humans. We don't want to listen to your orders anymore," the slightly plump disciple said. "What did you say?" The long-haired youth was momentarily confused. Was this a joke? He had always taken care of his 2 lackeys. When did he not treat them as humans? "Correct your errors. Not bad." Yi Xian, who was standing behind him, revealed a faint smile before leaving. The long-haired youth raised his eyebrows and said, "Trash. What did you do to them?" "Senior brother Zhao, what do you mean by that?" Yi Xian suddenly revealed an innocent look and asked in return, "Did you cultivate a martial art that controls others and control them?" Senior brother Zhao angrily shouted. "Senior brother Zhao, don't slander me. Even if I did cultivate it, how could I control 2 senior brothers whose realms are higher than mine right under your eyes?" Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled. He did not waste any more words and directly turned to leave. "You're courting death." Senior brother Zhao could not bear the humiliation and directly rushed toward Yi Xian. Immediately, the other two quickly blocked in front of senior brother Zhao. You two get out of my way. Senior brother Zhao punched each of them and sent them flying. The first disaster of the three sovereign disasters, the mortal body disaster, cultivated the physical body, so the suppression of realms was relatively large. Hearing the whistling sound of the wind, Yi Xian swept his gaze over and discovered that the other two had already been sent flying by senior brother Zhao. Senior brother Zhao dared to make a move in the Blood Rock sect because he had the backing of senior brother Guo from the inner sect. However, Yi Xian did not want to cause trouble, but that did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Since the other party was courting death, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. However, just as he was about to make a move, "Stop!" an old voice bellowed. Senior brother Zhao's figure trembled as he stopped. Almost everyone in the outer sect was young. This old voice meant that the one who had come was at least a deacon. If it was a deacon he would not be afraid, but if it was an elder, then he would be in for a tragedy. When senior brother Zhao turned his head to look, he saw a white-haired old man in the robes of an elder walking toward him. An elder. He hurriedly breathed a sigh of relief because if this punch landed, it would be hitting the elder's face. This was a challenge to the elder's authority. What are you doing? The elder walked over. Greetings, elder. The surrounding disciples immediately greeted him. Yi Xian also saw him approach and was somewhat shocked. This was because his eye of perception did not detect where this elder had come from. This meant that this elder's strength was already boundless. The aura he had concealed was similar to that of an ordinary disciple, so Yi Xian did not detect it. Hearing the elder's words, senior brother Zhao swallowed his saliva and said, reporting to the elder, "This person has learned a martial art to control others and has controlled my two junior brothers." They've been controlled? The red-clothed elder raised an eyebrow, then his gaze landed on the two lackeys of senior brother Zhao, but did not find anything strange. Chapter 951. Are you looking for an excuse to cover up the fact that you disregarded the sect's rules and attacked? The red-clothed elder coldly snorted. These two don't show any signs of being controlled. Furthermore, their realms are higher than this brat's. Are you joking with me? I wouldn't dare. Senior brother Zhao hastily shrunk his neck. In truth, he was just casually spouting nonsense. He also felt that it wasn't very reliable. However, his two loyal junior brothers had suddenly turned around and attacked him when he was catching Yi Xian. This was something that he couldn't understand. You should know the rules for attacking in the sect, right? The red-clothed elder looked at senior brother Zhao. This disciple knows. Senior brother Zhao nodded. According to the Blood Rock sect's rules, anyone who attacked in the sect would have to face the wall for half a year. At this time, the red-clothed elder's gaze fell on Yi Xian and asked, "Why didn't you block or dodge his attack just now?" This disciple didn't have time. Yi Xian casually replied, "That's not necessarily the case." The red-clothed elder narrowed his eyes and said, "This old man is in charge of the training hall. I heard that you completed 2 training missions in a single day." These words gave Yi Xian a fright. He didn't expect that the red-clothed elder was actually the elder in charge of the training hall. Facing the red-clothed elder's snake-like eyes, he replied, "This brat was just lucky. Whether it was a fluke or not, I personally went to check. None of the Blood Rock spiders were left in the number 666 and number 834 Blood Rock mines." The red-clothed elder narrowed his eyes and said, "Did you personally complete these 2 missions?" "Yes." Yi Xian solemnly replied. What a joke. He was the one who completed them. Since it was the truth, what was there to be afraid of? The supervisor of the number 834 Blood Rock mine said that you were only at the 2nd stage of human body disaster when you went in. 8 hours later, you came out at the 3rd stage of human body disaster. Not only did you take care of all the Blood Rock spiders in those 8 hours, you even broke through to the 3rd stage of human body disaster. In my opinion, this is nothing. The red-clothed elder paused for a moment before continuing, "But the time you took to complete the 2 missions and the time you took to hand in the mission to the training hall was only a few minutes apart. How did you do it?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. The time it took to complete the mission, obtain the mission certificate, and return the mission to the training hall was only a few minutes apart. How was this possible? Even if senior brother Zhao went to the nearest number 666 Blood Rock mine, it would take him at least an hour to get there. This is Junior's secret. Yi Xian knew where he had gone wrong. It was because of the time gap. However, he did not mind. After all, the secret of the Eye of the Void was no big deal. Alright, since it's a secret, I won't ask too much. However, some people suspect that you are faking it, so you have to prove your strength. the red-robed elder continued. How do we prove it? Yi Xian asked. At this moment, the red-clothed elder's gaze landed on senior brother Zhao again, and he said, you can fight with him, but he can only use his hands, not weapons. Alright. Before senior brother Zhao could say anything, Yi Xian forcefully replied. Although he was only at the 3rd stage of human body disaster, while senior brother Zhao was at the 5th stage of human body disaster, senior brother Zhao could not use weapons, and could only use his fists and palms, so his attack power was insufficient. If you're courting death. When senior brother Zhao saw Yi Xian immediately reply, he felt very displeased. After all, this meant that he was underestimating him. With a difference of 2 realms, he could even kill him with his fist, so why would he need to use a sword? Since that's the case, let's go to the arena. The red-clothed elder nodded and said, forget it, let's do it here. If you win, you won't have to face the wall. After saying that, he turned to look at Yi Xian and said, if you can surpass 2 realms and defeat him, I'll reward you with 10,000 blood rocks. 10,000 blood rocks. When this voice entered the ears of the surrounding people, their bodies trembled. Even senior brother Zhao only had a net worth of over 10,000 blood rocks, but the elder was actually giving out 10,000 blood rocks as a reward. No, it wasn't a reward because it was meant for Yi Xian alone. If senior brother Zhao beat Yi Xian, he would be spared from facing the wall for half a year, but if Yi Xian beat him, he would be rewarded with 10,000 blood rocks. This reward was completely unfair. Bastard, you think you can beat me? I'll make sure you don't get those 10,000 blood rocks. Senior brother Zhao's eyes flashed. At this time, the surrounding disciples all retreated, making space for Yi Xian and senior brother Zhao. Senior brother Zhao clenched his fists. Although he hadn't comprehended fist intent, he had learned a fist technique. Coupled with the suppression of realms, he was confident that he could blast Yi Xian apart with one punch. Don't just stand there, let's begin, the red-clothed elder urged. Ha! As his voice rang out, senior brother Zhao punched out, and a red fist shadow flew towards Yi Xian. Even a 4th-grade human body disaster expert wouldn't dare to be careless with this punch. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Cold Sky Slash. The fist shadow and the sword light collided, and a shockwave instantly rolled out. What surprised everyone was that Yi Xian's sword actually defeated senior brother Zhao's attack. Even if he had a supreme spiritual treasure, it couldn't make up for the difference of 2 realms, right? Seeing this, the red-clothed elder's eyes couldn't help but light up, because he could see the power of that sword. Impossible, you dare to challenge me 2 realms above you, I don't believe it. Senior brother Zhao shouted angrily and his figure flashed. At the same time, Yi Xian also moved, and his speed wasn't any slower than senior brother Zhao's. Boom. 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 The 2 true qis continuously collided. Although there was a difference of 2 realms, Yi Xian had the sword god's bloodline in his body. Moreover, the beast god's bloodline increased his strength by 40%, and his agility by 80%. Even if he didn't use those trump cards, it wouldn't be a problem to get rid of this senior brother Zhao. When the surrounding people saw that Yi Xian and senior brother Zhao were actually fighting to a draw, they were shocked to the point of speechlessness. A 3rd-stage human body disaster was evenly matched with a 5th-stage human body disaster. Was senior brother Zhao too weak, or was Yi Xian too strong? Of course it was Yi Xian who was too strong. The surrounding people weren't fools. They all believed that they didn't have the ability to receive Yi Xian's attack, so Yi Xian's strength was enough to complete one of the most difficult 3-star missions. However, at this moment, ding! Cold Sky Slash's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 100%. His power has doubled. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, and Yi Xian didn't stop in time, and directly chopped out with a slash. This slash easily defeated senior brother Zhao's fist shadow, and then landed on his body. Chapter 952. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Yi Xian actually succeeded in challenging someone 2 levels above him? In fact, even Yi Xian did not expect his Cold Sky Slash to reach 100% mastery at this time. Only then did he remember that the effects of the sword comprehension pill had yet to wear off, so in just a short while, he had already raised a martial art to 100% mastery. Not only could the sword comprehension pill quickly comprehend sword force, but it could also quickly increase the proficiency of sword-type martial arts. If combined with the sword god's bloodline, the effect would be greatly improved. Not bad, not bad. You've raised 90% mastery to 100% mastery. The red-robed elder praised Yi Xian without even looking at the injured senior brother Zhao. Just now he had promised that as long as Yi Xian succeeded in challenging someone 2 levels above him, he would give Yi Xian 10,000 bloodstones. A gentleman's words were hard to take back. Kid, you're not bad. Here are 10,000 bloodstones as a reward. The red-robed elder threw an exquisite red stone over. When everyone saw it, their eyes shone with greed. Mid-grade bloodstone. This piece of mid-grade bloodstone was worth more than 10,000 pieces of low-grade bloodstones. If a piece of mid-grade bloodstone was mixed into a supreme spiritual treasure, its hardness and power would be greatly increased. Yi Xian received the mid-grade bloodstone and moved respectfully. Thank you for the reward, elder. I've seen your strength. You have the ability to complete 2 cleanup missions in 1 day. The red-robed elder paused for a moment before continuing. I want to take you in as an in-name disciple. What do you think? Boom. When these words were spoken, the surrounding people were so shocked that they could not speak. Senior brother Zhao, who had been sent flying by Yi Xian, clutched his chest and revealed a resentful expression. Even he did not have the qualifications to be taken in as an elder's disciple. So what did Yi Xian do? Although Yi Xian had defeated him, he had restrictions. If he had used a weapon, he would have been able to easily kill Yi Xian. So he was not convinced. However, the red-robed elder was questioning him now, so he did not dare to interrupt. Registered disciple? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If someone wanted to take him in as a personal disciple, he wouldn't agree. But this was just a registered disciple, so it was fine. He had once taken a few people as his master, but other than Mysterious Mountain Master, none of them had a good ending. Zhou Tsang had plotted against him but was killed by him instead. He was almost whipped by him. The 100 Poison Sect's old monster Hong also wanted to take him in as a disciple, but in the end he also died. Elder Han Ming of the Burning Sun Hall had accepted him and Luo Luo as disciples, but he had been killed by a single palm strike from the retired emperor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Thus he was a bit of a jinx. Whoever accepted him as a personal disciple would die. However, with Mountain Man Shenzhong as an example, he felt that it was fine to become a disciple in name. With the support of an elder, he would be able to walk more smoothly in the future. Greetings, Master. Yi Xian hastily cupped his fists and said, All right. My name is Dong Xing and I'm in charge of the Outer Sect's training hall. Although you are only an Outer Sect elder, you still have some status. If anyone dares to provoke you in the future, they will have to think twice. The red-robed elder said with a smile, This old man lives in the training hall. If you have anything you don't understand, you can come and find me. Also, I have a sword-shaped stone. If you want to comprehend it, you can come. Many thanks, Master. Yi Xian said gratefully. Immediately Dong Xing left. The sword-shaped stone didn't mean much to Yi Xian, because he had already comprehended the minute sword force. Of course, if it was a mid-level sword-shaped stone, it would be a different story. A mid-level sword-shaped stone could help a cultivator comprehend the perfect sword force. Then Yi Xian left under the envious gazes of the crowd. As for that senior brother Zhao, he stood up with a gloomy expression. His 2 lackeys were under Yi Xian's control, so they were gloating. The smile on their faces made senior brother Zhao reveal a vicious expression. Brat, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have become an elder's disciple. Senior brother Zhao shouted angrily in his heart and left. Although he was going to face the wall for half a year, he still had to go to the inner sect to inform that senior Gua. Young master, are you all right? Luo Luo asked. Of course I'm fine. I'm very powerful. I was even accepted as an outer sect elder's disciple. Yi Xian replied. Is that so? Young master is really powerful. Oh, those people are too annoying. They are like flies. I'll just stay in my residence and cultivate. In a few days I'll probably break through to 2nd grade human body disaster. Luo Luo's voice was filled with resentment. Clearly, she couldn't stand those senior brothers who were finding excuses to strike up a conversation with her. Cultivate well. After Yi Xian replied, he returned to his residence. Now that he had become Dong Xing's disciple, no one would question his strength in the future. When the time came, he would be able to complete missions without restrictions. However, those inner sect disciples were troublesome, but he wasn't afraid. If they dared to continue looking for him, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. In the battle just now, he didn't even use the Sky Quake sword. He also didn't use any of his trump cards. If he had used them, senior brother Zhao would have died 100 times. At this time, Wei Zhenqian suddenly ran out. You want that mid-grade blood rock, right? Sure, I'll give it to you. Yi Xian generously threw the blood rock to Wei Zhenqian. Now that he had broken through to 3rd grade human body disaster, Wei Zhenqian was only at 2nd grade human body disaster. Moreover, during this period of time, he found that Wei Jintian was only faster at refining ores. If he were to consume supreme spiritual treasures, he would be extremely slow. Therefore, it was better to just give the ores to Wei Jintian. After all, there were no ores in the exchange system. Ding. Wei Jintian leveled up. The system notified. As expected, this mid-grade blood rock allowed Wei Jintian to break through to third-grade human body disaster. With Wei Jintian's breakthrough, the power of 10,000 returning to origin would also increase. Yi Xian would also indirectly become stronger. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't just focus on increasing his own realm. However, not long after Wei Jintian broke through, a figure suddenly landed in his courtyard. Yi Xian was very surprised. When he opened the door, he saw that it was someone he didn't recognize. It was a youth with sword-like eyebrows, but he was wearing the clothes of Blood Rock Sect's inner sect disciples. "You're Yi Xian?" The youth with sword-like eyebrows locked his gaze on Yi Xian, looking like a superior. "Senior brother, may I ask who you are?" Yi Xian cupped his fists and asked. However, he had already guessed the other party's identity in his heart. This person was probably the senior brother Guo that senior brother Zhao mentioned. You beat up my people but you don't even know who I am?" The youth with sword-like eyebrows snorted coldly. As expected, Yi Xian could confirm that this youth with sword-like eyebrows was the senior brother Guo. "Oh, what is the matter, senior brother Guo?" Chapter 953. What's your relationship with junior sister Luo Luo? Senior brother Guo was like senior brother Zhao, going straight to the point. "Luo Luo is my younger sister." This time Yi Xian answered. He didn't want anyone else to ask about his relationship with Luo Luo. Junior sister Luo Luo is from the Fox Charm clan, and you're a human. Since you're not blood brothers, then you should stay away. Senior brother Guo kindly reminded him. You don't need to worry about this, senior brother Guo. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him and directly closed the door. Bang! Unexpectedly, the door was smashed open by senior brother Guo's palm. "You have guts, you dare to ignore me?" Senior brother Guo's actions had successfully angered Yi Xian. At that moment, several veins popped out on Yi Xian's forehead. "Trash, get the hell away from me, don't force me to kill you." Yi Xian finally couldn't help but curse. Sometimes, if you back down, the other party would take a yard after giving you an inch, so he still had to curse. "What did you say?" Senior brother Guo seemed to have heard the funniest sentence in his life. Yi Xian actually called him trash and even said that if he didn't scram he would kill him. This was the biggest joke in the world. "Ha ha, a trash of the third layer of human body disaster actually wants to kill me, ha ha." Senior brother Guo couldn't help but laugh, but in the next moment his face sank. After all, Yi Xian had just cursed him. If this wasn't the Blood Rock sect, he would definitely slap Yi Xian to death. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was now accepted as a disciple of an outer sect elder, which was a bit troublesome. "Do you know what realm I'm at?" "7th layer of human body disaster. Even if you cultivate for another 10 years, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach this realm." "Trash, you're cursing yourself." Senior brother Guo had a mocking expression, and his tone was full of disdain. Indeed, Yi Xian's current realm was too low, but if they really fought, the one to die would definitely be senior brother Guo. 10,000 swords returned to origin, sword force, various bloodlines, these factors were enough to give Yi Xian the strength to kill senior brother Guo. I've already told you. If you dare to look for junior sister Luo Luo again, don't blame me for being heartless. I don't need to do it personally. Senior Guo wasn't prepared to waste his breath with Yi Xian. After leaving behind these words, he floated away. At this moment, Yi Xian really wanted to use the eye of decomposition between his legs. Yi Xian spat at his back, then closed the door. Although the door was broken and there was some leakage, it didn't affect anything. However, he still had to find an opportunity to take revenge for the destruction of his sect. On the morning of the second day, another person arrived at his residence. "Junior brother." It was a familiar voice. Yi Xian opened his eyes in surprise. He'd heard this voice twice before. It belonged to the Blood Rock sect disciple who'd given him a mission in the Hall of Experience. He quickly walked out and asked, "Senior brother, is there something you need?" "Junior brother, I didn't believe in your strength, so I reported it to the elder." "Please forgive me, junior brother," the Blood Rock sect disciple said guiltily. "It's fine." Yi Xian smiled faintly. "There's one more thing. The elder wants you to see him," the disciple continued. "The elder?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He recalled that he'd been accepted as a nominal disciple by Elder Dong Xing, who was in charge of the Hall of Experience. "I understand. Thank you for telling me, senior brother." Yi Xian nodded and headed straight for the Hall of Experience. Dong Xing lived behind the Hall of Experience, so Yi Xian went to find him. Before he entered, he sensed a figure in the courtyard. "It's Yi Xian, right? Come in," Dong Xing's voice sounded. Yi Xian pushed open the door and entered. "You've become my nominal disciple. This is a protective talisman that I've refined. It can block an attack under true energy disaster and save your life at a critical moment." Dong Xing threw an exquisite talisman to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian received it, he couldn't help but tremble. Blocking an attack under true energy disaster was a good thing. "Thank you, Master." He thanked sincerely. Recently, the Hall of Experience has updated some missions. There's a Blood Rock Spider tied in a few mines, and there's a Blood Rock Spider King at 6th grade human body disaster. You can go and give it a try. Dong Xing said and threw a scroll over. This mission hasn't been released yet, so it's not just one person doing it. There will be other outer disciples as well. There were already people who went there yesterday. Yi Xian flipped open the scroll and saw that there were roughly 4,000 Blood Rock Spiders in the Blood Rock mine. Moreover, the weakest of them was at the 3rd level of human body disaster, while the majority of them were at the 4th level of human body disaster. The difficulty of this mission was probably 10 or 20 times that of the previous 3-star mission. Originally, with my realm, I definitely wouldn't be able to take it, but Master made an exception and let me take it. This time, I might be able to break through to 4th grade human body disaster. Yi Xian thought inwardly. 4th grade human body disaster was the minimum, and he might even be able to reach 5th grade human body disaster. After all, there was still a Blood Rock Spider King at 6th grade human body disaster. "If you can bring back the corpse of the Blood Rock Spider King, I'll accept you as my direct disciple," Dong Xing said again. In fact, Yi Xian didn't want to become a direct disciple, because he had the attribute of restraining his master. However, this Blood Rock Spider King at 6th grade human body disaster was something he had to kill. "Okay, I'll go now." Yi Xian nodded and immediately left. This was an extremely rare opportunity. After all, this mission required at least a 6-star mission, and he was only at 3rd grade human body disaster, so he could only accept a 4-star mission at most. That was all. The 6th stage human body disaster Bloodstone Spider King was in Blood Rock mine number 444. This wasn't a good number, but Yi Xian didn't care about this. This Blood Rock Spider King was very strong, and it was extremely dangerous down there. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that there would be quite a few 5th grade human body disaster or 6th grade human body disaster disciples coming this time. For the sake of leveling up, he had to make the best use of his time. This mine number 444 was a bit far, so this time, Yi Xian spent more than half a day to arrive. However, at this time there was already a sea of people here. Not waiting for him to approach, someone shouted at him, "Junior brother, you've come at the right time. Our team is still missing one person." Yi Xian swept a glance and found that these people were all going down in groups, with at least 3 people in each group. Chapter 954. F***CK, you're only at the 3rd stage of human body disaster. What the hell are you doing here? Get lost? Hearing this, Yi Xian fiercely glared at him. Burning eye. This kind of person had to be taught a lesson. That person felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife as he cried out in pain. The surrounding people were surprised and went forward to check. "What happened to you?" his companion asked. "I don't know. My heart hurts like it's being burned." That person shook his head. He still didn't know that it was Yi Xian who did it. After all, he was several thousand meters away from Yi Xian. Although he was at the 5th stage of human body disaster, Yi Xian's Heavenly Eye God clan bloodline had evolved 3 times. Adding that to his own bloodline, he was at the 4th stage. Therefore, there was still some effect. Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to the others and directly walked to the entrance of the huge Blood Rock mine. At this time, there were several attendants standing guard here. The movement below was so great that even the ground was shaking. "It's you?" One of the attendants noticed Yi Xian. The latter looked over and discovered that it was actually the attendant who had brought him and Luoluo into the sect. "Kid, not bad. You were actually accepted as an in-name disciple by Elder Dong and even defeated a 5th stage human body disaster disciple. You have the qualifications to go down." The attendant smiled. "Many thanks for Lord Attendant's praise." Yi Xian cupped his fists. Originally, there were many people in the surroundings who had doubts about Yi Xian. Why would a 3rd stage human body disaster disciple come here? However, after hearing this, they realized that Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. An in-name disciple of an outer sect elder had a status that surpassed the majority of outer sect disciples. They couldn't afford to offend him. At this time, the attendant spoke again. However, are you alone? Yes. Lord Attendant, please open the formation. Yi Xian nodded. In truth, he was dissatisfied with the title of Lord Attendant. However, this was the rule of the Blood Rock sect. Only those who entered the inner sect could not call him Lord. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people continued to show looks of contempt. Even a 6th-stage human body disaster disciple would not dare to go down alone, and Yi Xian was only at the 3rd stage of human body disaster, so this was simply sending himself to his death. It seems that Elder Dong Xing has accepted a fool as his in-name disciple. Many people thought so in their hearts, and some even whispered it out loud. These words naturally fell into Yi Xian's ears. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with them. He was already half a day late. If he didn't go in now, what would he do if the bloody rock spider was killed? All right. The deacon didn't say much and immediately opened the array. Yi Xian immediately jumped in. The surrounding people also widened their eyes. They did not expect Yi Xian to actually go down. He was courting death. He was really courting death. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed in and was descending rapidly. The blood rock spiders at the entrance of the mine had been cleared out by the people who had entered before, so Yi Xian did not encounter a single blood rock spider. Pa. Yi Xian landed on the ground and sensed for a moment. There was not a single person in the surroundings, nor was there a single blood rock spider. There were quite a few forks in the road, but it didn't matter. Therefore Yi Xian randomly found a mine tunnel and entered. Rumble. Rumbling sounds continuously resounded in the blood rock mine. These were the sounds of the blood rock sect disciples fighting against the blood rock spiders. This mine was relatively large. Although Yi Xian had lagged behind for half a day, he still encountered several blood rock spiders comparable to 3rd stage human body disaster. These blood rock spiders were all hacked to death by Yi Xian's sword. My primary goal is to level up, followed by the 6th stage human body disaster blood rock spider king. If I don't break through, dealing with that blood rock spider king will be somewhat difficult. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he directly summoned his doppelganger and Wei Jintian to continue the 3-way slaughter. In this blood rock mine, 4th stage human body disaster blood rock spiders were the majority. Only near the nest would 5th stage human body disaster blood rock spiders appear. Therefore Yi Xian killed while searching for the nest of the blood rock spiders. The Gemini bloodline was a very powerful bloodline. His doppelganger also had the perceptive eye, so Yi Xian was equivalent to having 2 radars. Although there were many blood rock spiders, almost none of them could block Yi Xian's sword, even if Yi Xian did not wield Wei Jintian's sword. Yi Xian had only landed for 3 minutes, but he had already killed nearly 100 blood rock spiders, which was equivalent to over 1,000 from before. Killing monsters above my level is really fast. In less than half an hour, I will be able to break through. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. With the beast god bloodline's devouring benefit, devouring the sacred beast's soul allowed him to level up very quickly. He shuttled back and forth in the mine, while at the same time, he avoided the disciples. However, as he continued to go deeper, he could only interact with these disciples. Why is there a 3rd stage human body disaster disciple? What a joke. The blood rock spider's defense is so hard. Even if it's someone of the same level, it won't be that easy to break through. Coming down here is simply courting death. Ignore him. Even if he dies, it will definitely be the blood rock spider that bit him to death. Let's quickly recover. After each of the disciples ridiculed him, they no longer paid attention to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to this group of superficial people. He directly passed by them and entered a mine. Immediately, a bloody storm swept through this mine. The few blood rock sect disciples outside the mine were very surprised. One of them went in to investigate and found that the blood rock spiders blocking the way had all disappeared. How is this possible? At this time Yi Xian had already killed his way into the depths. I finally found a nest. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Relying on his eye of perception, he found the blood rock spider's nest right in front of him. Although this mine was occupied, there were still a few blood rock spiders in the mine. Most of them would stay in their nests. Yi Xian killed his way to the entrance of the blood rock spider's nest and directly rushed in. However, this blood rock spider's nest had more forks than the mine. An ordinary disciple would very likely get lost in this place. However, with the eye of perception and the devouring system, Yi Xian was constantly copying a map. As long as the eye of perception swept over a place, the devouring system would automatically create a map, so getting lost was impossible. Not many disciples had killed their way into the nest, so there were a frightening number of blood rock spiders in the nest. There's no one around. Let me see the power of my sword move. Yi Xian held an ordinary supreme spiritual treasure in his hand and directly slashed at the blood rock spider in front of him. Among these blood rock spiders, there was even a 5th-tier human body disaster. However, Yi Xian's sword move could be fused with a subtle level sword move. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and instantly slashed at the first blood rock spider. In an instant it was cut in half. Chapter 955. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the 5th-stage human body disaster bloodstone spider was also killed by him. In the end, the sword beam entered the bloodstone crystal wall, reaching a depth of several dozen meters. 4 4th-stage human body disaster bloodstone spiders and 1 5th-stage human body disaster bloodstone spider were easily killed by Yi Xian. It must be known that even a 4th-stage human body disaster disciple might not necessarily be able to break through the defense of a bloodstone spider of the same level. But the 3rd-stage human body disaster Yi Xian had killed 5 bloodstone spiders with a single sword. This was the power of his sword aura. If I can break through to 4th-stage human body disaster and succeed in my sneak attack, even a 7th-stage human body disaster inner disciple will be killed by me. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly, his confidence suddenly rising. It had only been 2 months since he entered the Bloodstone sect, but he had already grown from a service disciple to a genius who could defeat an inner disciple. He would definitely be able to enter the eyes of an inner disciple. At that time he would not lack cultivation resources and would save a lot of time. Thinking of this, he continued to go deeper into the cave. With the support of various bloodlines, Yi Xian's speed was very fast. Even the strongest group in the Bloodstone mine could not compare to him. 100, 200, 300, in the cave, there was a large number of bloodstone spiders, and Yi Xian's battle record was constantly rising. Finally, after he had killed 500 of them, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Host has broken through to 4th-stage human body disaster. The system notification said. Now Yi Xian's strength could be said to be the overlord of the outer disciples. No one could block a single sword of his. What he lacked now was his realm, but if he could not hit his opponent, it would be useless no matter how strong his attack power was. Yi Xian continued to go deeper. Since he had already broken through to 4th-stage human body disaster, his first target would be the Bloodstone Spider King. A 6th-stage human body disaster Bloodstone Spider King was worth more than the sum of all the other Bloodstone spiders. However, he still did not know the location of the Bloodstone Spider King, so he had to find it. Now that he had comprehended sword force, he could pierce through the 2 tunnels with just a few strikes. As long as he could pierce through them, his eye of perception would be able to follow through. There were quite a few 5th-stage human body disaster bloodstone spiders in the nest, and Yi Xian was having a great time killing them. Even if he couldn't find the Bloodstone Spider King, Yi Xian would be satisfied. However, just as he was exploring, the entire blood rock spider's nest suddenly shook violently. What happened? Yi Xian was very surprised. This was the biggest commotion he had ever seen. Even the Bloodstone Spider King could not cause such a commotion. Something big. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that there was something underground that even the Bloodstone sect elder had not discovered. It seemed that he had to be more careful. He had to reserve some of his eye power to open the void gate. This huge commotion stopped after a while and Yi Xian continued to go deeper. Not long after that commotion, he found the first batch of disciples that had entered the blood rock spider's nest. The aura of this batch of disciples was not weak. There were 3 6th-stage human body disaster disciples, and 7 5th-stage human body disaster disciples. There are actually 3 6th-stage human body disaster disciples. It seems that they have found the Bloodstone Spider King. Yi Xian guessed in his heart and then rushed over. Someone else is coming. A disciple discovered the sound of footsteps. When he turned his head, he saw Yi Xian walking out of one of the tunnels. However, after seeing Yi Xian, a disciple suddenly cried out in surprise, "It's you?" Yi Xian, who had just walked out of the tunnel, raised his eyebrows. He actually saw a familiar person here. It was senior brother Zhao, who had been sent flying by his sword yesterday. Strange, why is Zhao here? Shouldn't he be facing the wall? Yi Xian was also very surprised. Senior brother Zhao had attacked him yesterday and was stopped by Dong Xing. According to the sect rules, he should be facing the wall for half a year. However, he had appeared in front of Yi Xian today. This could only mean that someone had interceded for him. Hearing Zhao Yi's cry of surprise, a 6th-stage human body disaster disciple asked, "4th-stage human body disaster. Junior brother Zhao, do you know him?" Zhao Yi was also stunned. He did not expect that Yi Xian would break through from 3rd-stage human body disaster to 4th-stage human body disaster in just one day. How was this possible? Senior brother Lien, he is that Yi Xian that senior brother Guo wanted us to kill. Zhao Yi said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Oh, it's him? When senior brother Lien heard this, a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian would be able to hear their conversation. Kill? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that senior brother Guo would be so daring as to directly threaten to kill him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that senior brother Guo had said yesterday that if he wanted to kill him, he did not need to personally do it. Good boy, it seems that your background is not small. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Yi Xian had already made a decision in his heart. Zhao Yi walked out and looked at Yi Xian saying, Trash, I lost to you yesterday because I gave face to Elder Dong. Today there is no one backing you up. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I can spare your life. While he was speaking, someone had already stealthily circled behind Yi Xian, sealing off his path of retreat. It seemed that today they would not rest until one of them was dead. What if I don't kowtow? You want to kill me? Yi Xian asked curiously. Don't think that the sect rules can restrict everyone. Since you dared to provoke senior brother Guo, even Elder Dong will not be able to save you. I believe that you have already heard that senior brother Guo's master is Elder Yang Zhen of the inner sect. Zhao Yi said coldly. In truth, Yi Xian did not know senior brother Guo's background, but when he heard the name Yang Zhen, his body trembled. Wasn't that the name of Luo Luo's master? I see, the reason why Zhao Yi is here should be because he has been pardoned by Elder Yang Zhen. I don't know if Elder Yang knows about senior brother Guo's actions, or if she has tacitly agreed. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. However, for now he had to deal with the problem in front of him first. Among the 10 people in front of him, besides Zhao Yi, there were 3 6th-grade human body disaster and 8 5th-grade human body disaster. In the eyes of these people, Yi Xian was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, since these people wanted to ignore the sect rules and kill him, there was no need for him to reason with them. There's no one here now, let's get this over with quickly, lest something unexpected happens, senior brother Lien said in a low voice. All right. Hearing this, Zhao Yi immediately took out a weapon. Although he had lost to Yi Xian yesterday, he was not proficient in fist techniques, which was why he had lost. Today he would avenge his humiliation. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Zhao Yi roared angrily and rushed toward Yi Xian. With a flick of the long sword in his hand, a sword ray flashed and arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Chapter 956. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Zhao Yi roared angrily and rushed towards Yi Xian. With a flick of his sword, a sword ray flashed and arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. This sword attack was at least 3 times stronger than his fist technique from yesterday. However, Yi Xian was the same as yesterday, calm and collected. Facing this sword attack, he didn't even lift his hand. Eye of Nirvana. Shio. The powerful silver slash instantly crushed Zhao Yi's attack. Zhao Yi was shocked, but before he could react, the silver slash had already sunk into his body, cutting him in half at the waist. This scene shocked the surrounding people. The upper half of Zhao Yi's body fell to the ground. Even he didn't expect that he couldn't even block one of Yi Xian's attacks. What kind of attack was that? Even his senior brother was aghast. He didn't even notice how Yi Xian attacked. Brat, you're courting death. At this time, a 6th-layer human body disaster disciple suddenly roared and rushed towards Yi Xian. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian turned his head and glared at him. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Dissection. A silver slash pierced through the air and crushed his attack, followed by 2 dissection rays that shot into his chest. In an instant his chest fell down like sand. In less than a second, his heart was dissected into countless tiny particles. The combination of the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Dissection was too sinister. Most people would only notice the Eye of Nirvana and not the formless Eye of Dissection. Soon, the internal organs of this 6th-layer human body disaster disciple were completely dissected by the Eye of Dissection. His entire body was empty as if it had been shot by a laser beam. Since he killed him, Yi Xian didn't plan to waste any more words. Since there was no one here, there wouldn't be a 12th person who would know. Therefore Yi Xian was too lazy to use the Eye of Control. Shio. That senior brother Lien and the other 6th-grade human body disaster expert were scared half to death as they roared, "Quick, kill him!" Only at this moment did he realize what kind of enemy he had provoked. That was a super genius who could instantly kill a 6th-level human body disaster. If they did not kill Yi Xian today, they would be the ones to die. However, right at this moment, rumble. The entire Blood Rock mine shook violently again. This was the second time. But Yi Xian didn't care so much. He had to kill all these people first. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and slashed out. This slash was infused with sword force. It was enough to kill senior brother Lien. However, at this moment, boom. The ceiling suddenly exploded, and then a huge object smashed into the ground, forcibly blocking the sword. Bang. When the cold sky slash landed on this massive creature, it was only barely able to break through its defenses. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked. His attack was enough to instantly kill a 7th-grade human body disaster expert. Why couldn't it break through its defenses? He focused his eyes and discovered that this massive creature seemed to be a leg embedded with blood rock. And under this leg there was a corpse. It was Zhao Yi, who had been cut in half by Yi Xian's eye of nirvana. Being stepped on by this leg, Zhao Yi instantly died tragically. Before the crowd could react, the ceiling began to crack and rocks continuously fell. Not good, this place is going to collapse. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Although he didn't know what this damn thing was, he understood that this damn thing was definitely very powerful. Most importantly, senior brother Lien and the others were blocked by this leg, so he couldn't kill them. Rumble. Huge rocks continuously fell from the ceiling. This blood rock mine was of a higher grade, so the blood rock crystal wall was very hard. Even senior brother Lien couldn't cut it in half. Therefore, senior brother Lien and the others quickly rushed into the mine. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed angrily. He was prepared to kill senior brother Lien and the others, but who knew that this leg would suddenly step on them, disrupting his plan. Just as he was about to explode in anger, a system notification sounded. Ding. Host has triggered a random mission. Kill the blood rock giant. Completion will result in 1 devour point. This system notification made Yi Xian, who was about to leave, stop in his tracks. A random mission. Why would it appear at this time? When this huge leg stepped on them, Yi Xian guessed that this was a giant. But even he, who had comprehended sword force, could only barely break through this blood rock giant's defense. How could he kill this blood rock giant? He would think about this problem later. Megatron. Yi Xian didn't care too much. He directly summoned Megatron and attacked the giant leg that was at least 10 meters in diameter. Full mastery of Cold Sky Slash, Microscopic Sword Force and Sword God Bloodline. Bang. This time the attack was much stronger than before, but it could only penetrate 1 or 2 meters. What a strong defense. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seemed that devour points weren't that easy to obtain. However, he still had an ultimate move, which was Ancestral Converging Swords. But this wasn't a suitable place to use it. Moreover, this blood rock giant only revealed half of its calf. Why would he use his ultimate move to cut off its leg? Crack. At this moment, the blood rock giant suddenly raised its leg and was about to climb up. Yi Xian quickly continued attacking. He didn't bother to chase after senior brother Lien and the others. After all, they had scattered and escaped, so it wasn't easy to chase after them. Devour points were more important. This blood rock giant was probably sleeping in this blood rock mine. However, when the disciples of the blood rock sect came in to kill the blood rock spiders, the commotion woke it up. The commotion just now was probably caused by this blood rock giant. Yi Xian followed behind this blood rock giant and kept attacking. But what made him feel helpless was that this blood rock giant ignored him. The blood rock giant climbed very quickly. In less than 10 seconds, it had climbed out of the mine. Yi Xian also followed it to the surface. With a glance, he realized that there was quite a distance between them and the entrance of the mine. Roar! At this moment, the 40 to 50 meter tall blood rock giant suddenly raised its leg and fiercely stomped on Yi Xian. It turned out that it wasn't ignoring Yi Xian just now. Instead, it was preparing to deal with Yi Xian after it came out. Bang! Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted quickly and dodged the kick. With his physique, he couldn't withstand this attack. If he were to be stomped on, both his main body and avatar would probably die. He estimated that this blood rock giant was at least at the 8th grade human body disaster realm. In addition, its defense was already shocking. Therefore, Yi Xian, who had comprehended sword force, could only barely break through its defense. Chapter 957. But now, it seemed that it was too exaggerated. It was easy for him to challenge those of a higher level after comprehending the sword force, but he could not do whatever he wanted. After all, no matter how strong his attack was, it was useless if he could not hit his opponent. There's such a big commotion here. I have to end this quickly. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment he threw out the Skyquake sword. Ancestral swords. The heaven-shaking sword instantly split into hundreds of sword shadows and attacked the bloody stone giant's head under his control. The ancestral swords was already very powerful. In addition, Yi Xian had comprehended the sword force, so he easily cut off the bloody stone giant's head. Such power. I've got the devouring point. After seeing this scene, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. However, the notification he expected didn't sound out. That was because the bloody stone giant could still move. Bam! It stomped down again. Yi Xian hurriedly dodged it. Its head exploded, but it's still alive. Is its heart its weak point? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly controlled the hundreds of sky quake swords to attack the bloody stone giant's heart. However, at this moment, bam! The crimson rock giant suddenly exploded, turning into countless red rocks that shot out. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Why did it self-destruct like the green source giant in the Tianshui continent? However, with the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, he found something strange. That thing flew far away after being hit by a strong impact. Yi Xian immediately chased after it. He saw that it was a small red giant, which was probably the crimson stone giant's weak point. In other words, the bloody stone giant was just a set of armor, and the small red giant was just wearing a set of armor. It was because it was wearing this set of armor that the defense of the armor was so powerful. The small red giant flew very fast. Even though Yi Xian reacted quickly, he was still far away from it. Not only that, Wei Zhentian also sent some information to Yi Xian. As expected, the small red giant is the core. It's the real bloody stone giant. Yi Xian was certain. Wei Zhentian was an earth monarch, so he had a special sense for ores. Therefore, as long as the crimson rock giant was not too far away from Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian would be able to find it. Soon, the crimson rock giant left Yi Xian's field of vision. Even the eye of perception could no longer detect it. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian could still do it. He transformed into a flying boat and carried Yi Xian in pursuit. This time Yi Xian's luck was off the charts. Not only did he receive a random mission, but if he managed to kill the crimson rock giant, Wei Zhentian might be able to break through as well. Therefore he was determined to get the bloody stone giant. Although the crimson rock giant was nowhere to be seen, it would eventually land on the ground. Wei Zhentian carried Yi Xian for an entire 10 minutes before finally landing on the ground. What's going on? Is it around here? Yi Xian asked. However, when Yi Xian understood Wei Zhentian's intention, he said helplessly, "What? You lost it?" The crimson rock giant was related to the devouring point. If he did not complete the random mission, the devouring point would go to waste. No, find it. You must find it. Yi Xian immediately summoned his clone and began a carpet search. He was going all out for the devouring point. After all, he had let senior brother Lien and the others go. If he did not complete the random mission, he would lose out. Therefore, he had to find the crimson rock giant, even if it took him an entire day. His main body, clone, and Wei Zhentian searched together, but they did not know when they would find it. However, even Wei Zhentian had lost his sense of it, so it was very difficult to find it. I can't let one devouring point go to waste like this. Yi Xian wasn't willing to give up. He started a carpet search which lasted for an entire half an hour. However, just as he was about to give up, "Little Tian, you found it?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After receiving Wei Zhentian's answer, he quickly flew over. He really found it. Immediately, he and his clone hurried over. Half a minute later, Wei Zhentian had turned into a bird and was standing on a branch. When he saw Yi Xian, he immediately flapped his wings and flew toward the mountain. "You're saying that the crimson rock giant is in this mountain range?" Yi Xian asked. Wei Zhentian nodded solemnly. "Alright, let's go in." Yi Xian immediately transformed Wei Zhentian into the Sky Shocker sword and walked in. The mountain range was very big and there were some supreme saint beasts. However, they were not a threat to Yi Xian. With Wei Zhentian leading the way, Yi Xian really found the crimson rock giant. At that moment, the crimson rock giant had shrunk into a huge rock. If it was not for its bright color, no one would have noticed it. So it was hiding here. "You're courting death." Yi Xian immediately summoned his clone and slashed at the huge rock. Bang! Bang! The attacks of Yi Xian's original body and clone landed on the red boulder at the same time. In an instant, the red boulder was blasted apart. What? Upon seeing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that the huge red rock was nothing. It was not the crimson rock giant. Not good. Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened. When the huge red rock exploded, Yi Xian was shocked. Suddenly, a red figure drilled out from under the huge red rock and charged toward Yi Xian. The red figure was not much different from a human, but his speed was extraordinarily fast. He was at least a 7th-grade human body disaster. This scene happened so suddenly that Yi Xian could not react in time. If he was hit by the red figure's fist, even he would die. Since he had already used the 10,000 ancestral swords, he could not use the spiritual sword array. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had a life-saving method. Protective medallion. Yi Xian flipped his left hand and a medallion suddenly appeared in it. It was the protective medallion that his master, Dong Xing, had given him to protect his life. He quickly infused his true energy into it. In the next moment, the protective medallion shone brightly, forming a true energy shield that enveloped Yi Xian. Bang! The red figure's fist landed on the true energy shield. This punch was enough to shatter the head of a martial artist below 7th-grade human body disaster. However, this protective medallion could withstand attacks below true energy disaster, so it was not a problem. That was close. So that huge rock was also in armor. It was a trick to attract my attention. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he had the protective medallion this time. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. His original body might have died. You dare to sneak attack me? Die.